you can teach.
Now listen, I need you to like be on your best. I need you to be cute, right? I need you to be personable. You know, you have this habit of just like scattering away and playing with my shoelaces. We got an audience coming. Oh, hey guys. Welcome to Cat Camp. I wish I knew this kitten's name. At the moment, I'm surrounded by kittens. I've got kittens at my feet. I've got kittens everywhere. Not exactly coming out of my nose, but welcome to Cat Camp from here at Kitten Rescue in sunny Los Angeles. One of the the biggest foster to adopt networks in Los Angeles. And here we are in the kitten room. And I'm telling you, they're everywhere right now. So I'll introduce you later on. But in the meantime, I couldn't be more excited to see you guys out there. Well, I mean, you know, see you guys out there. We have a great program, a great day for you. Whether you're cat curious, whether you're cat obsessed, we got something for you. Now, check this out. There's just a little bit of what's going on today. Harness training, clicker training, TNR. Don't know what TNR is? You're gonna learn. Rescue stories, learning how to edit photos of your cats, cat behavior discussions, cat man bingo, cat tales, nautical tales of cats through history. You're gonna learn how to grow a kitty garden. You're gonna just stick around and you will have a complete picture of the catness around you and around the world. So anyway, I'm thrilled This is our third virtual cat camp. The last two were amazing. There's a community of you guys all over the world. We'll be checking in on chat all day long. Not just me, but all of our cat camp counselors are going to be hanging out at some point today to talk to you guys while you're watching something that might not be live. But you know, this is one of the first things that I got asked in chat the first couple of cat camps. So let's just get this out of the way. I am live right now. This is live. This is not recorded. You're not seeing Jackson a couple days ago. You're seeing me right this very second through the wonder of technology. The interwebs in full effect is happening right now. So in the meantime, I gotta just say before we do anything, some of the organizations and companies that have made this possible for you guys. Petco Foundation, first of all, number one, now Petco Love, and I will talk about that in a minute, but they have been here for us from the beginning, and they are the reason that we're free today. That's why you guys can see us without paying anything. It's because of Petco Love. So big round of applause for Petco Love. That's sort of a golf clap here, but I don't want to scare the kittens. And also to ArmorCat, not just for making really great furniture for cats, that is, but also for helping us out here today, and for Pet Ag as well. So now I want you to go to the Cat Camp Prep Test. Who's fighting? Oh, that's playing. I don't know cats. Anyway, go to the Cat Camp Prep tab at the top of catcamp.com. Get your bingo cards. That's right. We're going to have bingo at the after party later on. See what supplies are needed to participate in the craft section. Also, I'll be having a talk later on. And in that one, we're going to have some information for you so that you can enjoy it and watch it and then go back later and pick out the specifics that you were interested in. And also, like I said, chat with us. Now, if you're picking us up right now on Facebook or on YouTube, welcome. So glad to have you guys. But go on over to catcamp.com, and that way you can register. If you register, there's a couple things. That's the only way that you can chat with our Cat Camp counselors, including me. And since we're going to be doing it all day long, and you're going to be watching something and go, wait a second, I can grow oat grass? I got to find out more about that. Well, our friend April will be there on chat, I think. But that's how you can do that, only by going to catcamp.com and registering. Also, that way you'll be eligible to win the grand prizes of the day, including a one-on-one Zoom consult with me. So there you go. And you can show me your cats or kittens because that happens all the time. That is to say, if you see me on the street, you can also show me pictures, but this way at least I'll be able to like tell you what you need to know. But that's one of the grand prizes. Oh, there's a kitten coming. Oh, there's a kitten coming. Come on, let me just show you another kitten because it's kitten time. It's kitten time. Oh, and the smell of kittens. I know, I'm crazy, but there you go. And then let me remind you guys also, we have a Pawsome store with tons of new merch, perfect for you and your friends and your cats, and gifts for the holidays, including this dandy shirt right here, which I love, our varsity shirt. That's a great way not only to equip yourself with the latest and greatest in cat camp couture, but also to help support Cat Camp because we need to be supported too. So anyway, I just wanted to, again, shout out Petco Love, Pet Ag, ArmorCat. Thank you for sponsoring today. Thank you for allowing this to be free. Let me tell you a little bit, by the way, about Petco Foundation, because now they're Petco Love and some of my best friends. And we'll go to a video in just a second, but I wanted to say Petco Love is not changing anything. The name is changing, but they will continue the 20+ year life-saving legacy. They're a nonprofit organization. They lead the way to harness the power of love and to make communities and animal families closer and stronger and healthier. Petco Love is going to continue investing in and celebrating and supporting life-saving partners all over the country. But now Petco Love will also innovate by creating new tools to help mobilize animal-loving people and communities every day, because that's the way to drive change as well. Now, the first of these tools, this is really exciting. The first of these tools is the Petco Love Lost. That's launching later this month on April 23rd. Petco Love Lost is the first central searchable database for lost and found cats and dogs. This platform is accessible to anybody with a web browser and makes searching for lost pets faster and easier. And ultimately, the goal is keeping more lost pets home with their family. So let's hear now from my good friend, Petco Love President Suzanne Kogut, about this technology and find out how we can support the launch of this life-saving tool. Suzanne, take it away.
I'm here to share some exciting updates. And since a picture's worth 1,000 words, we wanted to show you by video. Now, as you know, the love we share with pets changes everything. And it even inspires a name change. So going forward, the Petco Foundation will now become Petco Love. And at Petco Love, we will lead the way every day to harness the power of love to make communities and pet families closer, stronger, and healthier. But it's more than a name change. It's a fundamental change in our approach. While we will continue to lead by investing and empowering other organizations, we will also lead by example. We believe in some circumstances, we can bring about greater life-saving for pets by leading directly, innovating, and creating national solutions. And today, I'm excited to share an update about one such solution, an innovative approach to help lost pets and keep pet families together. Now, have any of your pets ever gone missing? No one ever thinks it'll happen to them, and yet 1 in 3 pets are estimated to go missing during their lifetime, 10 million pets annually. And while there are many valued products to help, ID tags, GPS collars, and microchips, there is still no central online search database for lost and found pets. Today, in the age of technology, one of the most recommended ways to find your lost pet is to hang a flyer on a telephone pole. This April, Petco Love is hoping to transform all of that. Petco Love Lost will make finding lost pets quicker and easier with a national lost and found database that utilizes patented pet facial recognition technology to aid in the search. And it'll be free to use. One central location where all lost and found pets are posted, whether they are at the shelter or in the home of the Good Samaritan who found them. And just imagine, if this tool was utilized universally, we could not only keep pets out of shelters and off the streets, but we could get them back home quickly and safely to the families who love them. And it'll be as simple as uploading a photo from your phone. How you can help is very simple. On April 23rd, National Lost Dog and Cat Awareness Day, join us in the launch of Petco Love Lost. Share a message on social, tell your friends, because if we all unite to reunite lost pets, we can keep lost pets out of shelters, reduce euthanasia, and finally succeed in changing the world for lost pets and the families that love them.
Roxy was located at the shelter through the facial recognition.
Owners, please, your dog's sitting at home, snap a picture. Does it cost anything?
If you've ever lost a pet, you know how heartbreaking it can be until you are reunited. So now this facial recognition technology is being used to help do just that, help make sure your missing pet doesn't stay missing for long. Kevin Villicana and his dog Sergeant back together after being separated, a happy reunion between man and his best friend.
They did a facial recognition. They found her within 5 minutes. I'm like so grateful.
Hi cat campers, welcome back and happy spring. If you've joined us for the last few cat camps, you probably know by now that I found my first cat in July 2013, and by December 2014, I co-founded the first cat cafe in New York, Meow Parlor, before launching Cat Camp in 2017. Mr. Rogers had this really beautiful quote that always stuck with me. He said, "When I was a boy, I would see scary things in the news, and my mother would say to me, 'Look for the helpers. You will always find people who are helping.' I think about it a lot because I know what type of person I want to be in those scary situations." I thought I wasn't a cat person. When we found Mr. Socks, I thought I wouldn't really want a cat because I assumed he would make my life worse. My allergies were already bad, so why would I bring a living allergen home? I just opened a bakery and was working long hours, so I didn't have a work-life balance. What was I thinking? When I took him in, I didn't know he would somehow be a cat I wasn't allergic to. I did it because in that exact moment, he needed me to take action more than I needed to worry about myself. I took a chance. It was a chain reaction that set off a series of events that brings us to today. Over the past 6 years, we've done more than 1,000 adoptions through Meow Parlor. I've met hundreds of cats, and they're all different. Even if we think they should be one way or another because of a cat we met before, it's not true. I had thought that because I had fostered over a dozen cats by the time we opened Meow Parlor, I knew a thing or two about cats. 6 years later, I can only tell you that we have to treat them as individuals. Sure, there's things in common, but there's certainly no one-size-fits-all, and working with individual cats means negotiating with all of their quirks. I made the mistake of assuming I knew more than I did. So remember that Mr. Rogers quote? Right now, the scary things are happening to people like my family. If you've ever seen a picture of a scared cat in a cage, that's how I feel right now. And there are thousands of us. What's hard for me is that sometimes we are so good at hiding our pain that other people sometimes believe that it means that it doesn't exist. But most trauma is invisible. I just want to remind you that this event was founded by a woman of color, a woman of Asian descent, a daughter of immigrants, that my parents speak Korean at home and my husband speaks Cantonese with his mom, that I've become aware that at most cat conventions or animal welfare conferences, you don't see a lot of people who look like me. Even though we all know that you can't judge a cat by their color, people still make assumptions about me based on how I look rather than who I am. And I'm really not just talking about me. I mean anyone who looks or seems different or unfamiliar to them. It's painful to be the butt of jokes and for people to ask me where I'm really from. Where I'm from is a place where I grew up with a foot in two cultures, an identity that is unique to me and yet familiar to many immigrant families, and an understanding of the invisible barriers that make it impossible to feel like you'll ever be accepted until you have far surpassed the deeds of people born on third base. We don't need a home run. We feel like we need to hit it out of the park every single time we step up to the plate. It's an impossible standard, and that is the burden of feeling othered. I don't want people to feel the need to be extraordinary just to feel like we belong. I want to be part of a community where people can be different because we have something valuable to bring and we don't need to be a certain way to matter. I took a chance on Mr. Socks, and he changed the entire trajectory of my life. Jackson Galaxy took a chance on an unknown cat cafe owner in New York and became my cat camp partner. Petco Love took a chance on a person with no track record of having executed an event of this scale, and now their support is a reason we can make this virtual event free for you to attend. It's important to me that people see that great things can happen when you let down your guard and take a chance, especially on someone who needs you more than you need them. You certainly wouldn't be here today if I didn't take Mr. Socks home. The domino effect of good deeds are often not this dramatic, but they can and do amplify. A chance encounter and an overwhelming feeling that I should be doing something gave Mr. Socks a home one day, and over the next few years, homes for over 1,000 other cats, and brought all tens of thousands of our cat campers here together to learn what we can do for others. It's important to me that we celebrate the incredible contributions of a diverse group of extremely passionate individuals and see that our dedication is what bonds us, and our differences sometimes brings a perspective that allows us as a whole to find solutions faster than ever before. We're here because we care. So welcome to Cat Camp. Despite everything inside screaming at me not to do it, I took home a kitten I found outside, and Mr. Socks ignited a passion that is changing lives everywhere. I invite you to take an opportunity in the future to step outside of your comfort zone and try something new or take a chance on someone new. You never know. Something beautiful may happen.
All right, we're back. Let me just back up for a second and I'll let you guys know how honored I am to be in this thing with Christina Haas. She is, as you can see in there, an inspiring human being and someone who defines what we're talking about today, the idea of leveling up, the idea of you see something and, well, in this case, not a something, but a somebody. You see a cat and you go, what can I do? And no matter what that little part of your brain goes, well, maybe I shouldn't do anything. The bigger part is I should do something. And then you flash forward to Meow Parlor, first cat cafe in the US. And then you start looking at Cat Camp. Don't forget, you guys, I joined the party a little late. Christina started this thing. And it is, like I said, an honor for me to be a part of this with her. Now, speaking of leveling up, here's where we're going to go now. I want to introduce you guys to Jess Thorne and Ego Zhou and let them share how they are. Let me just tell you, these guys are superstars and they've leveled up their foster game. Now, Ego has been fostering kittens with her husband, Justin, for over 3 years. Together, they volunteer to coordinate Orphan Kitten Club Satellite Nursery, caring for the most vulnerable neonates year-round in San Diego. Jessica Thorne has volunteered at the Animal Care Centers of New York, shout out to New York, for the past 5 years. During that time, she's fostered and helped find homes for over 200 kittens. Let me not gloss over that. 200 kittens. I mean, I've only got 3 around here and my hands are full, actually more than that. Anyway, in 2018, she combined her love for travel and for kittens and opened Kitten B&B, a B&B that actually hosts both human and kitten guests. See, that's leveling up, you guys. So check out Ego and Jess and let them talk to you about leveling up your foster game.
All right, campers, thank you guys for joining us for our talk about fostering. We're going to help you answer a couple of really important questions. You're probably like one of these kittens right now. You probably just woke up. It's still nice and early. Might be a little sleepy, but you got questions. So these are the 2 main questions we're going to be answering for you. First is, what is the main difference between a shelter and a rescue? And where do you start if you're new to fostering? So my friend Jess and I are going to share some of our own fostering stories, and we're going to tell you all about how to get started. So first, some introductions. My name is Ego, and some of you might know me as Fosters XYZ on Instagram. I am the satellite nursery coordinator for Orphan Kitten Club, and my husband Justin and I have a kitten nursery in our home, and we raise the most vulnerable neonatal kittens. And I have here my friend Jess from Kitten B&B. Hi, Jess.
Hey, so yes, I'm Jess, and I've been fostering for the New York City shelter for about 5 years now, and I have fostered about 200 kittens in that time, and yeah, I just love fostering so much, and I'm happy to be here to talk about it.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us, Jess. So a little bit about just my experience with fostering. We've been fostering for about 3 years. How we initially got started was, I've always been a dog person, and we had 2 adopted dogs. And this was back when we were still living in San Francisco in a tiny little apartment. I was actually a dog volunteer for the local shelter. And one day after my shift, I was getting my stuff in the volunteer room, and I saw a little playpen in the corner and heard little meows coming from the corner. And I was like, oh my gosh, what is that? So I walked over there. I saw these little 3.5-week-old kittens. I'd never seen a cat this small. And I was like, oh, what are they doing here? Why are they here? And that's when I learned more about kind of the plight of the neonatal kittens, and they were waiting for their foster home. So I looked into a bunch of, YouTube videos and a lot of, actually, my friend Hannah, her resources to get started. And at around that same time, we had moved to San Diego, and decided we wanted to foster. So 3 years ago, we initially started fostering for San Diego Humane Society, and we fostered a bunch of kittens with them. And I really found that the ones that what I enjoyed most was the medical cases. So from there, I decided that, wanted to foster through a rescue orphan kitten club whose mission is really aligned with my interests. So 3 years, we've had over 100 kittens and a handful of puppies come through our nursery. Right now we have 2 kittens and 3 puppies. Jess, I'd love to hear a little bit about like your experience and how you got started fostering.
Yeah, sure. So I started out because I really wanted a dog, actually. Sort of like you, I was a dog person. I grew up with dogs. I honestly knew nothing about kittens or cats. But our friend was fostering for the shelter, and I was like begging my husband Eric to get a dog, and he was like, absolutely not. It just didn't fit our lifestyle. Like we're working out of the house for like 9 hours. We lived in a small Manhattan apartment. It was just, and also we traveled a lot. So it was just not something that was like for us at the time. So he was like, okay, you can foster. And like now the joke's on him because, he didn't want a dog, and he got now a revolving door of kittens. And so, yeah, that was like 5 years ago. And now I've been doing that ever since. Lots of revolving doors of kittens.
Awesome. And you've done like over 200 kittens, right? That you fostered and found homes for?
Yeah. So, wow. Yeah, a lot of kittens. And I mean, you might be able to see them sleeping in the background. This is a few of them that I have right now.
That's awesome. A lot of people have questions. Since I foster for a rescue and you foster for a shelter, people might be wondering, well, what's the difference? So as far as rescue goes, I'm just going to tell you guys a little bit about what a foster-based rescue is. Typically, a rescue is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We are donation driven, so the work that we do is made possible by all of our generous donors. And it's usually a rescue is very niche. So we focus on a specific group of a specific age or a specific, special needs. So as far as Orphan Kitten Club goes, we typically take on kittens that are younger than 8 weeks. So neonatal kittens who need round the clock care. A lot of the times we'll take on special needs kittens or just the really young, preemies, medical cases, things like that. And one really important thing with rescues is typically, at least for Orphan Kitten Club, we are limited admission. So that means that, we don't just take every kitten that's, people don't usually bring us kittens from the streets. We usually do it through, we'll pull from one of our partners, whether that's another rescue or the local shelter. We will typically do a transfer of, the most high-risk kittens from one of our partner organizations. So Jess, I'd love to hear more about, what the municipal shelter does and what it's like fostering for them.
Yeah, sure. So I can only speak about, well, all shelters are like usually government funded. And they're open admission. So they have to, as for like NYC, ACC, they have to take in every animal that walks through their doors. And because of that, like there's a variety of animals that can take in like a cat, dog, but also like goat, cow. Like, a couple of years ago, the shelter took in a wallaby, which is crazy. And so they take in every animal. And because of that, because they're like government funded, they don't have the space or the resources, that maybe a rescue would. And they have to just rely on the government and the city.
Yeah. So I think, as far as rescues and shelters go, I think it's really important for everybody to know that Both organizations have limited resources, and the main difference is just the number of animals that we're taking on. So when it comes to the shelter, obviously when they're open admission, it can really vary. They could be taking on thousands of animals a year. I know that here in San Diego, our shelter does take in, thousands of kittens a year. So when I first started, rescue work or fostering, I was always like under the impression, you always hear the term kill shelter and you think like, oh my gosh, like I don't want to be associated with a kill shelter. But through rescuing, I think that we realized that that's a big misconception. And there are, kill shelters don't want to be kill shelters. So I want to have a little discussion about kind of what that is and what we can do.
Oh yeah, completely. I had the same thought when I started fostering. I was like, oh, I don't want to support a kill shelter. And like, what is their stats? Like, I wanted to know that information. And then, after supporting ACC for 5 years, I think, through that time, I like learned like, this is actually the organization that needs my help. Like they need the support. They need the support of their community, because then they can actually, save lives if we all like step up like throughout the community. And you can do that in various ways. Like you don't need to be a foster, you can, but you can also just, by adopting from there, by donating to them. And the more help they can get, the more lives they can save.
Exactly. Yeah. So, with kill shelters typically means that they're taking in too many animals for, the resources that they have available. So that means that they don't have enough space if they get a bunch of neonatal kittens. So if you sign up to be a foster for a kill shelter, then they don't have to euthanize animals. So it's really important that we help shelters that really, they really need the help. And I think it's also important to say that the people who work at shelters in general or work in rescue in general are compassionate, and they don't want to euthanize animals. They want to save as many lives as possible. So it's really, really important that we support all shelters, but especially the kill shelters, and help them get to no kill. So if you guys want to learn more about this, my friend Hannah, aka Kitten Lady, has a great video on her YouTube channel on why she supports kill shelters, and I've linked it here on the bottom of this slide. So please check it out. This is really, really important. All right, so speaking of which, we're just going to briefly go over some differences between fostering for a shelter versus a rescue. Jess, you said earlier that you get all types of different animals coming into the shelter. So what does that mean for a potential foster?
Yeah, so that means that you can really find which kind of animal works best for you, like whether it be a neonate that needs bottle feeding, every couple of hours, or you want like a senior cat that just chills and, you get to just like hang out with them. Or in regards to kittens, there's like, mom and babies, socializing kittens. Sometimes they just need people to help socialize, or just like, a young adult. So there's just a lot of variety. So you can foster and figure out what works best for your lifestyle.
Right. And I think one of the things that I hear a lot from people who, they say, well, I have a 9-to-5 job, so I'm not home all day, so I can't foster. And that's one of the excuses that I hear for people not being able to foster. And, I also get a lot of messages on my Instagram like, oh my gosh, it must be so great that your job is fostering. And I'm like, no, I don't get paid to foster. This is purely volunteer work. I do actually have a job. I'm a practicing dentist, like Monday through Friday. I'm out of the house, 8+ hours a day. So really, no matter what your lifestyle is, you can still foster and help save lives. And especially when you go through a shelter, you can really find what works for you. So what would you say, Jess, for someone who does have a 9-to-5 job, what age group should they look for? What type of
Yeah. So when I first started out, I was out of the house 9 hours of the day, and I took in like, maybe 6-week-olds that were eating on their own, or a mom and babies. And, I was in a tiny Manhattan apartment, a 1-bedroom that, my bathroom was extremely small, but that was definitely enough space for, a couple of kittens. And it was much better than being in a cage all day. So
Sure.
I would tell people that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Mom and kittens are great. I just recently had mom and kittens, and I forget because I'm so used to doing like the every 2 hour feedings for the babies. And I'm like, oh, I just have to feed mom like 3 or 4 times a day. And then she takes care of the kittens, and I don't even have to like stimulate them to pee or poop. She does all of that. So mom and kittens is a great place to start. And there is a big need for that. And then as far as resources, the funding is different for the shelter and a rescue. Typically for rescues, we are heavily reliant on fundraising to be able to get the funds necessary to care for the kittens in our, for the kittens in our care. So it's really, really important if you are part of a rescue, or if you foster for a rescue, that you help with the fundraising efforts. And I think our friend Erica Danger later on is going to be, talking about fundraising. So definitely check that out. As far as resources from the shelter, Jess, would you say that when you sign up as a new foster, what type of supplies and materials do they typically provide you?
Yeah, so they usually provide like basic supplies. Like when I first started fostering, I would get like food and litter. They still ask me every time. I don't take it anymore, but they would, provide food and litter. They would possibly a litter box and, some toys. So just something basic like that. And then every time when they had more, they would definitely offer it to me, but it just depends on what kind of resources they had at that time.
Right. But I think most organizations will help you if you are a new foster by providing you with all of the basic supplies. So some people think like, oh, it must be so expensive to foster, but actually, you get, all you have to provide is literally space, and just a little bit of space, like a bathroom, and a lot of love and snuggles. And you're going to give that kitten a far better chance, in your home than they would have at the shelter. So awesome. And then let's talk a little bit about support, because I think this is something that people also, they're scared to get into because they feel like, well, what do I do? I don't know a whole lot about kittens. What if my kitten is sick? So if you're fostering for the shelter and let's say you have a kitten that's not doing so well, what typically are the avenues that you have as a foster?
Yeah, so depending on the severity of the kitten, I would either have an email that they will check, periodically throughout the day. But if there was an emergency, like I can call at any time. There's an emergency line. Like I've called crying at 2 a.m. before, being like, something's wrong with my kitten. What do I do? So they're always there to help. And it's also just nice to know someone else is like rooting for your kitten for you, and like you have support during a really hard time.
Yeah. And typically it's someone who's very experienced, and they can advise you on the spot of like, okay, you can probably monitor until the morning and then bring them in or whatnot. So it's kind of nice to have that support. I know that when I was fostering for the San Diego Humane Society, we had the exact same thing. So there was always an after hours numbers that I can call. And right now with the rescue, there is definitely a point of contact that I can call in any if I'm having a medical emergency. So, if you're a first time foster, don't worry. Typically, the organization will have support for you. And it's important to look for an organization that does have that support so that you can have a positive experience when you initially start fostering. Let's talk about medical care, because this is something that I think kind of varies as far as how it works at the shelter versus how it works for a rescue. So for Orphan Kitten Club, we have, certain vets that we use for medical care, and we call and get those appointments scheduled. And then a lot of the times with like preventative wellness protocols as far as vaccinations and dewormers, I do have a vet that I consult, and under her supervision, I am able to administer some of that treatment at home. So for your shelter, Jess, what's typically the protocol for medical care?
Yeah, so it's definitely different than with the rescue. So I basically go back to the shelter for pretty much like everything, vaccines, like, just healthy wellness visits. So the shelter has a vet on staff, and my kittens typically see like one of the shelter vets.
Yeah, and not everybody is like good with needles, and not everybody wants to give their kittens vaccines. So that's always great to be able to bring them back and have them do the wellness checks. And then for spay and neuter, how does that work for you with ACC?
Yeah, so with ACC, they sometimes have an in-house vet that does spay and neuter, but then other times they send him to the ASPCA. So it really depends on the day, but I'm able to get an appointment, I think, relatively quickly. Pre-pandemic it was much easier, but now it's still it's very easy. I just schedule it online usually. And yeah, so that's one of the best aspects, is that I just have to like take them to the shelter. They get like a checkup, and then they go to spay and neuter the next day.
Perfect. Yeah. I think spay and neuter during the pandemic has been a challenge for both shelters and rescues. And this is the reason why we really want people to get involved this year, because this kitten season is expected to be potentially, a lot worse than before, because we just weren't able to do as much TNR work, and we weren't able to, spay and neuter as many cats last year because of the pandemic. So it's super, super important for people to get involved. So I hope that if you're watching this, that we're able to inspire you to get involved and save some kittens this year. Let's talk about adoption, because this is a really fun topic, Jess. Adoptions are obviously, the way that adoptions are done is very different across all organizations, whether it's a shelter or rescue. But I think that if you can speak to how adoptions typically work at the shelter and what it is, what it has evolved to for you in the recent years.
Yeah, sure. So typically I would say that a good chunk of the fosters just foster, and then they take their, when they're done with their foster period, they will send their kittens back to ACC, and they would have like the public adopt out the kittens at the shelter, or they would have like adoption events. So a lot of times, like, you don't have to be as hands-on, which is nice. For some people prefer that, because it does take a lot of time to do adoptions. And then for me, it's evolved where I've become an adoption ambassador. So basically I get to like, kind of weed out my adopters. I pretty much pick them out. I get actually a lot of my adoptions through Instagram. So like I'll get a ton of, like, a good amount of applications, and then I'll be able to like send to ACC after I even have a phone call with them. Like, and then I'm like, oh, this is the adopter I picked out. Can you like help me finalize this?
Yeah, perfect. And I think it's important for people to know that even if you're just fostering and then taking them back to the shelter typically still has an adoption protocol in place where they're vetting the adopters and making sure that they're going to good homes. So there typically is still an application process. It's just that they get a lot more visibility in the shelter, especially pre-pandemic, where people are just walking through and they can interact and play with the kittens on the spot. So these kitten pictures are not random. The tabby on the left is Augustus. He was a kitten that I fostered, one of the last kittens that I fostered through the shelter. He had megaesophagus, and he was the reason why I really, just fell in love with medical kittens, as well as got really passionate about TNR, and how I eventually ended up meeting Sonia and Hannah from Orphan Kitten Club. And then the kittens in the middle are, Jess, are these your current ones?
Yeah, those are my current ones. They're usually right behind me.
And now they're big.
Yeah, they are big.
Okay, so anytime that I post like a cute, a video of me and a kitten just snuggling, they always ask me the question of like, oh my gosh, you guys have a special bond. You have to keep this one. And I'm sure you've gotten that too as well, Jess. What is typically your response to that?
Yeah, so that's definitely the biggest question. And I think most people always tell me oh, there's, no way I can foster because I would keep them all and I'd be too emotional. It'd be so hard to give them up. And, I always tell people that I was that person who said that, like, and, I was like, yeah, the first foster is definitely hard. And even maybe like the first like 20. But like the first foster is your hardest. I mean, I'll tell you about Salt. Salt was my first foster kitten, and this is my first time with a cat, and I was just like, oh my God, this is a special kitten. Like, how do I give this kitten up? Like, he's so special. Like, and I didn't even realize like at the time, like, all kittens are special and all of them are like really loving and they, do want to be around you. So I was just like, no, this is a special kitten. I should probably keep him. But I told myself, okay, I'm going to send him off to this adoption event. And if he doesn't get adopted, I will adopt him. Of course, he got adopted. And then I ended up crying hysterically, like I should have kept him. I wanted to adopt him. And then, then I just basically decided, okay, I'm going to just get more kittens. And that like kind of helped me transition. And, since then, I would say that adoption days are actually happy days now. Like it's I think I was telling you that like whenever I get now, since I know most of the adopters and they are adopted through Instagram, I like get to follow them on their journey. And then like, I'll like see a picture that the adopter posted and I'll be like, oh my God, like, look at what they're doing. And I like grab Eric and I'm like so excited because like, they're just so loved and like, I get to give someone their best friend. So for me, that's worth it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And you've had over 200 kittens come through your home. And how many have you kept, Jess?
I haven't kept any. I still don't have a cat.
That's great. That's great. So yeah, this is the biggest excuse that people give when they tell me that they want to foster, but they can't because they wouldn't be able to say goodbye. And honestly, over time, things do get easier. Like you said, the first kitten typically is the hardest. However, you have to realize that when you say goodbye to this kitten, you're going to have space in your home to raise another kitten. And it's just the cycle, right? So if a lot of people will like foster fail on their first kitten and they're like, oh, well, now I have a cat and I can't foster anymore. So I really challenge you all to start fostering, find homes for your kittens, and keep doing this because the kittens need us. There are always going to be kittens that need you. And, every once in a while, you're still going to get one that's really, really special. And this is one of them. This little kitten right here is Jasper. And Jasper came to me with some congenital deformities in his front legs, and he couldn't walk properly when he first came to me. He was in a lot of pain. And Justin and I both spent a lot of time with him doing physical therapy, doing a lot of massages. And, the middle picture is me at the waiting in the car with him to see the orthopedic specialist. And eventually we were able to get him healthy, and he's like a totally normal cat. And the picture on the right is him now at his forever home. And I watch his, his Instagram and the stories that they post. And I'm like, his mom is so great. And he is he's so loved. And it makes me so happy because I think that they're actually a better home for him than I could ever be. So I'm so glad that we found him a great home, and, he's happy and thriving. So saying goodbye is a happy thing. And we always celebrate on adoption day. And typically what I do, honestly, is just like lounge on the couch and like watch like 3 movies in a row because I don't have to get up and feed kittens or clean. And then a couple of days later, just getting new kittens. That's honestly the best way for me to move on. And I don't know about you, Jess, but I think that getting more kittens to fill that kitten shaped hole in your heart is what works for a lot of us. But
oh, I completely agree. That's really how I do it. I will usually like plan a vacation right after like when they're ready to go. And then I'll be like usually texting the shelter, like, or emailing them on the way home from like vacation, being like, so is there any way I can like pick them up on the way home from the airport? Because that would be the easiest. So yeah, I'm always getting new kittens. If I'm home, I want kittens.
Yes, for sure. I feel you. All right. So the big question, if you want to foster, you don't know where to start, Jess, what's our suggestion?
Yeah, so we just suggest you Google like foster kittens near me, and you should get a lot of options.
Yes. So usually when you type this into Google search, you will get organizations, whether it's your local shelter or rescues in your area that are looking for fosters. And from there, really choosing whether, you know, which organization to foster for. I would say if you have zero experience, I think starting from the shelter is a great place to go. Jess, do you agree with that?
Oh, I completely agree. I think that's the best starting point because, like I said before, you get a variety of cats or kittens there, so you get to really choose which one works best for you, and you can, at first have a mom and babies, and then go to like some kittens that need socializing, and or maybe a senior cat, and decide which one you really want to foster for, and fits your lifestyle best.
Yeah. And then once you find that niche, which is, what I did is, I fostered through the shelter, and I found out that I really like the medical kittens, the really young kittens, bottle babies. And then that's when I transitioned into fostering for Orphan Kitten Club, because their mission really aligns with my interests. And I was able to learn a lot more, hone a lot more skills, life-saving skills, like doing fluids and things like that, because all of the medical stuff just are really, really interesting to me, but that might not be for everybody. And then you can find a rescue that fits your interests. But Jess, you kind of have an interesting story because you've been fostering for longer than I have, and you started with the ACC 5 years ago, and you are still with them. So can you tell me a little bit about like your story and, how your relationship with ACC has evolved over the years?
Yeah, definitely. So like I said, when I first started, I had no idea what I was doing. And I just felt like ACC supported me in a lot of ways, like to get me, up to speed on like what I was doing. And then, over time, I had just wanted to get more involved. I had asked for a lot more responsibilities. And then I wanted to be an adoption ambassador, which is what I am now, like I said, with the helping out with the adoptions. I would go to mobile events. So I think the reason why I stay with them is it's probably like a testament to how like good of a shelter they are. It's because like they really have come to like value me, and I think trust me, and that comes from also like me like just being consistent and constantly asking them, where can I help you? How can I help you? But yeah, I think that because they've trusted me and appreciated me, that I just want to keep on supporting them. So
yeah, for sure. And what are some other ways that you've volunteered for the ACC besides just fostering? Because I know you do a lot for them.
Yeah. So I used to go to mobile events. I also I'm actually hosting helping with this with their foster orientation, so if anyone wants to sign up to foster some kittens in New York City, we will leave the link on, I think, the next slide. But yeah, so I just help out wherever they need. And also, yeah, this is like actually a picture of me at their Thoroughbred Ball in 2019. 2020, they didn't have one, but yeah, so I try and just like support them in any way that I can.
That's great. That's great. And I think that with any shelter, if you are a foster home that is consistent and you're good about, communication, you're showing up for your appointments, your kittens are in great shape, they're going to recognize that no matter how large the shelter is. And you can earn special privileges like becoming an adoption ambassador if you want to. So That's so awesome to hear about how your relationship with ACC has evolved and what it's become now. And I love how much, you support them and, just spread the word about helping local shelters in general.
Oh yeah, and one more thing I want to add actually. I think also like something that I really love about it too is that like they, I've gotten to know the people that work there, and so like they know me, and through that it's like it's really nice because I know that the people there genuinely care. So I think that's also like another reason why I stay. Like I know the adoption counselor, I know the foster team, I know the admissions team. So like I know a lot of people, and it just like shows me that they really care. So
yeah, that's great. That's awesome. So if you are getting started with an organization, whether it is with a shelter or a rescue, here are some questions that Jess and I came up with that you should ask the organization. So first of all is, what supplies will be provided to you? And then the second thing is, who is the emergency contact? So I love this photo of Sonia because that's like the supplies and the emergency contact all in one photo. And then you definitely want to find out about like wellness protocols. So like Jess was saying, for dewormer and vaccines, there's a schedule that you have to bring them back to the shelter to get that done. So it's really important to know what that would look like. And then if you can be an adoption ambassador, even if not right off the bat, like eventually, that may be an option that you can discuss with the shelter. And just how else can I help? And I think that that's something that Jess has really changed your relationship with the shelter, is just you constantly ask them like, where else do you guys need help? How can I help besides just fostering, and getting involved with the other events, and really, creating those relationships with the shelter employees. I think that's so, so cool. All right. Ooh, sorry, the slide's a little cut off there. So we want you guys to get involved this kitten season by fostering. And there's the link right there for Jess's orientation. If you are in the New York area and you want to get involved, the NYC ACC is a great organization, and you can actually attend her orientation. Is it next weekend, Jess? What time is it?
So there's actually 4 dates. So you can sign up for any of the 4 dates. There's 2 in April and then 2 in May. So if you just sign up there, you'll have a couple of dates that you can choose from.
Yeah, and we definitely need your help. No matter where you are, it's kitten season is just starting. So usually when the weather starts to become warmer is when it's kitten season. So, there's going to be a lot of rescues and shelters that need foster homes. So please, please, please get on Google, search foster kittens near me, and see how you can be involved. We promise it's going to be one of the most rewarding experiences. It's really kind of changed my life and, my lifestyle, but it's so great. Jess, what has fostering, meant for you over the years?
Oh yeah. I mean, I couldn't agree more. It's completely changed my entire life, truthfully. With opening up Kitten B&B and everything like that. But yeah, fostering has it's been such a benefit and a blessing in my life that I want to do this for many, many years.
Yeah, I agree. And especially during the pandemic, I feel like when we were all on lockdown, the kittens were such a great, focus for me, where I still felt like there was something for me to do and I can take care of these kittens, and I wouldn't, be so sad about not being able to see friends. And after a long day at work, coming home and just going into the nursery and having the kittens, snuggle and purr all over me. It's honestly like therapy. Like I'm helping them, but they're also helping me.
Oh, I couldn't agree more with that as well. I'm so thankful for them throughout the pandemic.
All right. Thank you guys so much. This is a picture of our current foster kittens, Samwise and Frodo, who are actually girls. Thank you for joining. Stay tuned to watch Kitty Kitchen Garden with April McBride.
Hi, I'm April from the Paisley House Sanctuary, and I'm going to show you how to make your own kitty kitchen garden for your cats, with some assistance from my little helper.
That's me!
I'm going to divide this video up into 3 parts. First, how you can have your own beneficial kitty garden. Second, how you can grow your own cat grass without using soil. And third, how you can once again have cut flowers in your home without all the risks.
Although cats are obligate carnivores, there are some benefits to growing cat-safe herbs for you and your cats to enjoy. Having a kitty garden also provides a form of entertainment and mental stimulation for your cat. The plants we will be potting up today include several varieties of catnip and catgrass, but also calendula, dill, cat thyme, rosemary, and a few others. Something that's important to note is that there are lots of different types of potting soil, but you're going to want to look for an organic potting soil, especially one that does not contain animal products, such as chicken manure or bat guano, as these substances are great for plant growth. However, they pose their own health risks for your cat. We like to use Fox Farm organic potting soil. It's great for the plants and it won't hurt your cats if they happen to ingest a little. You'll need to wet your potting soil and make sure that your plants have been well watered in advance. This helps prevent transplant shock and make sure that the roots aren't damaged while potting. The pots we chose to use have an inner pot that comes out. You can water it and then place the inner pot back into the secured base. How we secure the base pots is by using a museum wax. You can add a small amount to the base of your pots, and this will hold them in place so they can't be easily knocked over by your kitty. But they are not permanent and can be easily wiped away if you decide to relocate your garden. Just make sure to test it on the surface you're going to use first, just to make sure. We have a couple different garden pots we're going to be making. What's nice is you can have one on the windowsill and another in a lower area where your kitties like to hang, whether that be in a catio or near their climbing tree. As they munch down on one, you can swap them out and give the other garden a chance to recover in the sunlight of your window or outside on a patio. We're going to put some soil at the bottom of the pot. As you remove the plants from the pots, be careful not to pull them by the stems. Just slowly loosen the pot off the bottom of the plant. You'll also want to loosen up the roots a little bit and give them a chance to spread out. One of the plants we're potting today is catgrass. There are several different varieties of catgrass which are safe and beneficial to your cat. The most common are wheat, oat, and barley grass. Catgrass reduces hairballs, aids in digestion, and it reduces constipation. And the chlorophyll helps to keep your cat's breath fresh. Catgrass also contains antioxidants, vitamin B, riboflavin, and folic acid, as well as fiber. We're also going to be planting thyme. There are different varieties of thyme. This one is affectionately known as cat thyme. Some of the benefits of thyme include suppressing fungal and bacteria growth, as well as it has been used by holistic veterinarians to cleanse the GI tract of worms and parasites. This is one of the several varieties of catnip that we're using today. Catnip can help lower stress levels in your cat and boost their mood. Some cats are not fond of catnip, and a great alternative would be to use silvervine. You can leave these gardens accessible to your cat, however, keep an eye on their behavior. If they're choosing to eat from their garden instead of eating their normal meals, you're going to want to restrict this nutrient-rich treat and only offer it when they've eaten their meal already or on occasion. This kitty kitchen garden we have filled with calendula and rosemary. Rosemary can reduce histamine production and can be beneficial for your cat. It has been used to aid in digestion and contains vitamin A and vitamin C. This is one herb that we put in the medicinal box. I wouldn't give it free range, but occasionally in small amounts is fine. And rosemary has also been known to be used as a flea repellent. This is calendula that we potted. You can dry the petals and make them into a paste and use them to help heal skin issues. The same can be done with dandelion. Dandelion also helps with stomach issues. While we don't feed calendula to cats, they don't seem to have an interest on chewing the plant, and it won't harm them if they do. These other herbs we have can be used in your medicinal garden box. These include dill, sage, and parsley. Dill can help with bloating, but should only be given in small amounts and not free range. Sage is an antiseptic and a great source of fiber, but again, it should not be offered free range. Parsley can be offered in very limited amounts, and it has been used as an antifungal and an immune booster. But be sure that the quantities are very small to prevent dermatitis and possible photosensitivity. Also, make sure it is not spring parsley, as spring parsley is toxic. With any supplementing of herbs and catgrass, moderation is key. Of course, when offering anything new to your cats, especially if your cat has any outstanding health issues, it's important to consult your veterinarian first. And there you go. You're going to want to water this thoroughly and let it drip dry a bit before returning it to the base pot. Another great tip that we like to use is placing stones in between the plants where the soil is. This helps prevent cats from scratching at the soil. We do this in our larger pots as well that we have throughout the house, and it really helps to maintain the moisture of the soil, but also prevents the pots from becoming a potty or play area. We talked about the benefits of offering cat grass to your cats and included them in our kitty garden, but there's another way we love to grow cat grass, and the best part, it requires no soil. These are sprouting trays. They allow for the seeds to grow into cat grass without having to use soil. The reason we soak the seeds in a hydrogen peroxide water mixture instead of just water is because the hydrogen peroxide can help prevent mold growth. We start a new tray every few days, so you can do the same and offer these trays to your cat and rotate a new tray out each day. There's different types of cat grass using wheat berries, oat, and barley. Today we are using wheat berries. First, you'll need to have food-grade hydrogen peroxide. You'll mix the hydrogen peroxide with water. The solution is 1 part hydrogen peroxide and 3 parts water. Then you'll add the seeds and allow them to soak overnight. The seeds will begin to germinate overnight. You'll notice tiny white roots called radicles beginning to emerge. Drain the seeds onto your sprouting tray and spread them evenly. You'll want to lightly water these a few times a day for the first 4 days to make sure the seeds do not dry out. You'll begin to notice the radicle burst from the seed in search of water. Over the next few days, the seeds will start to sprout and you'll see grass growth. Be sure to empty and rinse the bottom tray daily to remove the possibility of bacteria or mold developing. A light watering daily is all they need. In about 7 days, you'll have a mess-proof tray of cat grass to offer to your kitty. We start these every couple days, so we always have a supply on hand. A common concern you hear from cat families is that they'd love to have flowers in the home, but as we know, cats can be prone to tasting or playing with flowers and plants, creating unknown dangers. Simply licking pollen off their paws can prove fatal when dangerous flowers are in the home, like lilies, for example. We're going to go over some cut flowers that are not only beautiful, but are safe if your furry friend takes a nibble. First are roses. Be sure to remove the thorns and leaves. Another great flower are sunflowers. Snapdragons are also non-toxic for your furry friends and for humans as well. Another great flower that's easy to grow and seeds itself is a zinnia. Nasturtiums are not only edible for humans, but they are also safe if your cat takes a nibble. You can easily make a beautiful bouquet that is safe to display in your home or share with a fellow cat-loving friend, but there's one problem you have left to solve. How do you prevent the vase from being knocked over, huge water messes, and a possible broken vase? First, try to choose shatterproof vases, but most importantly, grab a little of that putty we used earlier to secure your kitty kitchen garden planter. Use a small amount on the bottom edge of the vase. This should prevent any tipping accidents and keep your flowers, your cat, and your counter safe. Another important note is that most cut flowers from stores are treated with pesticides. When sourcing your flowers, you'll want to seek out organic. We grow most of our cut flowers here at the sanctuary, but in the reference section, I've included some sources of organic flower deliveries. Another great option is to pick up some cut flowers at your local nursery and cut them straight from the plant. Just be sure to verify that they do not use pesticides at their location. Flowers often come with little preservative packets. Be sure not to use these as these are toxic to cats.
Now that you've learned some simple steps to start incorporating indoor gardening for your cat, we look forward to seeing your kitties enjoying their own beneficial gardens. Meow. Thanks.
Welcome back, everybody. Why am I laughing? It's just because I moved a little bit and a kitten hair just went floating and I turned into a kitten because I was just hypnotized by the kitten hair floating around in here. And oh, there it is. There it is. Got it. Hey man, I'm surrounded by kittens in here at the Kitten Rescue at Kitten Rescue's Kitten Center here in Los Angeles. There'll be information all over the place. Oh, hello. Hello. Listen, it's my party. I'll meow if I want to. Mwah. Hello, my baby. So anyway, first of all, many thanks to April and of course to Paisley for all that great information. When you grow up, you're going to be able to just graze and eat fun stuff that's not going to be dangerous for you. Because honestly, the list of things that is dangerous for cats when it comes to plant life is vast, you know. So great work from April to get us started on this. I'm just about to get started, by the way, myself. We're about to start planting in our catio. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm scared, you know. Plants don't live very long in my house, but with April's guidance, It looks like I'll be able to. Listen, if Paisley can do it, Child can do this kind of thing, Cat Daddy can do it too, right? We'll see. In the meantime, I love that information, by the way. I mean, catnip is great, but catnip is not for every cat. Some cats don't respond to catnip at all, but some respond negatively. Get to know who your cat is, because it's really important. I mean, some cats are, kind of happy drunks, and some cats are mean drunks. It lowers inhibitions. So if they're the kind of cat that's just going to roll over and just go to sleep, that's great. Some may be picking a fight out in the parking lot. You never know. So get to know your cat. But in the meantime, wonderful information. Also, many thanks to Ego Zhao. I always panic. Ego Zhao, and also to Jess Thoren for all that amazing fostering info. And you're going to get a lot more personal information here about what folks have done to level up their game. That's what this is all about. I mean, it's all about what we have done to level up. And that means hi. And that means for the first time that you're having a cat in your life, whether you're fostering or whether you've adopted, whether you're taking care of cats in your neighborhood, in your community, who maybe you never even noticed before. I have heard more stories about folks who were like, wait a minute, there's cats all over my neighborhood. I didn't notice it until I was home for a year, but now we do notice it. And what are we going to do next? Well, that actually leads very nicely into what we're going to be doing next. Really excited about this one. Of course, our good friend Hannah Shaw, Kitten Lady, is going to be talking about the concept of full circle. The idea that you look out there and you go, who's that? And who that is out there. If they haven't already been TNR'd, those guys are where these guys come from. And it's important for us to start thinking about this whole situation holistically and what we can do all the way around, and to make sure that at the same time we're taking care of kittens, we're helping them be their best selves, but at the same time trying to just reduce their numbers, trying to make sure that we are TNRing all of the cats in our area, because if we all get involved in TNR, we're gonna make the problem just dramatically. We'll be talking about that a little bit later on. But Hannah's coming up now, totally stoked. And Hannah, take it away.
Hey cat campers, and happy spring. I'm Hannah Shaw, but most people know me as Kitten Lady. And right now we are in the middle of kitten season. This is a really important time for people to be getting involved in kitten rescue. But kitten rescue is not just about foster care and volunteering with these little ones. It's also about kitten prevention. And so today what I'm going to be talking about is a strategy called Full Circle. And this is a program and an approach to kitten rescue that seeks to stop the kitten crisis in its tracks. I'm really excited to share it with you, so check it out.
Every spring and summer, countless kittens are found outdoors by caring members of the public. Some of them are feral or unsocialized to humans, and some of them are so young that they can't survive without specialized care. Many of them are sick or in critical condition. Being so young and vulnerable, babies can suffer from exposure to the elements or exposure to illnesses in the colonies where they are born. During kitten season, these babies pour into the U.S. shelter system by the thousands, coming in buckets and in boxes, and in the arms of panicked Good Samaritans in desperate need of a safe place to go. Looking into the faces of these kittens, it's easy for everyone to agree that they are all worthy of our care and our protection. And so we build up foster programs. We start kitten nurseries. We try to gain public support for programs that save kittens' lives. We pour our resources, time, and money into saving these little lives, these worthy little lives. And kitten rescue feels like this uphill battle that never ends. The kittens just keep coming and coming and coming. Sometimes as a movement, we're so caught up in the never-ending flood of kittens that we forget to step back and see the bigger picture. We neglect the opportunity to take a full circle approach that saves the kittens who do exist, while also preventing more from being born. You see, kitten prevention is not as simple as telling people to spay and neuter their companion animals. Because the fact is that the majority of kittens born in the United States every year don't come from companion animals at all. 80% of the kittens born in the US are born outdoors. So when you find a kitten outside, they didn't just emerge out of thin air. They're not dropped off in the neighborhood by a stork. They're not born from the local raccoons and possums. These kittens have families. They have mothers and fathers. They have a history.
That's Cider's mama.
Cider have breakfast too?
Yeah, he looks just like her. Hi. She does look just like Cider. You're the mama?
If you find kittens in your community, those kittens are telling you a story. And the story is that somewhere nearby, there are cats who need your help. Go to a place where a kitten was found, and I promise you'll start to notice an incredible trend. Here are a few examples. These orange kittens were found in a neighborhood, and when I went back and visited, look who I found. Or what about Raina, this tiny tortie who was found on a sidewalk? On that same street, here's a mama cat who looks just like her. And Sweet Ruthie, track down her address where she was found, and you'll find an entire family of color points. I love to share photos like this because I think it helps to illustrate a very important point, that over and over, you're going to find that your rescued kittens do in fact come from colonies of cats. These cats are community cats. They're free-roaming cats who live outdoors, and without our intervention, they will breed exponentially. As this cycle repeats itself year after year, you might start to ask yourself, what are we even doing if we're simply rescuing individual kittens from these colonies and leaving behind the families to continue to procreate? The kittens will never stop coming, and the population will simply grow year after year, and our work will never be done. It's like there's a hole in the bucket, and sometimes we're so busy trying to clean up the mess and mop the floor that we forget that we can also plug the leak. And so I started to take a different approach that I call Full Circle. A Full Circle program is a promise to the kittens that they will be the last to be born in their colony, so that no future kittens will have to suffer, and so that their family will stop being a constant source of kittens entering the shelter system. I call it a Full Circle program because it's a holistic, big picture strategy that makes a permanent impact for the community and stops the kitten crisis exactly where it starts. A Full Circle program is a community cat sterilization program, but in the context of kitten prevention. It's specifically targeting the colonies where rescued kittens are found. A Full Circle program works like this. A kitten is brought to an animal shelter or rescue. As part of the intake process, the organization must ask the finder the location of where the kitten was found and document that information. It needs to be a specific address or at least a cross street. This is the most important part because if you don't know where the kitten is from, you can't help their family. It's also critical that shelters be willing to share this information with their transfer partners so that if the kitten goes to a rescue, that rescue has the option of going out and helping the family too. Once the kitten is in the organization's hands, it's up to them to start the process. The sooner you can get out to the colony, the better. In some cases, you'll be able to find the mama and you can reunite the babies right away. In other cases, you might find that there are additional kittens who need help, and you'll be so glad that you went to check out the site. When you go to the neighborhood, your job is to collect as much information as you possibly can. You walk, knock, and talk. Speak with neighbors. This part is so important. I'll usually say something like,
"Knock, knock, knock. Hi, my name is Hannah and I work with a local cat rescue organization. I'm here because I actually rescued some kittens who were born on your block. Have you ever seen these kittens before? Here's a picture." So I'm just walking around the neighborhood and talking to people, trying to get some more information about the cats in your area. Do you ever see cats walking around the neighborhood? Where do you see them? Do you know who might be feeding them? Oh, you're the one feeding them? That's great. Thank you so much for your compassion. I actually brought you a couple of bags of cat food that I can give you. And what I'd love to do is come back in a couple of days with some humane traps. I'm gonna set the traps around the neighborhood, and if I have your permission, I would love to set some in your front yard or in your backyard where you're seeing cats. And what I'll do is bring the cats to be sterilized and vaccinated, and then I'll bring them right back a couple days later so that the cats will get to continue being here. You can keep feeding them, but this way they just won't keep creating more and more kittens in the alleys and under your porch. How does that sound? Awesome!
Usually 1 or 2 questions will be enough to open up the floodgates, and people will tell you everything. They'll tell you, oh yes, they're being fed by a couple down the road. They'll tell you, oh, we find kittens every few months underneath our shed back there. They'll tell you, actually, we have some kittens in our yard right now. They'll tell you we know who the mother is. They'll tell you so many useful things. And of course, some people will be happy to talk to you. Some people will tell you to go away. Either way, you can go a long way with some free bags of cat food, some kitten photos, and some patience and kindness. You have to be patient with people, but also be persistent. Sometimes people are feeding cats in a neighborhood and they feel embarrassed, or they're scared that you're there to take the cats. So be a source of compassion and empathy for them. Show up with a bag of kibble and tell them that you think it's awesome that they love the cats, but keep bringing it back to the kittens. I just keep reminding people, I'm fostering some kittens from this neighborhood, and I'm just here to make sure that everybody gets spayed and neutered so that I don't have to keep rescuing kittens from this neighborhood. You can show them photos, explain that you're there for one reason and one reason only, to ensure that no more babies are being born in that particular colony. It can take some time to survey the area. Sometimes you need to go back 2 or 3 times before you've got rapport with the neighbors, or before you know exactly how many cats are there and where they congregate and what time. But don't give up. Once you feel that you know the need, you can set your appointment with a spay-neuter clinic. Be sure you're choosing a clinic that accepts community cats. Then you want to access some humane traps. There are lots of trap loan programs, often with the clinic you're using or with a local animal rescue. Try to get as many traps as there are cats in the colony, ideally. Make a plan to trap the day before the appointment, at the time of day when the cats are used to eating. And make sure that the caregivers in the neighborhood don't feed the cats that day. You need them to be hungry enough to step inside the trap. Bait the trap with some delicious food. Items like stinky fish or wet food do great. And then set that trap and stand by at a distance. Once you've caught the cat, cover them completely in a large towel so that they stay calm. Bring them to the clinic for their appointment. The clinic will spay or neuter them, provide vaccination, and give them an ear tip, which is a sign that they've been through the program. Hold the cats for recovery overnight, leaving them in their trap. The next day, if they are bright and alert and have no post-operative concerns, you can return them to their colony. And of course, keep returning until all of the cats in the colony have been sterilized. Here's an example of a full circle program in action. I rescued a little kitten named Chickpea, who was so cute and roly-poly and round and adorable. Everybody loved Chickpea. But if you love Chickpea, then you ought to go back to the place that Chickpea is from and help the whole family. And so my rescue organization, Orphan Kitten Club, showed up at the colony and we got to work.
Right now we're in a backyard where there are a lot of cats running around. We saw some little kittens, we've seen some adult cats, and they all look curiously like Chickpea. We have a little kitten that we rescued from the shelter, but she came from this neighborhood. And so that was how we found out, and we just wanted to come back and help all of the other cats. And it's funny because she look, that looks just like her.
Yes.
That looks exactly like her.
We just had actually the girl kitten with the pink collar, black and white.
Yeah.
We had 6 of them.
Yeah.
2 went to the actual rescue.
Yeah, let me show you a picture of the one that we had. She was one of the first cats here?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you seen her have babies before?
Yes.
Yes.
The little ones. There's another little one somewhere.
She's the mom of the little ones running around right now?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
There's so many. They're gonna call my mom the cat woman.
We're about to get this guy here.
It's her.
Mm-hmm.
Like animals, but you know, there's too many.
Sure.
You can't feed them
We
all.
always say, we love cats, but we don't need any more. Come on, there we go. It's gonna go. All right, we got the cat,
Look.
but the kitten
Look.
is right behind. He just ran off, but we'll get him next.
Here we go.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go. Yes, that's, oh my gosh, she stepped over it. The cat is in the trap, but she didn't step.
On the
Hang
plate.
on. We gotta get her to step on it. Oh,
There we go.
There we go. Okay, got it.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Took long enough?
She was like so dainty.
I know. We've caught, how many have we caught? We caught a kitten, a mama cat, a boy cat. We've caught, I think, 4 cats that all look identical to Chickpea, and we have like 2 or 3 more that we've already spotted. So let's go do some more. Hi. That one looks just like Chickpea. Hi, baby. Okay. All right, we got the other kitten. So I'm gonna just transfer the kitten into here because this kitten is a really good age for socializing. Hi. What do you think? He looks like
Chickpea.
I know, you look like Chickpea too. Slide this open, there you go. Welcome. Okay, there's Chickpea's cousin or nephew or brother or someone. Hi. But all I know is that's definitely Chickpea's relative. Hi. Hello, Chickpea cousin. We just caught the second baby, so now we get to put them back together. I'm sure they'll be happy to see their friend. Hi, honey bunch. You ready? Here you go. Go see your friend. Hi, babies. Oh my God, it's Chickpea times 2. Take a look.
Chickpeas.
Those are the Chickpedos. The Chickpedos. Look at ya. I mean, spitting image. When you rescue a kitten, your work is not done. Your work is just beginning. Rescuing that kitten is the sign to you that there's something going on in the neighborhood where that kitten came from. And you can see, you know, when we come to the neighborhoods, you just find their entire extended family. Like in the past, I used to always just go to the shelter and get kittens and accept the story that like, oh, they're an orphan, you know, there was no family there, nobody saw them. But really, you know, most of the time when you go to the address, you actually do find a family. So I encourage people to get curious about where your kittens are from, get the address, go back, address the root cause. It's time for Name That Chickpea Mom. Is Chickpea's mother behind trap number 1? Looks pretty similar. Or is she behind trap number 2? Hello. You look really similar too. Or is she trap number 3? We got a butt, but guess what? Looks just like her too. Well, it all runs in the family.
By engaging in a full circle approach to kitten rescue, you can do some pretty amazing things. One of the amazing things you can do is reunite kittens with their mother. Reuniting moms and babies allows the babies to receive the very best care in the world, while also reducing the need for bottle baby foster parents. And the mamas can then be sterilized so that there's no more babies born in the colony.
Check under the hood. Oh yeah, that's mom. So you can see this is the mom. She's lactating. She looks just like her babies, so we're gonna reconnect her with her little guys. Oh, she's cleaning her baby.
Full Circle also helps community members who are so grateful when someone shows up to offer them help. Over and over again, you'll have people thank you, hug you, and express their gratitude, not just for helping those kittens from their community, but also for showing up in compassion and empathy to help them solve an ongoing problem, one that may have been going on for years. And of course, Full Circle helps the shelter, because kittens entering the shelter doors often come from the same neighborhood year after year. You're making a permanent impact by stopping the kitten crisis at its source. It is our duty as a movement to make this happen. The Full Circle strategy is something we should all be aiming for, whether we are private individual rescuers or large municipal shelters. It's not enough to simply scoop up kittens every single summer. It's time that we work smarter, not harder, and make a lasting change for kittens by bringing kitten rescue full circle.
Welcome back, you guys. Yeah, I'm all masked up here because we're about to go into the kitten rescue nursery here in Los Angeles. Check out what these guys are doing. In the meantime, I didn't mention this after the kitty garden piece. We do have catnip over at the Cat Camp store, along with a lot of other fun stuff, including this here piece of fine apparel and a lot of other fine apparel. Also, see this mask chain right here? These chains are rocking, made by our very own Jessica Martela, and they are also available on the Cat Camp store as well. Christina has made masks for you guys. Those are there as well. Lots of great stuff over at the store. Just go to the link above the video and go shopping, you guys. Go shopping for Cat Camp. In the meantime, let's do this. We're going to go on into the nursery here and see what's going on down in there. Follow me. Hello. Hello. Hey, guys.
Hi.
All right, come on in. So we are here in the nursery. Meet Lindsay. She is the nursery manager. That's the right title.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And we're going to make sure no kittens escape here, because that would be tragic. So we are here now. I know that a lot goes on in here. That's not just nurseryizing, but tell me, like, when things are crazy here, which they're not crazy at the moment. But what do you guys do?
For the most part, we take in underage kittens, so under 8 weeks is what we focus on, and then whatever comes up with those kittens, they may or may not end up staying here. We try and do a quick turnaround and get them out to a foster home as soon as possible. Sometimes they may be sicker than that, and they end up staying here. We do have some special needs kittens and cats in here right now that may be here forever. We don't know. Right. So so for the most part, we try and do like a quick turnaround of.
And I know that you got an incubator here. You can take care of the most vulnerable little neonates here as well. And also, guys, we have bottle babies. And I know we're going to meet Daniel here in a second, who is also here. And I don't think he's slept in quite a while. If you guys have fostered bottle babies before, you know that sleep is not exactly on the menu, right? Have you personally done a lot of bottle babies?
Not in my house, no.
But you got to be here.
But here, yeah.
I'm sure it's crazy.
But my cats wouldn't tolerate bottle babies in my house.
Oh, there's that.
Yeah. So
we learned that lesson really the hard way in our house. I mean, once it's full, it's full. And I know that you guys have been asking that question. We'll get back on chat in a little while. If you're not on chat, get on there. If you guys are watching from YouTube or Facebook, at some point hop on over to catcamp.com so that you can actually chat with us. We'll be talking a little bit. I've been seeing great questions, by the way, you guys, and answering it amongst yourselves. Our counselors are in there talking about foster care right now. Wonderful stuff, inspiring stuff. So speaking of inspiring stuff, come on, take me on a tour around here.
Let's come and see these guys over here. So this is affectionately known as Huff Plaza, because it started out as the Powerpuff Girls, who are the OG girls are the two here, and that's a dog.
I was gonna say, and let's play Find the Dog.
Yeah.
There's the dog.
So Blossom and Bubbles are original Powerpuff Girls, and they came to us as like 10-day-old kittens.
Oh wow.
So as far as we were concerned, they were normal 10-day-old kittens, and it wasn't until they got older and were just like falling around and stuff that we realized that they had a condition that they couldn't stand. So cerebellar hyperplasia is a condition very severe. So if they don't walk, they will never walk. But
All right, campers, we're back, and I am absolutely excited. I'm frothing with excitement here right now because we have Arthur Moyes with us, the TNVR coordinator for Miami-Dade Animal Services. And I can't tell you, man, how excited I am that you're a part of this. It's great to have you here.
No, it's great. On behalf of Miami-Dade Animal Services and myself, it's a pleasure to be here, man. Awesome. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Of course. Now, we met some years ago, and at the time, your reputation preceded you. And I think we were talking about this off camera, that you had only been at Miami-Dade for not very long. When did you start there?
I started in 14, and not too long after I made a coordinator.
It was groundbreaking. What you stepped into there in terms of your position, and what Miami-Dade had committed to in terms of community cats wasn't happening in many cities. And so, you know what, I'm interested. Let me back up for a second. Tell me about you. Like, before you joined up with Miami-Dade, were you working with animals? Tell me about your life.
Okay. Real short, the bio on myself. Grew up in U.S. Virgin Islands. Of course, island kid. We came up here around 1978. Just, went to school, graduated, and went to military. Worked on the flight deck on a couple carriers, and got out and I started driving trucks, commercial trucks, vehicles. I did that for like 20 years. And my last commercial gig was driving the city bus. And I was like, man, I got to get out of here, man. These people are crazy.
Yeah. So, you're like, I got to go work with non-humans. I got to go work with animals, right?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was suicide. Like, I mean, 4 months I was gone. I saw the position for the transport operator here at ASD, and I was out. I came here, and God had a bigger calling for me, and I came here, and they always treated me with respect. And when the position came available, I applied for it, and I had time to actually learn about cats and dogs, and just, knowing that there are different personalities going on with them. So I went from a complete dog guy to a cat guy all of a sudden, because I saw what what was beneficial about them. The light came on exactly, and I was hooked. So ever since then, and the trapping, that's one of the things that got me actually trapping cats, because now I'm out here and I'm actually having fun doing what I'm doing.
We all have the same backstory to a certain degree, which was we never thought this is where our life was going to lead us.
Right.
We always were just like, our friends are like, wait, you're doing what now? You know what I mean? You're like, you're working, you're scooping poop right now. It was the same story.
Yeah.
But you found your way into into loving trapping, which is something that's a real special, I don't know, sweet spot. Did you find like as when you first started trapping that it was just this instant like, oh man, I'm good at this?
Oh yeah, I mean, it takes different levels, and when your mind is dedicated to getting the job done, or that particular cat that just wants to evade you, and you spend that extra time just to make sure that you trap them. Yeah, it gets pretty interesting on the things that you'll do to make sure that you get that cat in for sterilization. Absolutely.
Yeah. When you first started the program itself, what I'm seeing here is you went from a 39% save rate to a 90% save rate for cats in 2020.
Yes, sir.
First of all, congratulations, man.
Oh man, thank you. On behalf of us,
overwhelming success.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they introduced it in 2012 as a pilot program. It was just a pilot program when it started, and it picked up. We got good people on board. We had some very good people, we still do, and just the community started to gravitate around the program. And the Good Samaritans would, in droves, they would come through. And then the volunteers, we're fortunate in Miami, I promise you, to have the type of volunteers that we do. They're dedicated, they're passionate, and they're loyal. I mean, I can call some of my trappers up at 2 a.m. and they'll be there, because we have an event going on for like 2 days or a whole entire week. We just had an event, it's called the Beat the Heat event, where we try to beat the cat season heat coming in, and we trapped cats for a week, 24 hours a day, and we had a mobile unit set up and waiting to get those cats sterilized. So yeah,
first of all, best name in the world. Beat the Heat is that you guys win. Best name of 2021 easily. Did you feel like when you first started, and I would have been, I'll be honest with you, man, I would have been scared if I were you. Going into a lot of these communities and trying to convince people that these are not pests, they're not to be exterminated. People just like, get these guys out of here, and you've got to try to find a footprint in these communities to find people who really and care about them. Were those early experiences, what were they like?
I kind of just jumped into it both feet, and I never looked back. That's one thing about me. I never really looked back, but I learned early on that you have to get into everybody's mindset. What is that person going through, whether they're really passionate about the animals or they really don't like the cats? You got to find out where their mindset is, join them in that, but then educate them on ways that they can relieve themselves of that pressure, of that stress when it comes to cats. If you can do that, you can gain them as an ally and get your job done. And everybody's happy, but it has to be a mutual give and take.
And that's, oh, go ahead, man, I'm sorry.
No, you can't, like, word I like to use is Debo. You can't really make people do anything. You have to try and join them and get them to understand where you're coming from and what's been going on for a long time. So we've coexisted with cats for a long time. So that's not going to change. And if anything, with the laws in place, the anti-cruelty laws, for the most part, people can just get themselves in bigger trouble than if they just go along and just find ways to coexist with these animals. So that's the place I try to get them to. Understand the process, understand why they're here. They have a reason for being here. Everybody has a reason for being here, including these cats. So just give them their opportunity and let me help you to help them, and we can all live together.
You know, it's interesting because I mean, I'm a New Yorker, and growing up, you know, cats were a part of the community that I grew up in. My earliest memories of cats were the bodega cats. You know, they were working cats, and they had their job in the shops, and they controlled the mice, as they've been doing for tens of thousands of years with us.
There you go.
And I love the way that you're putting it in that sort of nutshell there, that it's like just trying to remind people, hey, we work together. We've been doing this for a long time together, and it's better than fighting it, you know?
Exactly.
And you know, Arthur, you and I remember you saying this to me the first time we met, was your emphasis on communication, your emphasis on finding those lanes of communication. Now, when it comes to training new volunteers and getting more people involved, have you guys found ways to approach different type of people and to know, like, if you start talking to someone, how are you going to navigate this conversation to get them accepting and to a degree involved with these cats?
Absolutely. It's all about respect. At every level, it's all about respect. Once you approach that person, find out what's going on, where their mindset is, and you do it with respect and just honesty. It has to be transparent. If you can't be transparent and they see through that, you're in trouble right away. So be transparent, let them know why you're there, what you're doing, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just be honest.
And but now, are there different types of people that you know you're going to come into contact with?
Definitely. We have, I got names for them. It's like Passionate Pamela, right? She loves cats. Loves cats. She will stop traffic to pick a kitten up off the highway. She'll feed cats 2-3 times a day, every day of the week. She'll pay the veterinarian bills and you know, with no problem. She may lose a fiance or two, boyfriend, because he doesn't like the cats. But she loves cats. Now there's Neutral Nick is what I call him. Nick, he doesn't mind the cats on his cars, in his property. You know, he doesn't mind. But you know, if Nick came home one day and the cat was gone, yeah, he probably just shrug his shoulders and going about his way. But then there's Dennis, despising Dennis. He doesn't like cats at all. He doesn't like cats. May have had Dennis, you know, he might have had a traumatic moment as a child with a cat. Maybe allergic, you know, may have gone through something that, you know, he just doesn't like cats. They're pooping in his flower bed or taking over his patio furniture. You know, he can't enjoy his brand new barbecue area. So with people like Nick, education is the best. So let me ask you a question. Who do you think is the worst person to deal with out of those three?
I mean, I know I'm being set up right now, but I got it. I mean, obviously, Dennis has got to be the toughest, right?
No, it's not Dennis. It's not Dennis. Dennis.
How could it not be Dennis, man?
All I have to do to convince Dennis is to show him ways to keep the cats off his property humanely. That's all I got to do with Dennis. Dennis wants the cats gone. So all I got to do is show him how to humanely keep cats off of his property, and me and Dennis are best friends. Now, Passionate Pamela, on the other hand, she has a twin sister that's so passionate. She's called Truly Passionate Pamela. She won't allow the cats to be sterilized. She loves kittens so much.
Oh, I know. Okay.
That she won't allow them to be sterilized. She won't allow them to be vaccinated. She doesn't mind having a room of 30 cats that keep procreating. So getting through to a Passionate Pamela, to me, is much more energy than getting through to Dennis. So that's my
so
mindset.
interesting, man.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. I got to tell you a quick story because I don't think I told you the story because we hadn't filmed it yet. We did an episode of my show here in Los Angeles, and it was actually like 10 blocks from my actual house. Not that I told anybody that, but anyway. And there was this woman who wrote in, and she said that she lived in a cul-de-sac, and everybody had put the onus on her to be the cat person, to sterilize everybody. And she said, you know, it's been 15 years and I'm losing control of these colonies. And so we went around the neighborhood and got people on board. And I guess in sort of the way that you would do it, I'm sure you do it better. But anyway, we were filming. We did this big all-night trapping session. And we go off and we set, you know, God, we must have set 20 traps around this cul-de-sac. And so all of a sudden I'm on camera talking, and all of a sudden you hear a trap go. And we had been waiting for the first trap. So we're like, killer, let's go. And we go down there and somebody had sprung the trap. And I look around me and there are 4 more traps that were sprung. And then I see this guy sneaking out his front door with a massive plate of chicken, and he's putting this big plate of chicken down, and we stop him. We go, man, what are you doing? We're trying to, and he goes, I know you, you're going to take these kittens away and you're going to kill them. And I'm not going to let you do. Is that the kind of thing that you run into? People who think that you're there to round up cats and kill them?
Yeah, I mean, for a long time, a lot of the shelters across the country have had a bad name for euthanizing healthy cats for space or whatever the reason was. And I'm glad this is not one of them anymore. So when you get to people that really love cats and they see you and they think that you're about to harm these animals, that's the part that gets me more motivated to learn different ways to communicate with them, to get them to understand that, you know, sometimes you're going to get through, sometimes you won't, to be honest with you. Some people will just, I've had guys that were, and gals who were almost abusive. And I have had an incident where one of them attacked one of my trappers. And I promise you, I wouldn't be here today talking to you if I was there. I had an emergency I had to take care of, and I couldn't be there, but they went to trap that area. And if you don't have permission to be on that property, you don't go on that property, but you can trap on the streets or on the corners. And that's what they were doing. This person lost it and threw the equipment out of the car, started pulling hair, and it got crazy. So you have people you're just not gonna get through to. Kittens are suffering, eyes are falling out. You can see the disease in the animals, and they just don't want the help. So it's on those times you just find opportune moments to go there and trap those cats and get them taken care of.
How do you, I mean, how have you, I'm sure that you have gotten it down to a science. Let's say that you're going into a brand new community.
Right.
This is the first time that you and your volunteers are going in there. What do? How do you, you know,
we lay the groundwork, first of all. We lay the groundwork.
Tell me
we let
about
everybody know you're coming, whether it be a flyer, you come through and you hand out. We have door hangers that we can hang on each door, or we have flyers, or if it's an HOA or someplace where you have a community, you can actually get the front office to send out a memo to everyone and let them know, hey, we're going to be coming at this time. This is actually what we're doing. The cats will be brought back. If you have pet cats that's already sterilized but doesn't have an ear tip, go ahead and keep those guys indoors for the time that we're going to be there. And it's a date, but it's a double-sided sword with that memo, because the people who doesn't want you there, they know when you're coming, so now they start throwing food out. So you have to be prepared for that. There's always obstacles that you have to deal with when you're dealing with people that's so passionate they don't want you in their circle. So that's number one. Announce yourself. Let them know you're coming. Let them know what you're doing. Be as transparent as possible. Let them know that if you need to count every cat that I trap that day, or in those days, you can see them and you can see them come back. I prefer, and I get people's phone numbers and I say, hey, when these cats come back, I'm going to call you and let you know, hey, I'm at your gate, or I'm here and I need you to see these cats come back. Here's my phone number or my card. I don't ever want you thinking that these cats are going to be euthanized to kill, healthy. No, that's not happening. So here's my information. You can call me up at any time, and I'm going to call you when these cats are going to be returned. And that's what we do. But when we go trapping, we try to go in groups to avoid any incident where there's any type of violence or anything like that. Group trapping is always best for safety, because a lot of people trap at night. We trap at night in the areas that we go to, and anything can happen anywhere. So I just try to make it safe for everyone and trap together. I would love to have more men look at this program and understand that this is something that you can do. It's not a, just because it's got a lot of men that got a stigma about cats. I don't do cats, but it's a community effort. It's a community thing. It's affecting you in one way or another, whether you realize it or not. So join it, and just be a part of it, and we can move on. So no, I just think it's a group thing, number one, and being transparent.
In the past couple of years, I mean, how many cats are being sterilized under your watch?
Whoa. Last year we did just under 12,000 cats, just under 12,000 cats last year. In 2020, we did just over 12,000 cat sterilizations. And that's all the groups: Good Samaritan, Caddy Volunteers, and our staff. Just over 12,000 2020, and 2019, 2020, and 2020, 21, we did just under 12,000. And that's amidst COVID. Yeah,
I was gonna say, man. I mean, again, totally different conversation for some other time. But man, to do 12,000 when the world was falling down around us, man, that is just freaking phenomenal. My God,
that's a testament to the passion of these people here, man. It's just they.
But I'm just going to say to you, Arthur, that you foster that passion and bring it out in people. And these cats have been victimized for so long, and gone. If they're not invisible, they're treated like pests. They're picked off. They're dumped. They're treated less than any other cat. And your programs are fostering compassion, and it's amazing. Let me ask you something. I had another question for you. Oh, we got to talk about this before I lose you, because this thing. Tell me about the TIP program, man. Tell me about that.
TIP program. Oh man, it's another fantastic initiative that Miami-Dade Animal Services introduced, and it's amazing because in the past, we had trappers that were doing this for the love of the cats. That was it. They were spending their own resources with whether it was gas, cat food, traps. They were spending this on their own, and they're bringing the cats in, and it was nothing. So they came up with the idea to pay a stipend of $15 per cat, trapped. And there's rules to it. You have to be humane, humanely treat the cat correctly. Take the cat back. You have to return the cat yourself once it's done, a cat or cats. And they're paid a $15 stipend once the paperwork is done. And that goes for community.
And have you seen?
That goes for the community and our trappers, not just our trappers. This is for the community also. They can come in and say, listen, I got a cat I want to present for sterilization, and I'd like to participate in the TIP program. And they will get paid $15 for that cat. Regular homeowner.
And they will, and then you, but then of course you have to sort of track that cat back to make sure they're returned, right?
They when they drop the cat off, We take it through the services. When they pick that cat up, they return it. We don't like physically follow them to see where they take the cat.
Right.
No.
Right.
It's too many, but we have to entrust them to do the right thing and take those cats back. Just like anybody else that brings cats in the building. Good Samaritans, it has to be a trust. There's no way we can follow that many cats and people.
Finally, Arthur, I mean, like I said, man, I could talk to you all day long.
Right.
I want to ask you about, let's say we got, and you guys that are watching right now, just know that you can go at any point here. A lot of what we're talking about today is over in the prep section of the Cat Camp website. You can hit that tab and see a lot of what Arthur and I have been talking about. And by the way, we're not here to talk about how to teach you how to use a trap and all that. There is plenty of resources online and on YouTube, and Hannah has actually done a great video on trapping that you can check out on her YouTube channel. Anyhow, the point is here that we're touching on a lot of different things, but what I wanted to pick your brains about just for a second. If you had to give people some really like quick tips about going out there and trapping, for instance, now we all know that everybody has little secrets when it comes to what kind of food you're going to put in a trap. What's your secret sauce over there?
I mean, KFC, Popeyes.
There it is. There it is, man. It's a KFC. It's a Popeyes. That is universal. Everybody knows that, man.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks it's all about the sardines and everything like that.
No.
But KFC, man.
Yeah. I want to say even Publix rotisserie chicken, they go nuts, man. Yeah. So yeah.
There it is.
That's it.
See, take it from Arthur, you guys.
No,
and
man.
And I think what's also important is for folks to know that you're not going to get anywhere. I mean, based on that story I was telling you guys about that plate of chicken, if the cats are eating, if they're not motivated, then they're not going to go in.
They're not going to go in. But
yeah. So what about in terms of the cats that you have found? I mean, this is just completely my curiosity. Like really hard to trap cats, trap savvy cats. And when we say trap savvy, maybe they've been trapped before, but you know, the ones that you've had a hard time, have there been, besides just being patient, is there anything else that you've found that can help with those guys?
Yes. A lot of people use rope and they connect with the drop trap, they connect the string with one of those metal hooks, and that makes noise. Even the remote control that some people use for the drop trap, they have the remote control, that makes noise. As soon as they hear that go off, they take off. Use fishing line. Use a heavy test line, fishing line, and you can go as far away as you want. That cat doesn't even know you're there. Get some binoculars. Very important.
Wow.
Get some binoculars and go as far away as you want. Slowly pull that fishing line and let the pressure relieve that leg and drops on that cat. You got him. Put the leg on a piece of wood so he won't hear it moving. So he goes in because he's alone. He doesn't see you. He doesn't smell you. And that's the thing. A lot of people wear cologne and all that kind of stuff when they go trapping, perfume. Don't do it. They know you're there. So use fishing line instead of
that's
rope.
a great, the fishing line is a great one, but the cologne, the perfume, that totally, that's an amazing. I mean, we got to remember, you guys, that the cats right in the middle of that food chain, man, they're always hunting, but they're always aware of being hunted at the same time.
Always aware.
And their noses are so sensitive, man. And
absolutely.
That's a great point right there. And
I got
just
one more.
For any of you guys, go for it. I just wanted to clear one thing up. If you guys don't know what a drop trap is, there's different types of traps out there. And again, you can research this. There's the normal, you know, the standard ones where the cat walks in and they get to the end of the trap where the food is and they step on it and the door closes. What Arthur's talking about in terms of a drop trap is with cats that we're talking about that are just a little more trap savvy. We were having trouble getting them to go all the way in there. A drop trap is basically manual. So think of like, Wile E. Coyote in a Roadrunner, man. It's just like, there's a little trap and there's a little stick and whoop, down it comes. And it's just a traditionally an easier way when you've been tracking someone for a while, Realize this, when Arthur's talking about, 12,000 cats, that's 12,000 sterilizations, which means that is a generation of kittens that didn't get born. And remember how things multiply in the cat world with as many times as cats can go into heat. And down where Arthur is in Miami, it's hot weather, which means that it's always kitten season.
Year round.
Year round, man. So listen, the amount of suffering that you have prevented and the amount of community buy-in that you've fostered, and you're basically laying the groundwork so that when it's time for you to kick back your heels, man, and just stop working, that you can leave this work to people who you brought into the fold, and that's got to feel really good for you.
Oh, man, it's amazing. Awesome feeling. Awesome feeling. I want to make TNVR a household phrase. And I think that if everyone in their communities, homeowners, business owners, just cheering around your home, cheering around your property, this overpopulation would go away overnight if everybody just did their area.
What Arthur does and what MDAS is doing down there is big work. But as he's saying right now, man, you just do yours, and prevent what we've seen in terms of the explosion of numbers.
Yes.
And I say amen, man. I think we could, if everybody just took care of theirs, we could get ahead of this. So don't be scared, you guys. Don't be scared. You can start just with the few that you've seen roaming around your house, and from there maybe you'll wind up wearing that shirt, man, walking around like you're like a spay neuter deputy, but all right, Arthur, man, thank you so very much for all that you do.
It's a pleasure.
I'm going to remind you guys again, you can go to the prep page on catcamp.com. There's a tab, you click on it. What Arthur and I have been talking about and more is laid out there for you guys, so you can find out more about what they're doing down in Miami, and also what you can do on a personal level to get involved in this game, to level up, get yourself going, to save cats, man, because let's face it, it's great. We love that you guys love cats, and there's cats out there that need your help, and Arthur needs your help, man. 18,000 square miles and 3 staff members.
19,000, yeah.
Oh no, sorry, I left out 1,000.
All of it counts. No, man, I want to thank you, Hannah Shaw and Christina.
All right,
for
Arthur,
having
man.
us. Me here at Miami-Dade, we appreciate you guys, and thanks for having us. We really do appreciate you guys. All right,
man.
All right.
Thank you for doing all the hard work and exciting so many people. We'll talk to you soon. Hopefully I'll see you again down there.
See you soon.
All right, you guys, we're back in here. I apologize for the glitchiness before, but hey, man, the vagaries of Cat Camp Live, for all you guys who thought we weren't live, now you know. So I'm back here at the Kitten Rescue Nursery. Come on over here and meet Sandra Harrison.
Hi.
You're executive director.
Yes.
Executive director. We are important enough to have the executive director of Kitten Rescue here with us. So let's just run down real quick again for everybody who probably didn't hear because we glitched. What goes on here in the nursery?
Well, this was opened as a 24-hour nursery to focus on the most vulnerable victims of the homeless cat crisis, underage kittens under 8 weeks old. In the past, were often euthanized in city shelters because they're very time consuming. To feed a bottle baby like this, you have to wake up like every 2 or 3 hours during the night.
Oh, boy.
So we had a staff that does that, and that way we can take care of 40 to 50 kittens at a time.
40 to 50?
Well, that's it when it is at full capacity.
Right.
We did not, this is just the beginning of kitten season, and we did knock down our operations due to COVID. We wanted to have less people in. So during COVID, we relied more on fosters. So it was primarily foster days, taking care of the little itty bitties. And so this became sort of a triage center where we would bring them in, get them ready for fosters, and get them to foster homes, and then go save more.
And also, I know that there's an incubator here for the really vulnerable guys.
Yes.
And
We have 2 incubators and an oxygen unit. So we can provide oxygen, like for if kittens have pneumonia, which happens a lot. A lot of little kittens get aspiration pneumonia sometimes.
And it's amazing. I mean, I've known you guys for so long, and to see how this place has adapted and grown and stayed on top of the amazing reputation that you had in LA for so long. The largest foster to adopt network here in Los Angeles, which is saying a lot. It's Los Angeles, you guys. So let's say hi to Ollie here. And Ollie, how old?
He's about 10 days old. His eyes just opened yesterday.
Oh.
Do you want? Let me see if I can get him to look up. Ollie, there he is.
Oh, Ollie. Oh, Ollie. And I know that you just fed Ollie a little bit
Yeah,
ago.
I can try him out. I don't think he's hungry. I'm sorry.
And he's got his little heartbeat buddy here.
Yeah,
For
he's
you
a
guys
single
who don't
bottle
know,
baby.
a single bottle baby. And he has his little stuffed mom here who has a heartbeat going here. And just a great example of the fact that, you know, every life is important here. And we're seeing that more and more in the rescue community, that everybody who comes in deserves a shot.
And I want to explain why he has to stay alone. People might be saying, why don't you put him with a mommy? Why don't you put him with other babies? Because they can't be tested for FELV and FIV at this age, or they could come with something like panleukopenia. Like, we have to ISO them until they're for panleukopenia at least 2 weeks. For other diseases, that's how long it would take to break. And then for FELV, FIV, like the youngest we ever test them is like 4 weeks. And then they could go with another singleton once they've been through an isolation period and had those tests done. So we're just trying to be, you don't want to save them to put them in a bad situation that could rest their life.
Exactly.
So it may be sad, seem very sad that he's by himself, but
Well, and listen, we're all of the same mind here. We're trying to get these guys with other kittens so that from a behavioral standpoint, not just a physical standpoint, they get to be their best selves. And as you guys know by now, that's why we adopt 2 kittens instead of 1, because they get to be their best selves. Okay, before I lose you guys again, because I know I'm going to, I can just feel it in my bones. First of all, if you're in the LA area and you want to adopt somebody, go to kittenrescuela.org, right?
Just kittenrescue.org.
Just kittenrescue.org is what I said. So, yeah, Sandra, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jackson.
And thank you for all the work you do. Now, let's talk about fundraising, you guys, because, I think what's really important is we realize that we all bring something to the game. And I think one of the messages that we send here during our Level Up event is that you can level up your game without even having a game to begin with. Or you take what Hannah Shaw would very aproposly call your superpower. Whatever it is that you bring to the game, bring it harder for the cats. So Erica Danger, who's one of our cat cam counselors, a cat photographer, and foster parent herself, volunteering in different animal welfare organizations throughout the Bay Area in California. She is, collected some stories, and I think they're great representations. We're going to do it in 2 chunks. There'll be another chunk during the day, but Erica right now is going to take it. Erica Danger, let us know what these other folks are doing here. Erica, take it.
Hi cat campers, my name is Erica Danger and I'm a professional pet photographer, designer, and big time cat lady. Today, with the help of some cat campers like you, I'm going to talk to you about fundraising and how incredibly life-changing, even life-saving it can be. Now, because Cat Camp is full of fantastically awesome cat-loving human beings, many of you probably have a favorite animal rescue or a few favorite cat-focused nonprofits that you love. I'd like for you to think about those real quick. They could not do the work that they do without help from the community. People like you, people like me. And for people who work with cats independently, just as individuals, extra funds and supplies enable them to help so much more than paying for everything 100% out of their own pocket. Okay, awesome. Helping more cats, saving more lives is great. Yay! We all know that. But sometimes it can be really hard to ask for money, supplies, or other kinds of help. Maybe just the thought of fundraising makes you a little uncomfortable. Or maybe you're worried that you'll annoy your friends and family by asking for help. Awkward. So awkward. But here's the thing. Whether it's for an organization you love, a litter of kittens you're fostering, or even asking for help with your own pet's medical bills, most people are so happy to help, even just a little bit. They just need a fun and easy way that they can get involved. So it's not awkward when you buy Girl Scout cookies to support your local troops, right? Well, maybe fundraising for you means making something, or selling something, or giving people another type of incentive to donate. Maybe it means showing the grateful animals and organizations that are benefiting from donations, and then writing something captivating on social media that encourages people to give. Here are a few awesome and creative ways that cat campers have helped out in their communities.
Hey campers, Catman and Tommy here, and one fundraiser that we've had a lot of success with is the Cat2 fundraiser. That's the cat tattoo fundraiser, but you're not tattooing cats. Don't do that. You're tattooing cats onto you. So I took this idea to my friend Danny. She thought it was great. She took it to the shop she was working at, got a couple of other artists there who also loved cats to get in on it, and so they made an artwork flash sheet that had a bunch of designs on it for the day. At the first one we did for Cat Town, I actually got this Hood Cats cat tattoo. And that one we raised about $2,500 for Cat Town. Then we did another one for Feral Change at Diving Swallow Tattoo in downtown Oakland. And that's where I got my Ballless and Flawless cat tattoo, which is pretty ridiculous. Me and my buddy DJ got matching cat tattoos at his cat convention, the Catsbury Park Cat Convention in New Jersey. It's a really silly reason to get a tattoo. I'd imagine it's a pretty silly reason to give a tattoo if you're a tattoo artist. So if you don't happen to know any artists yourself, you can always reach out to shops in your area, find them on Instagram, on Facebook, on their website, and reach out and see if they're open to something like that. It's a really fun way to get people into the shop. It's a really fun way to get people to know about the rescue work that you're doing. And it's a really fun way to memorialize cats in your life forever. They're like a walking billboard for you forever. So Meowsers, have fun at camp, and we'll see you at bingo.
Hi, my name is Ashley, and I am a kitten foster. I am a special needs cat parent, and I am also the founder of Biscuits and Breadsticks Kitten Rescue. And I started working with Casey on Project Permaid last year after she had been sewing clothing for her cat and cats all over for free for a while. And we realized that there was an opportunity to engage people who wanted to help a special needs cat but didn't have the ability to take them into their home themselves. So we created a sponsorship program that made it possible for people to either choose a cat that they had learned to love on social media, or we connected them with a new cat that they didn't know before, and they were able to talk to each other and build a relationship with them. And in addition to just covering the cost of like base supplies and shipping, people often made an extra donation. We also made other items available for people to purchase that Casey had hand sewn. And through that, we were actually able to raise over $1,000 for Wren Rescues, which is the organization that is sponsoring Elphaba here, who's my foster kitten, who is paralyzed in her back legs. And we wanted to basically create an opportunity for people to participate in the journeys of these cats and get to know them personally, but also give back to an organization that is taking a chance on cats that other organizations might not have. We're really grateful to have been able to start Project Permaid and utilize a skill that Casey already had and a hobby that she was already doing, and turn it into something that really amplified the impact that special needs cat parents can have in our community. We're really proud of Project Permaid.
Hi cat campers, it's Christina and Scoochie here. Last year we closed our Cat Cafe Meow Parlor to the public because of the pandemic. Even though this was a difficult decision, we are in the business of saving lives, which includes human lives too. This is what my family looks like. I was fortunate enough to be able to move back in with my parents. My parents have always cared about me, but never really understood what I do. But they saw an opportunity to help me. They came to America in their 20s and 30s, and now in their 60s and 70s, they aren't able to participate in the more traditional modes of fundraising. They spent the last 40 years of their lives hemming pants and sewing buttons, and they took this opportunity to put their 70-year-old sewing machine to use. They spent this past year sewing masks and making catnip toys for our online shop. After helping me foster over 24 kittens, they learned enough about cat behavior to design a beautiful cat bed that has been popular with cats all over the country. They may not have social media, and English may be their second language, but they have seen what happens when you invest love and resources into kittens, and they are here for this. Their love is what's keeping my rescue afloat, so I'm grateful that by tapping into the things that they know well, Meow Parlor has been able to navigate a difficult situation and come out true to our mission.
Hey campers, I'm the Cat Man of West Oakland. This is Tommy, that's Bud, and we're here to remind you that we're going to be closing out Cat Camp at home with a game of Catman Bingo. We're going to have 4 grand prize winners. Each of you is going to get a chance to pick out whatever mask you want from the catnipdispensary.com, whether that's one of their awesome cat prints or these ones that turn your face into a hood cat. We've got a prize pack from some of our favorite past camp vendors like Megan Lincott and Stray Cat Social Club. We've got books from some of our camp counselors. And then of course, one lucky grand prize winner who's gonna get a 15-minute virtual meet and greet with Jackson Galaxy himself. All of our winners are gonna get a Catman Catnip pin and sticker prize pack. If you want to join in on all the fun, go to catmanbingo.com. We'll be emailing the last of the bingo cards out just before we get playing. And we can't wait to see you. We hope you're having a great day at camp and get ready to meow, 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 meow.
All right, you guys, we are back here. I'm glad that you finally got a chance to check out the Kitten Rescue Nursery here because, yeah, the first one was, we're experimenting here. We have never done a cat camp. I don't think we've ever done a cat camp walk and talk before. So poor Brandon is back behind the camera. You can't see him, you guys, but the man does an incredible amount of work. I'll try to pull him over here before we leave today. and it was just tough in there. But you got to meet Ollie and you got to meet Sandra and everything. And don't forget, you can go to kittenrescue.org to find the adoptable animals if you live in LA. One more shout out to our Cat Camp store. If you haven't been there yet, please go on over there, get yourself some fine apparel, get yourself some masks, get yourselves, a whole bunch of stuff, hats, stickers. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff over there. And you're also supporting Cat Camp at the same time. Another shout out, by the way, to Petco Love for making this happen. This is free, you guys, and it's free because of Petco Love. Also, the help of Armor Cat and PetAg as well. You guys, we could not do this without you, and we're so honored and humbled to have you on board. Thank you again. And you guys should be thanking them as well. And I am checking out the chat. I haven't been able to jump on because I've been running around here. What is going on? You see this? You see this? All right. They all just ate. So now they're zooming around. And then by the time that I come on to Samantha Bell in 2 seconds here, it's going to be poop o'clock over here. So it'll be great timing. All right, let's bring that. So let me just tell you guys what we're doing now. So right now, I'm really stoked to have Samantha Bell join us. And hi, Sam. And I can't hear Sam. I want to make sure that somebody else can hear Samantha, but I cannot.
Hear me?
I hear you.
You're screaming kittens?
Oh, who is that?
This is Wanda. This is one of my fosters.
Oh, that's right. You have Wanda and you have Vision. You have Wanda and Vision.
Vision is busy pooping right now, just as you were saying. It's poop o'clock.
Poop o'clock. It's poop o'clock somewhere. Anyway, you guys, Samantha Bell is, among other things, a cat behavior consultant and foster mom deluxe. And may I add, a trainer mentor for the Cat Positive program, which is the Jackson Galaxy Project, a signature program of Greater Good Charities. We'll talk about what we're doing with Cat Positive after we do this, but that leads into what's next. Me and Sam are going to be talking about clicker training, you guys, and I am so stoked. There's the clicker. And we are going to talk about that because it's so important for you guys to know this. It's not rocket science. I mean, well, for some of us, it started out as rocket science, especially if you're as ADD as I am. Kitten. But Sam, first, let's start first with you for a second. So how did you get into this whole thing? I mean, you weren't always an animal worker person, were you?
I've always been a rescuer, and I was a foster before it was called fostering. You know, when you're little and you find a cat on the street and you take it in and hold on to it till you find a home for it. Back in the 80s, we didn't really call them fosters, but wow. I've always been doing that. And I started volunteering in Orlando in one of the shelters when I was in my late teens and early 20s. And I just, your material was not out there yet for the world in the 90s. And I didn't know what I was doing. So I was just sort of trying to do whatever I could to make these cats happy so that they wouldn't be killed. Right. Like there's this cat that is shut down in a cage. What can I do? And positive reinforcement. It's just natural. I may not have had a clicker back then in the 90s, but positive reinforcement, when they do something that's going to help them get adopted, give them a treat for it. And that's kind of how it started.
So you're saying that you were doing that positive reinforcement back in the 90s?
Well, late 90s, yes.
Well, no, but that's still, I mean, and I, you have the same kind of story I have where we started, working in the shelters, and there was so little information about what to do for cats in shelters. And so I don't know if I learned it from a dog trainer. She was like, I don't see any reason why this wouldn't work. Did you learn from a dog trainer as well?
Yes, I learned.
Seriously. Oh, that's hilarious. I did not know that about you. Yes. And just to catch you guys up, it was, and no offense against anybody who was working with cats way back in the Stone Age here, but there really wasn't much information. There just wasn't. We were having to kill way too many cats in shelters because they were closed down. These cats were in cages and shut down. And what we found out was that clicker training or positive reinforcement worked. And anyway, we're going to talk more about that after.
That we can share that info now with so many people that we didn't have then. That's why I'm just so thrilled to be a part of something with just being able to tell people this is how you help them, because we didn't have that.
Yeah. And and there's Wanda, and we're actually like pulling cats off the ceilings here. These kittens are bouncing off the walls right now. You can see a little tail and probably a little butt. I'm sure your view of Wanda is a lot cuter than my view right here. No, now we're cute. We're having competing cuteness. No, mine's cuter than yours.
Mine's fluffier.
Mine's purring louder. So Sam, I also wanted to talk to you about, because I've been with you before when you've taught people, and you guys, we're going to break to a video in a few minutes where Sam is going to teach you guys the ins and outs. You can always go to the prep section of the website, and we have, the stuff that you might need. Stuff is always being added to the prep section as well. So we will give you guys the goods in terms of clicking. Also, you know what? You had information in this video. I can't wait to show it. But you had information here I didn't know. And well, fine. I'll admit it. So have you found that teaching people live, now you do cat behavior work as well, right? Well, I knew this, right?
Yes, you do.
Now, have you been teaching in people's homes? I mean, is this part of your work with people?
Clicker training, yes. That is it's the one thing when people say, I've tried everything and this isn't working. Have you tried clicker training? And they seem, you know, people think it's really difficult to do and it's involved, and it's honestly, it's like 2 minutes twice a day, and you're just rewarding the cat for the positive behaviors you see. So you see more of them. And so in cat consulting, clicker training is a huge part of it. And I wish everyone could learn it and teach your friend. Whoever has a cat, just tell them about it, teach them, just get everyone on board with clicker training to solve your cat's behavior problems. And I could just go on and on, so I'm gonna stop.
No, but I think it's also important that you just hit on something I thought that was really important as well, which is, and we're going to talk a lot about this throughout the day, and we've talked about it with the fostering today, and we've talked about it with a lot of other things, is that just start, you know? Don't think that the only thing that is success to you is that your cat go through this like obstacle course and do a backflip at the end of it and whatever. It's just getting your cat engaged with you. And also, I think that what's amazing is, you know, I talk a lot about the fact that you don't want your cats to call all the shots in the house. You don't want their desire to be the place they go all the time, because that leads to trouble a lot of the time. So anytime where they're looking at you to do something, that becomes an advantage that we didn't have before. And it's better than just dishing out treats, by the way, as well. I mean, you know, that's a lesson that we've all learned.
Every single thing you do is training your cat, because how you respond to what they do determines whether or not they're going to do it again. And my favorite story really quickly is my cat Johan jumps on the counter while I'm making his food. I love Johan. I'm obsessed with Johan. So when he jumps on the counter, he gives a little kiss, and I give him a kiss, and then I put him on the ground. So what did he learn? Jumping on the counter gets me a kiss and a hug. So I trained him to jump on the counter. So you just have to think every interaction you have with your cat trains them. So now when he jumps on the counter, I don't make eye contact. I just kind of put him down without saying anything, without making a big deal. Because even if you yell at some cats, if you go, Johan, he's like, oh, she said my name. You know, they get excited. So you just, he's obsessed with me. So if you want to just completely just pick them up, put them down, and then when they're on the ground, reward them because they're doing something positive.
And, you know, it's one of the things that I talk about a lot, because one of the most common complaints is my cat wakes me up at night, my cat keeps me up all night. And this is one of those that when we talk about reinforcing behavior, so many of us cats waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, what do? You either shout their name, you throw a pillow, you get up and feed them, you get up and play, you get up and do something, and your cat is training you at that point. They're getting positive reinforcement for what they're doing. And so the idea of what you just said, rewarding what you want to see. And in those cases, the idea of rewarding silence. If you want to, if your cat is just nonstop, and there's a lot of other things you can do, obviously, but rewarding silence is something that helps for cats who are yelling at you at all times, you know. Anyway, it's an endless stream of good stuff that comes from clicker training. So I want to get to your video, Sam. Afterwards, we're gonna come back, talk about it a little bit, and some other exciting stuff that we're working on over at Jackson Galaxy Project with Cat Positive. So we'll talk about that coming after your video. So everybody stay tuned here. Samantha Bell is going to take you through the ins and the outs of clicker training. Let's watch.
Hi everyone, I'm Samantha Bell. Here I am at home to show you clicker training. We can talk about clicker training all we want, but what really helps, because I want all of you to try this. I want every one of you watching. When you are done with this fun cat camp, I want you to try to clicker train your cat. So I know Jackson and I just talked a little bit about it, so now I'm gonna show you everything. This is what a cat clicker looks like. It's very different from a dog clicker. Dog clickers they're called box clickers, and they're square, and they make a really loud, oh, he knows that noise. And you can also get cat clickers, you can put them on these little wrist things, so you can just leave it here. And then whenever you need it, you can just click, so you can catch your cat doing something you like. That is what's so beautiful about this. A clicker is not like a remote control. We're not using it to control the cat, to ask them to do something. We're using it to tell them, click, you did something right. So you want to think of this not as a remote control, but as a camera. So you know, like in the olden days, they'd have that remote camera thing and then they'd go and they'd take the picture right when they wanted it. That's what you want to think of this as a remote camera clicker. And you're watching your cat, and the second that they do something that you like, you click and you capture the exact moment you like. That's why we use the clicker for precision. Because say I like when Johan rolls over. This is Johan, by the way. Say I like when say hi, Johan. So say I like when Johan rolls over. I'm not asking him to roll over. I'm just sitting here doing my work, watching TV, and then Johan rolls over on his back. I can quickly click. Now I clicked. That means I have to give him a treat. There are very few rules of clicker training, but one rule that is super important is that every time you click, a reward follows. Working with clickers can be a lot of work because you have to have good observational skills and good hand-eye coordination. These are freeze-dried turkey hearts, and they are what I consider the highest value treat for Johan. Look at him. He knows the turkey hearts are in there. You want to find the highest value treat so that you know that this behavior that they're doing, that you're rewarding, is going to be so exciting for them. So for Johan, he knows how to sit up, high five, jump through a hoop. He knows all kinds of stuff. And we save these for just clicker training. There are 2 reasons that Johan will get his highest value reward. We call him a reinforcer. He gets them when I trim his nails and when he does clicker training, because those deserve the highest value reward. I want him to see nail trimming time as something positive. After nail trims, he gets turkey hearts, and for clicker training, he gets turkey hearts. We're gonna do some clicker training with him today. So first we're gonna do high five. High five. Good boy. And a way to get your cat to do it is to hold, he's doing sit up. I didn't ask for sit up. Hold the treat in your hand and say high five. We'll do one more of those because high five is a good one. High five day is coming up April 15th. And everyone should be able to teach their cat a high five by then. So I got a treat, I have a clicker. And sometimes you can just give them petting as a reinforcer. If your cat likes petting, it's not up to us what the reinforcer is. So we might think, oh, as a reward, I'm going to give this cat my love. The cat may not want your love. They may tolerate the petting, but they may not see it as something so amazing that they want to repeat the behavior. And that's what operant conditioning is. They're going to do a behavior, and based on the outcome of that behavior, the consequence, they're either going to do the behavior again or they're not going to do the behavior. That's operant conditioning. Sit, sit. And as a reward, I am petting him because I know this cat loves pets. He could be pet all day long. So for him, petting is a reward. For your cat, maybe not. Then you want to do the treat. So there are 3 kinds of rewards. We have consumables, rewards that they can eat, and then we have activity rewards, and then we also have playtime rewards. So you could give them, you choose what is the highest value to your cat. With Johan, all 3 are high value. This is a cat who loves everything. He loves pets, he loves playing, and he loves petting. So any of those 3 things can be a reward with him. And if you think about it, throughout the day, anytime he does something I like, I can click and then just give him a pet. I don't have to have that treat with me because he sees pets as a reward. This kid could be pet all day long and he will pet himself. So with him, we could do that. You don't have to always have treats and you don't have to have a major structured plan. You can just do it on the go. And if you don't have your clicker, you can make a click noise with your mouth. So I have a couple of pro tips for you. I've been clicker training a long time and I train a lot of people how to clicker train, and I will tell you 2 tips that will help you so much. The first tip is make your treats as tiny as possible. The reason being, a cat's stomach is the size of a ping pong ball. You see this? See the cat? This is the actual size of his stomach. Think about if you're giving big treats, that's only 3 or 4 treats. So if you give little tiny pieces, you'll keep that cat engaged without them getting full. Once they're full, they don't have the motivation for doing it. And then the other tip is to train with them when they're hungry. Now, you never ever want to withhold food from the cat to do training. Cats should have a schedule. They love schedules. No one should be free feeding. Since you're all here, you're all fans of Jackson, and you know that Jackson is also very anti-free feeding. We don't want to keep dry food out all day. It's not good for them. So when I'm training with them, I do it before I feed them. So I feed my cats 3 times a day. I feed them when I wake up, when I get home from work, and when I go to bed. And a good time to train is right before any of those times. So just remember, if they eat first, they've filled up and they're not gonna have that desire to train. Don't ever withhold food though. Feed them the regular times, just adjust your training time. When we get started, when you start, the first thing that you're going to want to do is to figure out your cat's highest value reinforcer, like we did with Johan with his turkey hearts. And then next you're going to charge the clicker. So that sounds weird, I know. So what you do is you show Johan that this clicker has power. That every time that noise happens, it is followed by a treat. And they're not gonna have to do anything at first. You just do it a couple times. Cats are so smart and he will understand immediately that, and your cats will too, the click means a treat is coming. Now that part of it is classical conditioning. That's like Pavlov's dog stuff, where they hear the bell and they salivate because bell means food is coming. This is classical conditioning. Click means treat is coming. Overall, clicker training is operant conditioning, but there's a little part of it that is classical conditioning, like Pavlov's dog. When Johan hears this click, so he hears click means a treat, click means a treat, click means a treat. And then we're gonna use this, like we said, to capture that behavior we like and then follow it with a treat. And it's great because this gives you time to give them the treat. Now, some people will say, oh, I do it, but I don't use a clicker. I just say yes, or I say good job. And here's the problem with that, I think, is you say the words yes and good job in your life. And that's gonna confuse the cat. The reason the clicker is so great is because it's so specific. You don't use this in your everyday life, so they're only gonna hear it when they're training. The word yes and the word good job, you do use in your everyday life, and then that's gonna confuse them and they're gonna hear yes, and they're gonna think, what did I just do? What if they were just doing something naughty and you said yes on the phone? Then they're gonna think that that's good. So that is the beauty of the clicker. It's precision, and it's also not going to confuse the cats. Because when you're doing a training session with your cats, it's very important you only teach one behavior and you only do it for less than 10 minutes. You never want to keep going and going and going, because then they could get tired of it. It's a lot of mental stimulation for them, and you don't want them to get sick of it. You never want them to be like, oh, when is this gonna end? Or, oh, you wanna leave them wanting more. You always wanna do that with cats, with everything. Just when petting them, when brushing them, always leave them wanting more, because you don't wanna overdo it. So we're gonna try one behavior with Johan. It's just gonna be for a few minutes, like 1 or 2 minutes, and then we'll put him away and we'll bring out his brother, and we'll try a behavior with his brother. Put him away and bring out Johan again. So that way he's not confused. He knows this is my session. I'm going to try this behavior. And these are all behaviors they've never done, I promise. You would know. You'll see. They're not gonna know what to do. Okay, so here we are. We're gonna get Johan to come when called. Now, first he's already here. So because he's here, I'm gonna click, I'm gonna give him a treat. And then what I do is called resetting. Since he's already here, I gotta get him away. So I'm gonna take a treat and toss it. Then I'm gonna call him over to me, and when he comes, he gets clicked. Johan. Good boy. We'll reset. Johan, come here. Now say he didn't want to come all the way over to me. I would click as he like started to come to me, and that's called shaping the behavior. So he might take one step toward me and I'd click and toss him that treat. There are no hard and fast rules about this. As long as you are rewarding the cat for something that they do, then you are helping them. Sit up. Good boy. And then his other one, as we saw before, is high five. High five. He's like, I didn't know that one. He is super eager, and you don't know if your cats will be that eager, but I'm telling you, I bet they are. Okay, this is my handsome boy Desmond. Very treat motivated, but he's a little shy. With Desmond, I'm gonna try spin. He's never done it before. You will see. He has no idea what we're doing, but I'm gonna make him go in a circle. And then he gets the treat. This is luring. I'm using this as a lure to get him to spin, which it's not as effective because oftentimes the animal is so focused on the treat that they don't know what behavior they're actually doing. They're just blindly following it. Good boy. You ready? You spin? Clicker training is all about the cat's happiness. It's not about what we want to do. So with that new part of it, learning that spin, that was enough for him, and that's fine. We do some old stuff to leave it on a good note, some stuff he already knows, and we just leave him wanting more, and then tomorrow or later today, you only want to do a minute or two of the new stuff. So tomorrow or later today, we will try spin again, and eventually I'll post it. I'll have Desmond just spinning like that. This is Packard. Packard was a heaven cat on one of Jackson's My Cat from Hell episodes. He's very special. He is deaf, and oh no, I'm sorry. He is deaf. So I'm going to try to teach a deaf cat how to come here without a click. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna do this to see if I can get him to come here. Come here. I'm gonna try this. Come here. And if he comes, then I will give him a thumbs up and a treat. So first I'm gonna show him the treat. He's gonna sit, sit, and then there's your treat. And then I'm gonna toss one so that he goes away. Tried to get him to come here, and you get your treat. And I believe that I was giving him a thumbs up, and then I'm gonna throw it and reset. He's looking for other treats still. And when he gets to me, I'm gonna give him a high five and give him a treat. That's not a high five, that's a thumbs up. I've got a lot on my mind. Come, you're here, and you get your treat. I love it, this is working, I'm so excited. Come a little closer. Good. I love this, now I'm gonna train him to do a bunch of stuff. I love that we tried this, buddy, you're such a good boy. Okay, we're gonna try something new and fun and exciting with Johan, and we're gonna put down these rainbow cones and see if he will do agility. He's never done this before, and I want you to see that. Look, this is brand new. You see him look at it, the cone, like, what is that? Boy. Good. What can I call this? Through the cones? Should we say through the cones? Let's do through the cones. Ready? Through the cones. I'm gonna fall over. Through the cones. Good boy, through the cones. Through the cones. And that's it. That's all I'm gonna do with him now because that was a lot. So I'm just gonna say, what a good job. I'm gonna finish with one more treat just to leave on a high note. And that's it. And the purpose of that is just bonding, enrichment, just filling his filling his life with happiness. He loves working. Say, yay, Johan! everyone! So this is Wanda and Vision, and these are my foster kittens because it is spring, and spring is kitten season, so we're kittens all over the place. And since it's spring, they wanted to say they hope you enjoy the clicker training segment and that you spring forward and also level up with your training with your cat, because honestly, all clicker training is going to do is going to give you the best bond with your kitty, and it's going to make them love you even more. These two are a little young to clicker train because they don't eat hard food yet, but maybe when they're 8 weeks old, we'll get them weaving through some some cones. And we say goodbye, babies. Enjoy cat camp.
Oh, that was fantastic. That was fantastic. There were just so many fun things in there because there was stuff that you were trying in there for the first time that you hadn't done before.
All of it. I mean, other than Johan, here he is, Mr.
What's up, Johan?
Other than, you know, the high fives and sits that they know every single thing in there, that was the very first time we had tried any of that.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, well, you were. I thought what was so funny is that when you were doing the thing with Packard, you know, you're like, I can do this with a deaf cat. And all of a sudden there you were. Look at you.
I was like, well, let's try this because if it works, it will look really cool. I'm sure it's not going to work first time. And I was like, oh, and Brandon's jaw dropped. He was like, oh, when he's filming it. We were both like, he's doing it.
It's amazing though. I mean, I love the fact that we were able to get you on the first time doing that. And was it Packard who ate the camera?
Yeah.
Who just walked up and he was like, ah, ah, ah.
Yep.
No, that was wonderful. And it really is when you watch something like that, and of course the way you teach, it's just, you know, you will get it, folks. Hopefully you got it out there. And if not, we'll make sure that you have materials available so that you can get it, because as you saw when Sam was doing her work, it's you know, it can be done fairly quickly, and
it's so much fun.
And that's it. Yeah, you know what, we're missing that part. It is fun. Not only is it useful, it's fun, and there's things that you can learn to do with your cats that now, of course, you know, it's funny, I get this question all the time. Well, are you guys just teaching your cats to entertain humans? It's fun, it's entertaining. We're not saying put your cat on a unicycle and you know, have him juggle chainsaws or whatever. But it's a bonding thing, and it's a confidence builder, and those are the things that I'm sure you've seen over time.
So the day that we did that filming, this is Desmond over here, and we did that little spin. And Desmond is kind of a shy boy, and he's 8 years old. He's never slept with me. That night, he slept on my pillow. He was like
incredible.
He was feeling so happy about training and everything, and he slept on my pillow. He's never even slept in the bed. And I was like,
that is incredible.
Because I'm always training Johan because he's in my face, you know, and so it's like, oh, I'll do stuff with Johan. And Desmond's kind of just content. And once I did that with him, he slept on my pillow. I was like, they love you more if you clicker train with them.
And it's also, I mean, it's just a way of raising mojo. It's just a way of just getting confidence up there. And that Desmond would just have the confidence to say, you know what, I belong here too. I belong in this really important space, you know, and I think that honestly, just really, really great stuff. And I love the way you teach. And, you know, for you guys out there, Sam and I have done this in person before, where she's taught and I've taught at the same time. And it's always a joy. And I think one of the things I love about you is that you bring joy all the time. and that's just like what we were seeing with Packard. And also I love the fact that you had to show us that you were clipping the zip tie off of those cones to be like, this just to prove we've never done this before. Yeah, no, nothing here. So you guys have promised that we would talk a little bit about something that is near and dear to both of our hearts, which is the Cat Positive program. And Cat Positive is a program of the Jackson Galaxy Project, signature program of Greater Good Charities. And we work with literally hundreds of shelters and rescues throughout the US. Sam is a trainer mentor. And Sam, why don't you tell us what a trainer mentor does?
Oh, it's amazing. I've been doing this for about 6 years now. And there are maybe 6 or 7 of us that are trainer mentors, and each semester we're each assigned to different, the cats are just all over the place. We're assigned to different shelters and rescues all over the country. So for example, right now I'm working with Lifeline Animal Project in Atlanta, and I'm also working with Heaven on Earth in Los Angeles. And I am their trainer. I know, I was so excited. I am their trainer mentor, and I meet with them once a week on Zoom, and I help their staff and volunteers train their cats. And so they will come to me with, this is the issue why the cat hasn't been adopted yet. For example, one of my favorite stories right now, Isabella. She's 17 years old, Heaven on Earth, at Heaven on Earth for over a year. She's 17 and she's sassy. Now, that is not an easy adoption, someone who wants a 17-year-old sassy cat. So we put her in the program to give her something special to say when people come in, but look at this. And she does this little step up onto a platform and then gets her treat. And it is the cutest thing because her whole body, when you clicker train with her, you see this like grumpy crouched down cat, and then the clicker comes out and she goes, step, step, click. She got adopted within like 3 or 4 weeks of learning to step up. And here's something like, it's just step up. It's not that exciting, but what it did was it made her excited to interact with humans, and it gave her something to stand out where they said, look at what this cat does. And people go, right. Oh my God, that's adorable.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, or just having a cat that you click when they give you eye contact, something that simple, a very shy cat. If they look at you, you click and you reward them. Then when people come in the room, potential adopters, that cat looks up at those people in their eyes. That tugs on their heartstring and they think, oh, I feel a connection with this cat. And all you're doing is rewarding them for looking you in the eyes. You're rewarding them for being brave, and that builds their confidence. They connect with the adopters. It's just, I could go on for 90 minutes right now about all the cat positive benefits.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things that Cat Positive is so great for also is that not only are we raising confidence, increasing adoptability, creating bonds between volunteers and cats and staff and cats, making them feel like they're accomplishing something. We got that. And then the thing that I really love is that we're letting adopters know, hey, keep this up when these guys get adopted, because it also helps to sort of mitigate that first 48 hours of scared and that first sometimes week of hiding under the bed. This way, it's something that it's just a routine. It's a ritual that these guys are used to having, you know?
It's a bridge between the adoption center and home, where it's something that made them feel good there, so they can do it at home, and they provide the adopters with a handout that says, this is how you do clicker training once you get home, so that they can continue that.
It's amazing. So now I want to talk, because you don't know that this is coming. So I'm excited because you get to watch this as well. But as you guys may or may not know, National High Five Day is the third Thursday of every April. And that means that this year it's this coming Thursday, April 15th. And for its third year, back for its third year in a row, it's the Greater Good Charities and Jackson Galaxy Project's Cat Positive National High Five Day Contest. Now, that means that we had gotten entries from all over the US. I mean, it's already happened in terms of how many people gave us high fives, which basically it celebrates the success of our Cat Positive initiative and the impact it's had on thousands of homeless cats at shelters and rescues all over the country. Now, we've talked about Cat Positive and what it does, and we just basically said to folks, come on in here, give us videos of your best high fives, and you may win some fantastic prizes, including money for your favorite local favorite rescue or shelter, and a little bit for you as well. And I want to show you, Sam, and the rest of you guys, just a few of the entries. We have 25 finalists now. The voting is happening right now. By no means am I saying that these are the best out of the 25. That's for you guys to tell us right now. And once we see these 5, we'll come back and talk a little bit more about the contest itself. So check out this video. Let's show you guys all 5 of the entries that have come in over the past couple of weeks.
High five. Good girl. Fist bump. Good girl. No five. Good girl. Shake. High five. Cookie. I think you could end now.
Good. Pound. High five. Good job.
Now, come on. See, it warms the heart of the trainer mentor. That's the work that you do. I mean, isn't it great to see it?
I love it. Those kittens.
I know. Oh, well, and I want to tell you where these guys come from, by the way, these 5 finalists, because those kittens, okay, let's just talk about these guys. So the kittens are from Watertown Humane Society in Watertown, Wisconsin. Thank you, Robin Walker, for that one. And they are called the Cereal Crew. As you can see, the Cereal Crew each had names that were the names of cereal. Let's see, we had Sunny in High Five Land, and that was from 5 Acres Animal Shelter in St. Charles, Missouri. And that was Regina Thurman who gave that one about Sunny, which I just adored. I love the title of this one, I'll Do Anything for a Cookie. And that was from Samantha Platzner at the Rita B. Huff Humane Society of Walker County in Huntsville, Texas. We also have Birdie and Finch, and I love that story. Now, Birdie and Finch, if you guys, because obviously you didn't really see all this, but Birdie and Finch I'm going to read a little bit about this. They've been, and this is the adoption center we're talking about, Simply Cats Adoption Center in Boise, Idaho. Birdie and Finch have been in the adoption center for over 2 months after being found on the roof of a tattoo parlor in Pocatello, Idaho. They were very shy when they first arrived as Simply Cats. They would just growl and hiss if a human approached them. We enrolled them in a clicker training program and began to build their trust. Over the last few months, they have improved by leaps and bounds. They have been trained to sit and gently tap for treats. They even allow us to pet them and will sit in your lap. Hello. These sisters are looking for an owner who will continue to train them and give them the time and space they need to come out of their shells. Just as you were saying before about Desmond, they allow pets, right? I mean, it's amazing what those two.
They were my shelter. I was their trainer mentor like 3 years ago.
What?
Yes, Simply Cats in Boise, Idaho. I know them.
So isn't that, I just got to say, that must feel for you to be able to see them employing this with these cats, Birdie and Finch, has got to. What was that?
3 years later. So they remembered it and they're keeping it up. I have goosebumps all over right now because Simply Cats, that was they were my shelter that year in 2018.
Oh, that's so amazing. And really, it's so for I'm just gonna say for me, I mean, when this program was sort of a glimmer in the eye back in the day, the idea not only that people were going to use this in their programs, but then pay it forward to the rest of the community and keep it moving was a dream. And now look at it. And the last one was, and I love this one a lot. This is called Climb High for 5. And this is, the name of the cat is Soul. And Aracelis Alvarez from Puppy Kitty NYC in Middle Village, New York. They're yours too?
No, I just know Puppy Kitty, New York City. I think that's a cute name.
That one I love also because it demonstrates how for cats that might be shy about exploring vertical spaces in their homes, you use clicker training to get them up into spaces that they might have just been scared of and giving them that opportunity to go, wait a second, this is cool up here, you know? And you know how we were talking before about how you use the clicker training so they're focused on you, they're focused on the target, they're focused on the reward, and then suddenly they look down, they're like, whoa, you know? So you guys, you can use clicker training also in catification around your house. So great work there for Climb High for 5. Now those are 5 out of 25 different entrants that are trying to get the top prize here. So let me give you some more info here. So the public voting for the top 3 winners is happening right now. So just go to felinehigh5.com. That's felinehigh5.com. The voting is going to go through Wednesday, April 14th, and then on National High 5 Day itself, which is the next day, the 15th, I'll announce the winners. So definitely make sure you get over to felinehigh5.com after Cat Camp, stick around here to see the top 25 videos and vote for your favorites. Now, I will let you know also what the prizes are here. I just want to make sure I have that in front of me. If you go to Cat Camp, I've picked these top 5 to give you a taste of what you'll see over at the videos. But for the prizes, what are the prizes, you ask me? Since Cat Positive is all about working with shelters and rescues to help cats, the prizes for this contest go not only to the people who entered the winning videos, but also, as I mentioned before, to a shelter or rescue that they nominated when submitting their video. The grand prize here is a $5,000 cash grant to the winner's nominated shelter or rescue, and a personal 30-minute virtual cat behavioral consult with me. The second place is $3,000 cash grant to the winner's nominated shelter or rescue and a signed copy of my book, Total Cat Mojo. And third place is a $2,000 cash grant to the winner's shelter or rescue and a signed copy of my book. So don't forget to head over to felinehigh5.com and vote, because the voting ends at 11:59 p.m. Pacific time on Wednesday, April 14th. And then, like I said, I'm going to announce the winners on April 15th National High Five Day. And by the way, if you volunteer or work for a shelter or rescue that might be interested in being a part of the next class of Cat Positive, send an email over to catpositive@greatergood.org to get more information. So, and all of this information, we're going to give it back out again to you guys on Monday. We'll be sending out emails. By the way, if you register for Cat Camp, even if you haven't by now, you can. You'll be signed up on the mailing list to make sure that info gets out to you guys first, that you make sure that you're the first in line for all this stuff. Anyway, Samantha, thank you so very, very, very much, not just for teaching everybody about clicker training today, but about the work that you do every day, whether it's in shelters, whether you're fostering, whether you're our trainer mentor deluxe over at Cat Positive. We appreciate you. I'm sure everybody here does as well.
You are so sweet. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to everyone who is here. This is amazing. I'm not going anywhere. I will still be in the chat answering some of those questions.
You rock. Thank you again, Sam.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, bye. So that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Now, you might notice that somehow magically in the middle of all this thing, I changed my shirt. I changed my shirt because I want you guys to see this one. This is one of our brand new Cat Camp sort of pop art shirts that is out. I gotta say, we've got a new printer that's doing all of our Cat Camp gear. And if you take a look at here at how vivid these colors are, I mean, I am stoked. This is a quantum leap from anything I've seen before. So and maybe I'm a little tiny bit biased, but hey. So anyway, go and get yourself a shirt. Go shop. Go over to the Cat Camp store, which is, there's a tab at the top above the video. If you guys are watching from someplace else, just go to catcamp.nyc and do some shopping, okay? Also, I will let you know that tomorrow we have more limited availability, limited audience classes. Both me and Hannah Shaw, we are going to have classes tomorrow. You can sign up for those, but hurry up because it's limited. That one is not free, by the way. And that's the whole concept of the limited audience, because you may get a chance to have your questions answered. So if you go to the webinar tab at the top of the page, you'll see some more about those classes. I'll be just talking about common behavior issues that you might be dealing with at home and how to approach those. And Hannah will be working with Dr. Rachel Wallach, who's a wonderful rescue vet. I don't have better say it about her. She's a wonderful everything. But the two of them together, totally stoked for that. And they'll be talking about the first 24 hours, the most sort of vulnerable time for kitten fosters. And they're going to help you, not kitten, period. And they're going to help you get through those first 24 hours. So I'm stoked about that class as well. So sign up for that. All right, so we're caught up here. Now let's get moving on, because here's what's really cool. Now, we were just talking about the basics of clicker training. Well, oh, hello. Hello. I swear sometimes I have the attention span of a flea, but that's because there's a kitten here. Oh, sorry. Anyhow, we're moving on here, because past just clicker training, we can talk about what happens next. And what happens next is harness training, and we're going to harness train our cats. And what happens after that? We can get them outside safely. And really, I mean, when we talk about increasing mojo, getting cats outside safely in a way that we're not just opening the door and letting them out, but we're giving them a chance to explore is really a bonus. So in that vein, I think, well, let me just bring her in. So Laura Moss is going to be joining us here. Laura is a journalist and founder of Adventure Cats and its Webby-nominated website, adventurecats.org, the first and only resource for information on safely exploring the great outdoors with your feline friend. Laura, come on in. How are you, Laura?
I'm doing well.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. It's great to have you. I'm excited about this because, well, a number of, you know what, buddy, you got to get down. I just don't want him like jumping off this big old table and breaking something. Anyway, I mean him. No, anyway, so Laura, I think, first of all, I think that did you coin the term adventure cats?
I don't know if I was the original user of it. When I was coming up with the website, it was a great fit, and I found other people using it beforehand. So I don't want to claim that I was the inventor of it, but I think we popularized it and we created kind of a focal point for the community.
And I think that it's one of those things. Now, what year was this? When did you start it?
I think it was, I should know, right? I think it was 2016.
Oh, wow. It was that long ago. I didn't know that. And I mean, we were talking about this the other day, but the idea that there was a moment there, and I think maybe we're still just sort of exiting that moment where the idea of cats in harnesses and exploring the outdoors, whether that's just going for a walk down the street or going for some of these places, we'll see a little montage in a second, but was scoffed at, laughed at, derided. And I'm sure that you had to sort of work through those misconceptions pretty early on, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think when our followings first started taking off, I think a lot of it was people thought it was just so strange to see a cat on a harness. And now it's definitely more commonplace, but there's still a lot of stereotypes that we want to dispel. And I think even like in big cat people don't understand like what their cats are fully capable of. So we kind of want to show them that, you know, your cat can do more than you think. And there's many different ways you can do that, whether it's clicker training, harness training, setting up what we call indoor adventures to do enrichment. There's just so many different ways you can give your cats the best 9 lives possible.
And that's really important that we talk about that as well. And we will get further into that after we watch your presentation here. But the idea about indoor adventures as well as outdoor adventures. And I think that that's, you know, when folks think about this, they just think about what's going to happen, you know, outside. And I know that you've also got a book coming out on this very topic, which we will talk about after we see what you have to show us. But I think I did it on my show as well. The first time we filmed a cat on a harness walking down the street, and it was funny because it was a Bengal. And no offense to everybody out there who has Bengals, but those guys need a lot of exercise, man. And so getting those guys outside has always been really helpful. But here I am walking down the street with this woman, you know, with a harness and a Bengal on a leash. And there were just so many people like, you know, hardy har, look at that, you know, just like sort of just not so silently judging. And and to see where we've gotten in just such a short amount of time. And I think a lot of that has to do with all of the attention that you brought to this. Laura, I wanted to ask you how the community itself of adventure catters has grown. I mean, was it a rapid thing or did it take a while to just sort of build up steam?
It started kind of slow. Like my background is, I've been a journalist and I did a lot of pet writing. And I noticed a lot of more people taking their cats out on these, not just like a walk around the neighborhood, but actually big adventures. So I wanted to know how to do that. So I talked to cat owners, behaviorists, veterinarians, and I told my husband I wanted to put together a resource to teach other people how to do it. So he offered to build me a website. And I kind of thought I would build this website, leave it up, and then as a tool. And I didn't expect it to be what it is today, that we have a book and we have this wildly popular Instagram. So I think it was the first year really slow. And then about 9 months in to the Instagram account, we suddenly had our first 1,000 followers. And now we're somewhere in the 160s. And it's just incredible. And I think it's because people see, one, people are not expecting to see cats like this. And two, I mean, we're cat lovers, and this is a great place for us to come together online and meet each other and talk. And the best part about it is the community, the people I've met, and also the number of messages I get where people tell me, I wasn't sure I wanted a cat, but seeing what cats can do changed my mind, so I adopted this cat. Like, that just warms my heart. That's the best.
You know, and that is something that I find is really, and when it comes to, that you just brought up such a key thing, which is that folks who are not even cat curious, they might be quote dog people, and then when they see cats actually being outside in a way that they're interacting with their human and they're interacting with the community, those guys get dragged into the fold, you know, and so you do see a lot of that.
Oh, definitely. The number of cats that I've been on hikes with and people see them and it just starts to change their minds. And a lot of the cat the women, a lot of the people I work with who take their cats on adventures, like they've started, like I get asked so many questions and it detracts from my time outside that they've started putting together cards. They're like, hey, you look at my cat's Instagram here, you can find a resource here, read this book, so they can continue on their way because people have questions. So I love doing stuff like this to kind of get the word out.
And in your cat life, how many cats you got?
I have 3.
And do they all go outside? Did any of them go outside? They all 3 do?
They all 3 do, but to different degrees, which I think is so important. You know, not every cat wants to go on a grand adventure. So all 3 of mine are leash trained at different ages. But my youngest cat, that my foster fail, I took in this cat and this squirrel to bottle feed for a friend of mine, and then I never returned the kitten. His name is Travis, and he has just been so curious and so valiant ever since. So he's the one cat I take on bigger adventures. So we go on, hikes around the neighborhood, or we have a nature area with like a beaver dam and such, and we walk over there, and he's the only cat there. But for my other 2 cats, it's backyard adventures, and for them that's huge. When your life is 4 walls, going into the backyard is a great big adventure. It's a whole new world. So yeah, I think you don't have to take your cat backpacking or on class 4 rapids. Like, please don't do that. But there are ways you can give your cat a much bigger world just by even opening a window in your home or going outside to the backyard.
I love it. You're hitting on all of the cylinders that I wanted to talk about. You know what? I want to cut to your presentation itself, and when we come out the other side of this, I have questions to ask you, and also I want to pick up that thread about the different cats wanting different types of adventures, and you're real. I love the way you're talking about it. So we'll come back and talk about it. In the meantime, you guys, Laura, you're going to hang out on chat, I think, a little bit,
yes,
and watch what people are saying. So while you guys are watching this, know that Laura's around, I'm around. If you got questions or want to tell us how amazing Laura's presentation is, because it is, just absolutely stick around, and we'll be back in a few minutes and talk more about adventure catting. So let's watch.
Hey Cat Camp, this is Laura Moss from Adventure Cats. I hope y'all are doing well. I'm here to talk to you a bit about indoor and outdoor enrichment for cats. So let's jump right in. So Adventure Cats, we have a website, a book, an Instagram account that you may be familiar with, lots of adorable cats going on awesome adventures. And our purpose is twofold. One, we just want to teach people safe ways they can enrich their cats' lives, whether it's indoors or out, just so cats can live healthier and happier lives. And the second thing is we hope by doing this, we can kind of rebrand cats and show people that the cats and cat people aren't necessarily what you expect. And we hope that by doing this, we get more cats adopted. So that's a little bit about what we're about. The truth is, millions of cats are killed every year in the U.S. They're languishing in shelters, waiting for their forever homes. And we can, hopefully by challenging the negative things we think about cats and cat people, we can get more of these cats finding their homes. So in 2016, PetSmart Charities put out this survey that found that 50% of people bought into this idea of the crazy cat lady. And they found that the kind of words we associated with cats were negative. They were stubborn, moody, aloof. They weren't social or loyal or protective. There was findings that men didn't want to adopt cats because they thought it wasn't like a masculine pet. And so here at Adventure Cats, we are challenging these and showing people that cats are cool. Cats can do more than you expect. Cat people aren't necessarily what you expect. There's nothing wrong with a man having a cat. There's nothing wrong with owning the crazy cat lady stereotype. And part of the way we do this is by showing people through pictures and video and doing education to show people that cats are different than they may expect. And by doing this, we're helping more cats live better lives, and we're helping more cats find homes. These cats here are from a woman named the Cat Hustler, and I met her at a cat convention, and she told me that she'd been leash training her cats, clicker training cats, and by doing so, these cats were getting adopted much faster. And now the cats travel around locally, going to veterans' homes and assisted living homes and bringing joy to people's lives. So I think that's just such a great example of what happens when we trust cats that they can do more than we may think. Now I'm just going to introduce you to a therapy cat and an ESA named McKinley and his owner, Charlotte. And we'll take a look at some of the cool stuff they do and how she trained him.
I train other species of animals as well. And usually you can find out right away what motivates them. My horse is voice or food motivated. My dog was food motivated. And McKinley was not food, voice, toy, and eventually I figured out it was being picked up. You'd get to know your cat inside before you go outside. Learn their eye expressions and where their ears are and tail are when they're happy. When McKinley's outside, his tail's either relaxed or straight up like a sail. Start slow and start in the house. Let them take it at their pace. You don't want to stress out an animal or go too far too fast. With him, I started just the harness, supervised for a couple minutes, and then we'd go a little longer. He was a kitten, and animals when they're young, it's much easier to get them to accept something. However, I did leash train my previous cat at 16 years old, so it is possible at any age. One of the most important training activities we did with McKinley is to not be reactive. To get him comfortable with anything and everything that might come his way, so he's experienced it and has coping skills. And if he's ever in danger, it's my responsibility to know when to take him out of that situation. And I tell people that I have a cat. I hate saying he's just like a dog. I like dogs, don't get me wrong, but cats are wonderful animals, and I don't think they need to be justified by being compared to a different animal. I think that they're lovely on their own, and every animal, no matter what species, is unique. This dogs. There's gonna be ups and downs, and not every animal is like, you have to understand it's a cat, and dogs are pack animals. Cats are not the same.
I think we're all in a unique place now that we can truly empathize with what it's like to be an indoor cat. Throughout 2020 and into 2021, we were in quarantine. Our day-to-day lives weren't changing. We were indoors most of the time. We weren't socializing. We weren't in the sun. And it was difficult. And I think a lot of times when we think about a cat's life, just lounging around and eating when we want and taking naps in the sun, it seems like this very enviable life. But the truth is it's going to get old real fast. And it's something that our cats know. And we know now as well. And it's not just that cats get bored when they're living an unenriched life inside. It can lead to depression and behavioral problems such as going outside the litter box, which is one of the main reasons that cats are relinquished to shelters. There's also serious physical ailments, medical issues like diabetes and obesity. The truth is that, cats in the wild, our cats came from the outside, and they don't live this kind of stagnant, boring lifestyle. So what we need to do is find ways to tap into our cats' natural instincts and let them live the best lives possible. So at Adventure Cats, we often call enrichment indoor adventures or outdoor adventures because, not every cat wants to go on a hike or even wants to go in the backyard on a harness. So there's plenty we can do to give cats everything they need indoors. And they certainly don't have to go outside to live their best lives possible. One thing we like to do is talk about bringing the outdoors inside. I do a lot of work with Dr. Lynn Barr. She's a veterinarian who has a website where she has cat toys that she makes, as well as advice called DesiandRue.com. And we have a book coming out this fall called Indoor Cat that talks about a lot of the ways we can give our cats the best lives possible inside. So, it could be as simple as opening a window or bringing in the outdoors, whether it's your shoes when you come inside that your cats like to roll around in, or bringing in branches and soil and leaves and putting them in the bathtub for your cat. I have a cat named Travis who loves water. So we have a little pool we set up for him, and we drop toys and twigs and leaves in there, and he likes to splash around. There's so much we can do with scent enrichment, and not just catnip, but also silver vine, or letting your cat sniff the junk mail or sniff the food while you're cooking, if it's safe for them. Just different ways that we can bring something new to their lives every day. That's an important thing that Lynn and I talk about, is what's one thing we can do every day to make our cats' lives different, even if it's just opening a closet door for a new place to explore. Also, playtime. I'm sure we're all familiar with playing with our cats. The truth is, all cats play because all cats hunt. And even though, we're not releasing mice in our houses for our cats to chase down, they still need ways to play. And one of the best ways is interactive toys like wand toys. Lynn, the veterinarian that I mentioned, she keeps her wand toy in the closet so that every morning when she gets ready, she sees the wand toy and plays with her cat. And every evening when she changes out of her work clothes, she can play with her cat again. And it's a nice reminder. And it's an important thing to do. For my cats, we play with the wand toy every night before bed, and it helps all of us just get a lot more sleep. Another great thing to do is clicker training. Jackson has a lot of good information with this Cat Positive program that you can look at. And clicker training is all about positive reinforcement. A lot of the times for cats, this is they're rewarded with a high value treat. This is my cat Sirius Black here, and he'll learn any trick for a treat. He's very food motivated, and he spins, he high fives, he comes when he's called, and he's just such a joy to train. And it's something we do together that strengthens our bond, and it's also just breaks up his day and gives him something new to work on. Plus, he gets treats. So I'm going to show you a little video of all three of my cats having a little bit of an indoor and outdoor adventure. One other thing I like to talk about with indoor adventures is foraging or food puzzles. Cats in the wild don't eat at predetermined meal times. So puzzle feeders kind of allow them to hunt, and you can purchase these online. You can build your own. Check out adventurecats.org. We have ways to do that. You could also just Google how to build a food puzzle for your cat. And there's many ways you can get crafty and make that happen. Of course, with Adventure Cats, we like to talk about harnessed outdoor walks as well. And, this could be a walk that you do close to home, or it could be an epic adventure where, you're driving to a park or going camping. But I think it's just important to remember that every cat is different. Not every cat wants to have a grand adventure. Not every cat wants to go outside. So any cat, I believe, can be leash trained. It's a matter of if they want to. Of course, it's easiest to start with a kitten because they're so open to new experiences, but I've leash trained older cats as well. But you just need to keep in mind that, you let your cat take the first step. Don't push them outside their comfort zone. And one piece of advice I always like to share is to always carry your cat out the door. That way your cat doesn't get used to walking out the door if he's not wearing a harness one time. We want to do everything we can to discourage door dashing so that we can make sure that all of our adventures are safe. And Jackson and Adventure Cats all have great resources for how to leash train your cat. So check those out. And when it comes to adventures, I just want to point out that city kitties can be adventure cats too. This cat here is Bela, lives in Brooklyn. She loves to walk around her stoop and on her street. We know other cat people who actually ride the subway and go to Central Park with their cats. So it's not something that's just for cats who have access to like a suburban backyard or even a national forest. Any cat can go on an adventure, even if it's just, down the apartment hallway. Some tips, avoid areas that are frequented by cars and off-leash dogs. Make sure that your cat is in good health, that you're microchipped. Talk to your vet. Make sure that your cat is, treated for fleas and ticks and heartworms. My cats are on Revolution, so when we go outside, I know that they're safe in all ways. You don't just have to take your cat out on a harness and leash. There are backpacks. There are strollers. This cat here belongs to a veterinarian who has actually run 5Ks with their cat in the stroller. I just think that's so cool. And, there's a lot of backpacks on the market as well. Not every cat loves them. I have a cat backpack for my cat, Travis. He hates it. He does not want to be in it. He wants to be out walking on his own. So just, learn what your cat likes. You can experiment with different types of packs as well. Like Charlotte and Charlotte and McKinley that you saw earlier. He likes to just ride on the top of her regular backpack or on her shoulders. That's his safe place. So they have that for the times that they need it. There are also catios, or basically cat patios you can build. I'm sure we've all seen the gorgeous ones that we all get so jealous of, but you don't have to have this beautiful backyard or an architect to build a catio. There are prefab ones you can buy, like on Amazon. You can transform your apartment balcony into a catio. You can turn an old dog crate into a catio. There's many different ways that you can kind of work with the space you have. And you can check out the Adventure Cats website to find a lot of those ideas, as well as some blueprints you can download.
But I think it's truly amazing to give cats that indoor-outdoor lifestyle, but in a safe way. He likes climbing with me. When I have him in a pack, tethered in safely, and doing climbs that are safe, he will sit there with his little arms hanging out. He'll be licking his paws, licking his arms. It is just absolutely adorable. He's completely at ease. What are our favorite adventures? Let's see. Everything that I do with him is my favorite adventure. We bike, we hike, we climb. He paddleboards with me. I've taken him rafting with me. His response to being able to explore is, I don't know, I just feel like his little eyes and his little soul just soak everything in. I can't imagine not giving him this kind of a lifestyle. He's just always aware and alert. He definitely is very alert of his surroundings. His eyes are always big, and he's always searching and looking, and it's just really, truly amazing to watch. I think it's important for Denali to have adventures because it's stimulation for him. It provides him growth. It provides him an activity. It allows him to explore. It allows him to be closest to what he would be doing in nature as a predator, minus the hunting. Not a fan of the hunting. So with him being on harness and leash, that allows me to control that so that doesn't happen. Raising an adventure cat is probably one of my favorite things in life. As I said earlier, he is truly my best friend. We do everything together. He's always with me. I think everybody knows when I show up, the cat's probably in tow.
And finally, one thing I also want to talk about is how important it is to bring adventure to shelters. And, not every shelter is going to take their cats out on leash walks, of course, but, enrichment is still important. So right here, this picture is from Annenberg Pet Space in LA, and they do a lot of training with their cats, a lot of enrichment. If cat seems like a good candidate for harness, they're on a harness, they're learning how to walk, it makes them adoptable. And as well as Best Friends Animal Society does a really great job. They have a shelter in Kanab, Utah, the largest no-kill shelter in the United States. And the cats there all have indoor-outdoor access. They can go inside when they want. They have catios when they want to wander outside. The cats that are interested in being on a leash they have a little cat hiking program, which is a lot of fun. I've gotten to walk a cat there named Blackjack. They also have a stroller program, so they can take cats out in strollers as well. So I think there's a lot of shelters that are doing a really great job of making sure that their cats get enriched indoors or out, which makes the cats more comfortable and makes them more adoptable. I think, it's very easy to go into a shelter and want to adopt the cat that comes up to you all brave and rubs against you and has his tail high in the air and is showing this great positive body language. But the truth is, there are really great cats that aren't that comfortable in the shelter environment, who aren't as, comfortable approaching people. And when we can work with them in this way, like through Cat Positive and other types of training to build their confidence, it makes these cats more adoptable and makes them more social, and it just makes them overall happier and healthier cats. And so I also just want to show you a quick video from my local cat cafe. It's called Java Cats here in Atlanta, Georgia. And Hayden and Zoe are going to talk to you a little bit about the ways they work with their cats and show you a cat, Dylan, that we leash trained just over the weekend. Thanks.
At one point in time, every cat in here could high five. It does obviously take consistent work and lots of treats to get them to do tricks. And if a cat doesn't want to do something, they won't do it, and they'll do it on their time. But they are fully capable of learning tricks. They just don't want you to think that they are. But I think when we see cats that have interest of partaking in the outside world, doing it and being monitored on a harness and a stroller, it's just a nice way to get them outside of their little inside world and open their horizon to what's on the outside, and it can be very enriching for them. Yeah, it's nice to see him adapt so well in the lounge, a cat that's never had a harness for as far as we know before coming here, and just to kind of adapt to it so quickly. So Dylan would be perfect to take outside to the outside world on a harness and leash train him. He's obviously eager and he's still wearing it and liking it. So he's totally fine with it. Some cats aren't going to be that way.
I think he thinks it's a fashion statement.
Yeah, it totally is. But some cats might flop over and drag, or they just don't want it, and that's totally fine. Every cat's different.
When people see cats that are trained, they're more likely to be like, oh my gosh, that cat is so cute, I want to take it home. Then they'll take that cat home, which opens another spot in the shelter for the shelter to be able to take in another cat, which then we can train that cat, find it at home, and keep doing that. We can train. Let's say we trained 20 cats in here and they all got adopted, then 20 more cats could come and then we could train them. So I think it definitely makes their adoption rates a lot faster.
Now, that was fun. That was great, Laura. That was a really good time. And it must, I mean, I know you put that thing together, but it must be fun to watch the folks that this has affected, that their relationships are stronger,
Yeah, and it's been one of the best benefits to me personally is just the people I've met. So everyone you see in that video I met through Adventure Cats, whether it was my local cat cafe or Sandra and Charlotte and their cats Denali and McKinley. I think one of my favorites, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Suki Cat on Instagram. I got to meet her at a convention a couple years ago, and she told me that finding our website inspired her to train her cat, and I love that because her pictures are just straight magic.
Yeah, and that's amazing for you to know. I mean, that's something that you just sort of got into in this way, and just to see it snowballing. I mean, and I know you and I have talked about this in the past, but the idea that what we're trying to tell everybody here when we're getting you guys to leveling up your cat doesn't just mean get them into a harness, get them outside, get them clicker trained and all that. But if you take a look at Laura's story here, a journalist, and then all of a sudden, Adventure Cat Maestro, and spreading that word all over the place as well. So yeah, no, that was a great presentation, and I'm seeing in chat that people are just loving it. So that was fantastic. So now listen, I want to ask you about a couple of things, because this is important. When I think about, for me, and I'm just talking as somebody who is just getting into the thought about getting a couple of my guys outside and walking around, I have a fear, and my fear is off-leash dogs. And what do you do to sort of just protect your guys, and even if it wasn't a dog, even if it was just some sort of danger that's going to present itself out in the world, because they're awfully vulnerable if they're just walking down the street. Do you have any hints that you could give me?
Yeah, I think one, just first of all, know your cat, know if they're do the training, understand your cat. Like one of my cats, I know I would never take him past the yard. He wouldn't be comfortable. My youngest cat, Travis, is a different story. If he hears a loud sound, he's not frightened. He wants to investigate. It's hard to spook him. So I would look at personality. Two, look where you're going. Is it a highly trafficked area? Are there dogs off leash or on leash who are going to be there? Sometimes it's unavoidable, but just be really familiar with your surroundings. 3, training, making sure that your cat has a safe space. For some people, they bring along, a cat backpack. For others, like McKinley, he knows his safe space is on top of his human shoulders, but there is obviously an element of not knowing what's going to happen when you're out. And that's, something that you have to accept. And, just as you're not going to put your cat in a situation that he's not comfortable in, don't put yourself in a situation you're not comfortable in. If your cat doesn't want to go past the porch, that's fine. If you're not comfortable taking your cat on a canoe, don't take your cat on a canoe. So I just think, knowing your cat, having that training. And I think oftentimes we just need to look at what I urge people to consider is like how this past year, we've all been kind of indoor cats and we know how hard that can be. So look for ways, even if it's no longer how big or small it is, that you can make your cat's world bigger.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's like, know your cat. I know me, and I'm not getting in the canoe, so there's that. Come here, you. Hi. Are you jealous, Laura? Are you
I'm
jealous?
very jealous.
Oh, look at you.
I'm visiting a friend of mine right now, and she has 1 cat and 1 dog, and I miss like my menagerie of animals at home and having 3 cats on me at night.
It's been a while since I've had a little one like this before. I mean, in the house, but I forget how delightful kittens smell. Anyway,
Yes.
I digress. No, one of the things I wanted to touch on is the fact that oftentimes we want things for our cats that they don't want. And you talk about this a lot, the idea of knowing your cat and not just knowing, but respecting them and knowing, listen, does this cat, will my cat benefit from having their challenge line just sort of gently crossed? And for them, that might be, I'm curious, that your cats who look out the window and they're like, maybe I think I wanna, and then getting them to go maybe in the backyard. And maybe that's brilliant for them. And that's enough for them. As you said with your cats, how did you, just in terms of, because I think this would be really applicable for a lot of people watching, how did you know, for instance, that one of your cats you can go on an adventure with, the other 2, that adventure might just be the backyard?
Yeah, looking at how they react, like I mentioned the sounds, are they easily skittish when new people come over? Are they interested in them or do they hide? Do they show an interest in the outdoor world? Like all of my cats are very into cat TV. They want to be at the window. One of the best purchases I ever made was just a bird feeder that honestly is more of a squirrel feeder on my window. And my cats sit on a perch and watch squirrels all day and have the times of their lives. But then noticing, like when I opened a window, that they were so interested in like the scents and the sounds. And, I just started thinking about what if my life was confined to these 4 walls? And looking at how they play, looking at their personality, and just starting slow. So, you always want to start leash training inside. You can go out slowly. Keep the door open if your cat wants to run back in, but just let them take those first steps. I have 1 cat that wants to sit down in the grass, lie in the sun, eat some grass, call it a day. My youngest cat loves water. He walks down into the creek. He wants to play around and splash. Like that's not most cats, but that's what he loves to do. But I didn't force him there. So yeah, always, like you said earlier, you don't want to go on a canoe. I have friends who don't want to go camping with me. I'm not going to make them go camping with me.
You just said camping. I started to sweat. I'm a city boy. I didn't even see a campground until I was 20. And then I was like, yeah, I'm done. You would have to put me on a harness. But I think that's great. And I think, again, the messaging to you guys is, and it's like some of you guys who come to me and you say, I want my cat to be a lap cat. I want my cat to sleep next to me in bed. I want my cat to purr. Because I'm magic. But knowing who they are and appreciating who they are, and knowing if your cat is the kind of cat who wants to go out and explore the world fully, or to your point, hey, I just want to hang in the grass a little bit. And we can be those people saying, hey, my cat's safe. I know nothing's going to happen to them while they're out here because they're under my control. And man, you have like creeks and beaver dams, and you must live in a pretty amazing place.
Well, I live in Atlanta, so it's unexpected, but I'm in a really good part of Atlanta for a little bit of outdoorsiness.
That is pretty unexpected, but you know, there you go. So let's talk quickly about the idea of indoor cats and indoor adventures, because I know that that's something that has been important to you, and that you've got a new book coming out. So I want you to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so I saw some of you in the chat are familiar with Desi and Rue. So the woman who owns that store is veterinarian Dr. Lynn Barr. She's a good friend of mine, and she feels so strongly about giving indoor cats more that she actually went out of her cat-only practice and started making toys and writing about enrichment. So we teamed up to talk about how to do indoor adventures for cats. We talk about a little bit of outside stuff as well, but it's just anything you can imagine. We talk about stereotypes with cats. We talk about how we as people have kind of changed cats because, you know, they come from the outdoors. They're not naturally indoor animals, and how we can help them tap into those natural instincts to live really fulfilling lives. And we want people to know that it doesn't have to be harness training. There's so many other options. If you're not comfortable with it, that's okay. There's still things you can do indoors to give your cat a taste of the great outdoors, to keep your cat happy and healthy and enriched. So it's a whole book on this. We talked to tons of experts. We have gorgeous photos, and I think it's just really inspiring. And what I'm really proud of is how it shows you the world from a cat's point of view. Every chapter kind of shows you what we think versus what a cat thinks. And oftentimes those aren't the same. So I think when we get that perspective, we can really empathize with our cats and kind of see that they often live like we did in 2020 in quarantine. And we know how hard that was on us. And so even the best cat caregiver can still find ways to do better. One thing I recommend is just looking for one thing you can do every day to make your cat's life a bit different, whether it's a puzzle feeder, opening a new closet to explore, just give them a little something.
Yeah, and the name of the book is Indoor Cats?
It's called Indoor Cat, How to Enrich Their Lives. I forgot the subtitle, but Indoor Cat, you'll find it.
And so Indoor Cat with Lynn Barr, and that is coming out in the fall, right?
Yes, October.
Glorious. And folks can pre-order this book, am I right?
Yeah, it's up for pre-order.
Okay, great. And you guys also, once the event is over, we'll be putting up where you can pre-order that book, because you're right. I mean, just because, again, if your cat isn't the one who wants to go outside and exploring down by the creek, there are ways to just make their life just that much better. And I think that we as a culture have been guilty for so long. As we brought our cats indoors, they started to just occupy this place of almost sort of cat furniture. Like, there's my cat, my cat's over there, and we just keep walking, as opposed to the dogs who were like, pay attention to me right now because I'm going to pee on the floor, kind of thing. You know, I mean, I guess cats do that too, but in a much more subtle way. So I think that everything that you're bringing to the game right now, I think is really important. Laura, thank you so very much for spending time with us and sharing your knowledge, and also for your website and your books, and just bringing the conversation up and around, and have everybody just take a look at what they do with their cats and how to make their lives better. So again, thank you so very much for being at Cat Camp with us.
Of course, thanks. This was wonderful. I've always wanted to be a cat camp counselor.
There you go. You're a counselor. I hereby knight you, counselor. And hopefully we'll have you back again.
Wonderful.
All right. Thanks again. You guys, Laura Moss, I'm so psyched that we had the Adventure Cat maven here today, along with Samantha Bell, teaching you guys all about the basics of clicker training. So now you got the soup to nuts, as it were. I don't even know where that saying came from, soup to nuts. Anyhow, no soup for you. Anyhow, so, oh, Jackson's getting punchy. It's that time in Cat Camp where Jackson starts getting punchy. So this is where the adventure really begins. Anyhow, we still got much more to come. I'm going to say again to you guys, thank you to Petco Love for their love, for making sure that Cat Camp comes to you for free. There's no way it could happen without them. And also our sponsors, also Armor Cat and Pet Ag, also for bringing this to you. And don't forget, it is our online store that helps us stay supported as well. Plus, there's some rocking good stuff over there. I mean, did I show you this? I know I did, but I'm showing you again. Look at this bad boy. Anyway, there's plenty of shirts over there, and hoodies and hats and stickers and masks and mask chains and all kinds of great stuff for you and for your cats, by the way. So head on over there. You'll see the link up above the store, above the video. Just go there. For you guys who are joining us over on YouTube and Facebook, first of all, come the heck over to catcamp.com, because not only once you register for free, you can get the grand prize. The grand prize, which will be given out at the end of our adventure today, and that will be a 30-minute consult with me. And by the way, if you buy anything in the store today, I think it's anything. Yeah, I think we're going to give out another meet with me via Zoom. And so everything you buy, you're registered. But come on over, register for free. That way you can be part of chat. And you can see all the other good stuff that you can't see anyplace else. So anyhow, that's that. And the next thing we're going to do, this is kind of one of my favorite. Everything's my favorite because it's Cat Camp. One of our Cat Camp counselors, Andrew Martela, the cat photographer. I am the cat photographer, says Andrew, and he is. And what he's going to do for us today is just show us how to just, edit and just make our cat pictures better. And boy, I need that as well, man. For some reason, I'm just going to say my wife can take pictures on a phone, and you're like, what? How did you do that? Because mine are all just like fuzzy, and the cat's like, and whatever. And I'm like, anyway, you can't edit that out. I know that. But Andrew will take us through it just like he's done before in the past. So stand by. Andrew's coming up. I'm going to hang out and chat for a bit, and we will be back on the other side of cat photo editing. Stay tuned, you guys.
Hello, cat campers. How's everyone doing? It's me, it's Andrew, and I am the cat photographer. I have chat open. So I want you guys to ask me questions while I'm doing this presentation, because I only have 25 minutes, so it's not going to be a super thorough photography workshop like I have done in the past. It's mostly going to be, there are going to be a couple quick tips in the beginning, and then editing your guys' photos. So yesterday I asked all of you to submit your favorite photos of your cats and to see if I could improve them, tweak them a little bit, make them a little bit better than they are. I'm stoked to edit these photos, and then I'll send them back to whoever I edited. If I do edit your cat, I want you in the chat to blow up and be like, yo, that's my cat Cookie, or that's Sadie, etc. Cookie and Sadie. First, is everyone enjoying themselves here? This has been a really cool cat camp for me so far. Yeah. Hey, so many people are in here. This is awesome. If you guys want to let me know from where you're watching, that'd be great. I just want to shout some of you people out from DR. What's up, Tammy? Dang, you're cute. Wow. Hey, thank you. So yeah, I'm stoked to be here. I really hope that I can impart some wisdom in the next 20-ish minutes. And mostly just edit cute pictures of your cats, because I got so many awesome submissions. And I really just want to broadcast the cuteness. Milford, Iowa. Nice. Okay. Philly, that's where I'm from. Awesome. Missouri, Jersey, Florida. All right. I'm seeing it all roll in now. Germany, Norway. Oh my God. Vancouver Island. You guys, this is worldwide. This is so cool. Toronto, South Africa. What's up, Monique? Spain. I love it. I love it. Is there anyone from San Diego here besides Igu or Hannah? In the house. That's creepy. Someone is writing from inside my house. Okay. All right. I know we got limited time, so I'm going to get into it. I just want to shout all you guys out because this is only possible because you're here hanging with us and learning alongside us. So I really appreciate everyone being here. Dubai. Okay. Amazing. It's honestly worldwide. I love it. I love it. Well, anyway, if you guys don't know who I am, I'm Andrew, I'm the cat photographer. Jackson introduced me. I've given a number of presentations at Cat Camp before. I've done some live editing, but I think it's been a bit since I've done a workshop of this. So bear with me. And again, feel free to ask questions along the way. If there's something you don't understand, I'm primarily going to be using this program called Lightroom. It's an Adobe product. If there are things that you don't understand, just holler and hopefully I can get to you. And all right, let's begin. So first off, before we start editing the photos, we have to take the photos, in which case I want to give just a couple quick pointers about light, because light and exposure is so critical to getting a crisp, clear photo. You rarely want to have the animal or your subject eclipsing your light source. So you're always going to want to have your back to the light source so that the light is cascading on them. If you are in a home that doesn't have a lot of natural light, then I recommend getting something like a ring light, or there are like small handheld selfie lights that you can use. But light is not only important to making sure the photo is exposed, but also for capturing if there's any motion. The more light you have, the easier it is for you to capture motion. Second, eye contact. I'm just gonna display this. I had Haroon back here. He was here. Hold on, let me see if I can get it back here. I had my cat in the background. He was gonna be my model for this. All right, I guess not. I guess not. So you guys are gonna be the cat in this scenario. So I got my camera. I want to get eye contact. Super simple. You have your toy. It can be treats. It could be like a crinkle ball. It could be your keys. Typically something that makes noise is going to be more advantageous than something that doesn't. But so you guys are the cat. You're watching the toy go around, and then as the photographer, you just place the toy on top of the lens. Oh, here's her. My cat just joined us. I know, on top of the lens or behind the camera. And this can also work. Same for phones. Same kind of thing. Got your toy. Boom, behind the camera. They're gonna be following whatever the sound is. And if you put it on top of the lens or behind the camera, it appears as though they're looking directly into the lens. Really easy. Oh God. Okay, Haroon. And then lastly, perspective. We see the world from a fixed perspective most of the time when we're walking around or standing. It's really cool to get a different perspective. Like one on the ground, so you can almost envision what it is like to be a cat. And I feel like it also gives cats agency. You start to recognize them as, you know, an independent being with a whole gamut of emotions and desires and wants. I feel like it's really critical if you're attempting to up your photography game. Just get on the ground. Just get on the ground, get a little dirty, and start taking photos. It's really cool what kind of like vistas you will unlock by doing that. Very simple. Okay. And as far as editing goes, the three main things that we're going to want to keep in mind the most is exposure. So that's how bright your photo is. A lot of photos indoors, are a bit shadowy, especially if you're taking it with a phone. And I'll show you how to correct that. Very, very easy in a program like Lightroom. There are free alternatives to Lightroom. And even if you have a smartphone in Instagram, there are a lot of tools that you can use, which will completely revolutionize the way that you post your photos. I think like 60% of the workload is in editing. I can take photos all day long, but editing takes up a lot of my time. White balance is the other thing. Indoors, we're mostly dealing with a lot of yellow light, unless you're doing adventure cat stuff like our last presenter. If you're not outside with your cat, indoors, there's warm light everywhere. And depending on what color your walls are, it's going to be reflected in the color of the cat and the color of the photo. So white balance is critical. So white balance is getting all of the colors to their most like true, vivid, and natural form. And when you're shooting in a house that has yellow bulbs, your cats are going to come out yellow. The photos are going to be really saturated yellow. And so we can actually fix that by modifying the temperature. And then the last one is composition. This is just how the elements of a photo are arranged within a frame. And I'll show you guys basically how I do that, how I will either crop or skew the photo so that I feel like it looks, the best or the most, the richest that it can. I'll show you real quick. Here's a really easy example. Beautiful photo, but this is what it looked like before. So, okay, it's a little shadowy. The colors aren't that vivid. Spending about 5 minutes editing this photo, and this is the product. And then here's another quick example. Oh, I love this kitten so much. But this is the before, super overexposed, very, very bright. Often a photo like this, you would just toss because you wouldn't be able to fix it unless you knew how to edit it. And so this is the after spending about 5 minutes editing it. And I want to show you, I took this photo yesterday with my phone. I want to show you just how easy it is to fix a photo like this. So dark, a little bit blurry, not too much we can do with the blur, some little crumblets here. In a program like Lightroom, or even in Instagram's app, even the smartphone innate apps that you have to edit photos, there's a shadow slider in virtually every application, photo editing application. And I'll show you just this one slider will bring out the eyes in Snow-Pea. So I'm just going to increase it a little bit. Boom. Before, after. So already we're able to see her eyes. She's got beautiful blue eyes. Then we can expose it a little bit more so that the photo is a bit easier to see. You can see more of the details. And then I usually do a little bit of highlights with a photo like this, up the contrast. So contrast makes blacks or darks darker and whites whiter. So a really easy way to see what all of these different tools do is just to play with them and see what the outcome is. So if I slide it all the way to the left, it's really gray because the blacks and whites are not very rich. So I'll up the contrast a little bit. And then super important, before you post a photo, before I post photos, I make sure, because this is probably food. It could be poop. I don't know. There's kitten poop everywhere, everywhere in our house. Hi, Haroon. Okay. So he's just giving me a little handshake. Apps like this, there are things that are called like blemish removers. So if you have zits, you can get rid of them. This is the same process as like a blemish remover in an app. So just kind of clone out the areas of the bits of poop. Do you take the crumbs out? I usually try to make sure I don't have. If you go through all my photos, you'll find crumbs, but I try to make sure that like the most apparent ones are obscured. All right. Crumbs be gone. One more crumb here. I know this is, it might seem minor, but in the grand scheme of the photo, it's actually really important. Okay. Snapseed. Snapseed's a good one. Oh yeah, VSCO. That's a good one too. There are a lot of free apps for this kind of thing. And I wish I had my book with me. We moved a couple months ago. I don't have all my stuff set up, but I did actually release a book last year called How to Take Awesome Photos of Cats. It goes over all this, stuff, but this is a really cool visual representation of what I do. I think I hear Hannah running to go get my book. Okay, so we are on to the portion where I'm going to be editing your guys' photos. And if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, if you can head to catcamp.com and join the chat there. If this is your photo, you can holler. Oh, wow. Wow. How did that? My own Vanna White. Amazing. So this is the book. This came out last year. Chock full of good stuff. How to edit, how to take your photos. Oh my goodness. That was so helpful. It's called How to Take Awesome Photos of Cats. Thank you. Crumb remover really made a big difference. I know. And cats have like boogers in their eyes, sometimes in their nose. Sometimes you have something in the background like this pink thing. Now, this isn't too egregious, but if you wanted to remove the pink thing, it's as simple as that. So again, what I mentioned, I would say 99% of all the photos that I see that could be enhanced, it's due to exposure and white balance. And those are the two things that will really change the way that you edit your photos and then post them and the quality of them. So photo like this, pretty dark, obviously we're going to increase the exposure. And already that took 3 seconds. Already this is such a more beautiful photo. So for black cats especially, because I've seen a lot of people saying in here, oh yeah, like Hannah White, good one. A lot of people in here have issues with black cats, and black cats can be tricky, but if you know how to work around them, so you use natural light or have a really strong light source, and then in the editing, you know how to bring shadows up. Just like that, easy peasy. I'm going to saturate this a little bit more. Don't want to go overboard with saturation because you end up with some weird stuff. I don't know if you've ever seen photos of on the internet of like mega saturated and it looks terrible. We don't want to do that. We just want to give it a nice little touch, and I'll show you the before and after. Here's the after. Before, after. Beautiful. Easy. Photoshop or light. So you can use Photoshop for all this stuff too. Hold on. I just spotted. Is that a crumb? I don't know. If it is a crumb, it's got to go. There we go. Crumb be gone. So black cat tips, it's all about the lighting and then the editing. So getting them to stay still with a toy or a treat, snapping the photo so that it's crisp. It can still be a little bit dark. It doesn't have to be this level from the gate, but as long as you know how to edit and just bring up shadows, incredibly easy. All right, next photo. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Should not give your kitty a fake tan, no. But this is insane. I love this kitten so much. I don't know who this is, but this like black and white cookie, this is clearly New York. How incredible this shot is. It can use a little bit of help. Again, exposure. So we got this cat a little bit out of the shadows. Now this one, okay, buddy. My cat really wants to play right now. This cat is in the dark. And so what I'm going to use is selectively edit him or her specifically. Bada bing, bada boom. So now I have a radial filter on this cat, which I can just modify only this zone. I'm just going to bring them up a little bit. Decrease the highlights, and then, so this is looking good, right? This is cool. But up here, I feel like I would just appreciate the blues to be richer. So I'm gonna decrease the luminance in the blues. So there we go. So the brightness of the blues was decreased, which pronounces it more. And then I can, if I want to saturate it a little bit more, I can do that. You might get a little like aberrations here around the edges of buildings. That's fine. And then let's see what the before and after looks like here. Before, after. It's a little bright for me, to be honest. So I'm going to bring the highlights and whites down. And then we got a crumb here, crumb be gone. I still want to emphasize this one. So I'm going to put another radial filter on them. Before, after. What do you guys think? So this is Lightroom. This is Adobe Lightroom. Those are your foster kittens? Nice. Foster beasts, they are adorable. So this is how I would typically edit a photo like this. It's beautiful before. Listen, incredible. I would snuggle these kittens all day. But after, you get to see their features and you can appreciate them just a little bit more. All right, next. The software is Lightroom. But like I said, a lot of the same features are in virtually any kind of photo editing app, including Instagram's baked-in editor. So we've got crumbs, crumb be gone. And you can spend a lot of time like perfecting your crumb game. But for the purposes of this, I'm going to be a little bit loose because I don't have unlimited time. This is just a little bit dark. So bring up the exposure. White balance looks good. I'm going to do a white balance photo here soon so you can see the difference. I'll bring up the shadows a little bit. And then the eyes, they're not popping. So we're going to pop the eyes. There, I do have a tool that's just a selective adjustment brush. So I'll show you what I'm doing here. Just painting in the eyes. That red is not going to be there. This is just to show you what I'm doing. I'll take the red away. And then I'm going to make them pop just a little bit. And again, this is something that you can get caught going overboard with. So you definitely don't want to go too crazy with it. I feel like this nose should be a little bit pinker, so I'm going to use some artistic liberty here. I feel like the nose was pink, so I'm just going to pinkify it a little bit more. Let's see. Is that too pink? You guys be the judge. I like a good pinky nose. All right, there we go. We got a pink nose. We got a pink nose. Oh, that's your foster kitten. Hell yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Layla is one of my favorite people. She's been a longtime supporter, incredible advocate and rescuer. Okay, so before, after, this didn't need a whole lot of love. It just needed to be brightened a little bit. There we go. I feel comfortable with that. Now let's skip to a white balance issue. This is how a lot of photos indoors end up looking. It's due to the warm bulbs that we have in our lamps. And it's really easy to fix. If you have a yellowish photo, you can see even in the fur gets yellow. It just kind of taints the entire photo. So every app has something called a temperature slider, and that's what I'm going to use here. So you can make it more yellow, like they're roasting in the sun, or you can try to balance it out a little bit. And so I'm going to reduce the yellow until I find what I think is a true white. And I think that's pretty good. So let's just really quickly, before, after. Subtle, but it really makes the colors truer with the tongue, especially with white fur. You can really end up making them almost orange. I'm also going to reduce the saturation of the orange on the fur. Bada bing, bada boom. My dad is watching. I don't think I have photos. My dad takes beautiful photos already. He doesn't need me to edit them. I'm going to use a selective brush here and just in the white. Sometimes you can lose information if it's overexposed. I'm going to try to reclaim that information. So that's what I have going on here. Okay, before, after. Again, every program has a temperature scale and a temperature slider. Yours go green? Okay, so let's pretend this is a green photo. If you have green walls and you're taking shots, maybe your photos go green. Every program also has a tint slider. So temperature is typically from blue. I know it looks green now. All right, from blue to yellow. There's tint also, which is pink. I got it, pink to green. So once you get your white balance right with your yellow and blue, you can mess with the tint too. So if yours are green, you just slide it to be slightly more pink. And also this program has a really cool tool that's just, it tries to figure out what the white balance is organically or via algorithm, but it doesn't work all that well with cats because cat fur just reflects the light really readily. Okay, where was I? Was I here? Is this how I wanted to end the? Is this how I wanted to end it? How you save the white parts? So I took a selective brush. Let me see if I can find where I was. Okay, here I was. Selective brush, and then I painted on where I wanted to see more detail, and then I decreased the exposure and the highlight. So you can, I mean, there's so many things you can do with photos, but that's one of the things, if I ever have an overexposed area, I'll do. All right, let's see, what else we got? I have so many cute photos, you guys. I'll do another white balance one really quick. Because again, this is probably, oh, that is the white balance one I'm doing. I'm losing it. Okay, let's do a quick exposure one. Adorable cat. Whose cat is this? Does Lightroom store your photos on their server? So Lightroom Classic does not. The new Lightroom Creative Cloud does. So if you like to have all your photos stored on a server, I would go that route. So adorable cat, beautiful, would totally snuggle and probably kiss on their lips. I'm just kind of increase the exposure. Done. Color would be the hue. So yeah, in Instagram, it's called hue. If your photo is green or pinkish, you can use the hue slider, and then you would pick the opposite color from what you want. So, or from what it is. So if your photo is really green, you just go to the hue thing and make it pink, and then you can adjust it that way. Beautiful. All right, we ready for crumbs to be gone? Crumbs be gone. And this is all of our cats. I mean, if you guys know who Eloise is, she is the crumb queen. So don't feel like I am picking on your cat if this is your cat and I'm saying crumbs be gone, because they're beautiful. Okay. So for this, again, you do a lot of different things. I'm going to do a really quick, simple fix and just put a beautiful radio filter over this cat where they are, enhance their colors just with using saturation. So before, after, and then I'm going to paint the snow all around this cat. Let's see if I can do it quickly. And you can be very painstaking about this process if you want, where you just like make sure no hair gets caught up in this brush, but I'm not going to do that because I don't have time. And then I can lower the exposure on that specifically, or I could lighten it if I just want it to be, I mean, that looks super weird, so I wouldn't do that. Typically what I like to do is put texture behind the cat, darken it a little bit, and then that makes the foreground pop that much more. Tiny mouth crumb queen, that's my cheese. So before, after. That's your cat Finn. Oh, Finn is he is so cute. So let me just finish touching this up. Add some clarity and texture, a little bit of that, a little bit of this before, after. Is it pink? I don't know. I think it's a little pink, so I'm gonna hit it with some green hue. Seems so it is, it's really easy. And I know I'm running through a lot of things that might seem complex, but it's all based on the same very, very basic principles of making sure your exposure is right and making sure the white balance is correct. And then from there, it's all artistic liberty to decide, like, maybe you want this cat's eyes to be blue. I don't know why you would, but if you wanted to, you could paint this in, and then, I mean, doesn't look great. I'll say that. So that is the world telling me this cat's eyes are not meant to be blue. I could make them blue and it would look okay, but I don't have the time to do the blue eyes. Let's see here. Another quick exposure fix. Let's see. And then the shadows. So you can see here, the light is coming in from, that's their left cheek. They've got some light on their left cheek. If I want some light to be on their right cheek too, to sort of like equalize the photo, I could do this linear gradient and bring light in on both sides. So before and after, you know, they look very angelic here. I don't know if that's what you want, but you can see them better. How do you mask certain spots to apply the changes selectively? So this brush here is what I use in Lightroom, and in a lot of programs, they have selective adjustment brushes. And then there are also radial and linear filters. So I just used a linear filter. You can see it's coming from the left, and I'm exposing more and more of the photo on the left side. So I can talk about bouncing light really quickly. If you have a flash, and I have a flash somewhere, but one of the most important things when you're taking photos of cats is to recognize that if you use a flash, you're probably gonna have a very bizarre reflection in their eyes due to a layer in their eyes, which basically reflects light way more than humans. So they'll have like a demon eye. We don't want our cats to look like demons. So what you can do is bounce your light off of a wall, or if you have a diffuser or reflector, or even like a piece of paper, something that helps diffuse it so that it covers a greater area, but with less intensity. So the issue with flashes is if it's pointed directly at the subject, it's going to really illuminate them, but it's very intense. So that's why you end up with the demon eyes. So I think it's called Yongnuo. They make flashes, $50. Getting a flash, if you're interested in photography, is the best investment you could ever make, especially for animals, because a lot of the time we're taking photos of animals indoors, and it's difficult to work with natural light if you don't have a lot in your house. It can be difficult to take photos with whatever ambient light you have in the house. So getting a flash will completely change the way that you take your shots. Playing with Lightroom tonight? Yeah, that's awesome. Piece of white card, something reflective. Exactly. We don't want our cats to look like demons. So here's before and after. Just exposure. White balance looks good. I just enhanced a little bit of the colors. I saturated a little bit more. And then if I want to go into the eyes, bada bing, bada boom. Before, after. Everyone's cat is so cute. This is such a fun activity for me personally, because I got like 200 adorable cat photos that I went through every single one. And I was like, in cat photo heaven. Look at this. Unreal. So this one, I think I just threw in here because it's so cute and I wanted you guys to see. If I were to change anything, I would increase the exposure a little bit. And then this black guy here, he just needs a little bit more light on him. So young Nuo. Yep. Foster Beast, you got it. Is kind of blue. Yeah. So a lot of ring lights have the ability to modify the temperature of whatever the light is that they're broadcasting. So if you have a ring light, see if there's another dial on it, because a lot of times you can change the warmth. I don't know how much time I have. I have not been keeping track of time. Hannah, if you're out there, just let me know if I should be done. This, again, exposure, and then I'm gonna fix the white balance. It's a little blue, but I'm gonna go in and fix it myself. Who is this? Is this anyone's cat? I'm about to wrap up. All right. Gosh darned it, I could do this all day. So the importance of doing this, not just to take cute photos of your cat and put them on an account, the importance of taking a photo and then taking the time to edit it in the rescue world is paramount. We can take really bad photos of all of our kittens and we would have a much more difficult time of getting them adopted. So if you work with a rescue, if you volunteer at a shelter, then you know how important it is to have good photos of the animals. So I would encourage you guys, if you have, artistic flair, if you're interested in photography, if you want to give back to the community, this is a really unique way in which you're able to not only like hone your skills as a photographer, but also get animals out of shelters. So really, really recommend just practicing a bunch and then seeing if you can help out at your local shelter. Yeah, I know. I wish it was longer too, Cheryl, but I'll be back. So I think that is it for me. I really appreciate all you guys hanging out here and spending time with me. I hope you hang out for the rest of Cat Camp. This is my favorite convention by far. I think it's just so informative and gives you useful knowledge all day long, and it's free. So how could you miss an event like this? It's crazy. So I really appreciate you guys being here. Up next, we have a short video written by someone who should have been here today to present it herself. And we miss her dearly and know that her impact on this community will be felt for years to come.
When you get to adopt them out, there's just this feeling that's not even describable, and it's not sad. It's like you're so proud of them, but yourself too, and you just can't believe it, because you know that had you not gone and picked up that kitten, they wouldn't have that.
I met Kira in 2019 when she came to Meow Parlor to visit. A mutual friend told me to expect her, so I made sure to say hi. I wasn't sure what to expect. I'd seen her online. I know some people are different in person from their online persona, and plus, I remember how awkward I was as a teen. Kira did turn out to be different. She was a lot funnier than she let on online, and I wasn't expecting to find it so easy to talk to her. She eventually started fostering for Meow Parlor and just became someone that I could talk to and who came to me for advice, and it was such a nice relationship to have. The last time I saw her, she pitched an idea for a short talk for our 2020 event. She wanted to present it to me in person so that I could see how enthusiastic she was and how much thought she put into it. As everyone knows, 2020 did not end up how any of us expected it to be. I wish she was here today to talk to everyone herself. I wish she was just here, period. During the last few years of her life, Kira dove into the rescue community and started fostering neonatal kittens. Very quickly, she became adept at critical care and was always on the hunt for kittens under 3 weeks old. It had become such a part of her identity that when her parents built an accessible extension to their home, the Make-A-Wish Foundation turned it into an oasis for her foster kittens. Using a space theme, her bedroom was designed with the caring and enrichment of kittens as a top priority. The message that Kira wanted to share with you today is that if she could do it, anyone can. Her parents generously shared the text of her presentation, and I want to share it with you today.
Hi, my name is Kira Sarisky. I live in Vermont and I am a kitten foster mama.
Some of you might know me as Crazy Kittens 802 on Instagram. I'm 17 years old. So that's great. But why am I up here in front of all of you today? That's simple. I honestly and fully believe that in some way, every single one of you is capable of making a difference. Every single one. Not to point out the obvious, but seeing me for the first time, you probably would not peg me as a foster carer for orphan kittens. That's okay. But here's the thing. I am. Yes, I use a wheelchair. Yes, this thing swallowing my upper body is in fact a brace. Sorry to disappoint, I know a futuristic robot exoskeleton suit would have been cooler. I'm not exactly typical, as you might say, but I'm also highly motivated and a hard worker. Not long into my fostering endeavors, I coined a little slogan. If I can do it, you can too. I'm not saying every person here should or can foster. What I'm saying is that everyone here should and can do something. With so many ways to pitch in, there's really no excuse to sit and watch from the sidelines. Really, try me. These kittens here, fed them every 3 hours round the clock with a 103.5 fever and a septic meningitis. Probably should not have had fosters, and I definitely am not recommending you go out and pick up a litter of kittens while acutely ill. Seriously, don't do that. But you get to the point where there's a will, there's a way. Whether it's through fostering, TNR, adoption, donating, photography, education, the list does not end. There are so many ways to help out, something everyone can do and will enjoy doing. For example, your Aunt Mildred never puts down her knitting needles. Have her teach you to make blankies for a local rescue group. I'm one person. The kittens I foster get the chance to live happy and fulfilled lives, but so many others don't. It is amazing to be growing up in a time where people are starting to become informed and really take action. We are making a difference. There's a lot of progress, but there are still thousands of animals in need of help. As one person, I can't help thousands of animals myself. If everyone helps just a little tiny bit though, together, we can.
A quote that I really like is that saving one won't change the world, but it'll change the world for that one. I mean, 3 dozen kittens, it's a lot, but it's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. But for those 36 kittens, it's a lot. And if we all could foster 36 kittens, imagine where we'd be.
So, we're back. Not supposed to be a sad thing. Supposed to be, Kira's life was inspirational, as a lot of people on with me here today know. I wish, as Christina said, that she was here with us today to talk to you guys. Although, Christina, you did an absolutely amazing job speaking for her. Kira's work lives on. Her inspiration is here with us today. She's here with us today. And the thought, if I can do it, anyone can. You can do it. You can do it. You can do something. You don't have to take on a litter of kittens with 103-degree fever. You don't have to. But there's always something. And after a little while, I'm going to come back on with Hannah Shaw, Nikki Martinez, Good God Jackson. You guys have seen me on TV before. You know I'm a crybaby. So I'm only going to apologize a little bit. But anyway, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what you can do. And it doesn't have to be perfect. And it doesn't have to be mammoth in scale. But as you can see, every one of these lives are saved. They matter. And you can amplify their voices. And that's what Kira did. So with that in mind, before, if you guys have been with us all day, which I sincerely hope you have been, but even if you're just dropping in for the first time, you would know that before we had Erica Danger presenting to us different stories of people who fundraised in different ways and who have ways of using what they are good at, who they are, to bring the message, to save lives, to raise money, supplies, consciousness, whatever it is. So we're going to go back and see a few more of these videos and try to get you to, while you're watching this, think about, as Hannah would say, think about what your superpower is. And let's bring it to the fore and let's make cat lives happier, better, and save those lives, right? All right, so let's see what Erica has to show us now.
As a pet photographer, I've volunteered with a number of shelters and rescues to take awesome photos of their adoptable cats, dogs, and other animals. Because a good photo really helps grab the interest of potential adopters, both on their website and their social media. Plus, those photos can be used by the organization to ask for donations from any supporters. My main photo specialty, though, is in-home pet photography. In the past, before COVID, I've donated gift certificates for photo sessions so that rescues could raffle or auction them off as prizes to raise funds for the organization. You definitely don't need to be a professional photographer to offer up something as a prize or a giveaway, though. Now, maybe you can get your work to donate a gift basket or offer some other type of service, or maybe you could donate other items of value to be auctioned off, like records or antiques. I've been able to use my other creative talents to make and sell things like t-shirts, stickers, photo prints, and I've spent my wild and crazy pandemic time sewing face masks and cat toys, all with a portion of my sales going to help cats and many of my favorite cat-focused organizations. If you're an artistic type of person, you can easily turn your own hobbies into fundraising for cats with a little bit of creativity. And if you're not super artistic, that's okay too. Maybe you can bake cookies for a bake sale, or host a neighborhood car wash, or even help with administrative things like emailing donors or organizing the bake sale and car wash logistics behind the scenes. And here's a big key to helping as much as possible. Don't keep it a secret. I think you'll find that your friends and your family are excited to help cats in need in whatever way that they can. It might feel intimidating at first, but remember that your impact will only multiply the more people that you get involved.
One of my favorite fundraising ideas that I had to help cats and kittens was hosting a kitten shower. At the time, I was fostering for a rescue, and it was the middle of Los Angeles kitten season, so they definitely needed some donations at the time to get them through the season. I was fostering 3 little kittens. They were so cute and so naughty, so I figured now is the time to go ahead and implement this idea that I kind of had been thinking about for a while. So we created an Amazon wish list with the help of of the foster team to make sure that we were getting supplies that were needed in the moment. And I sent that out with the invite to my friends and family, coworkers, their family, so that people had the opportunity to come to the kitten shower. And if they couldn't come to the shower in person, they were still able to donate if they wished. So at the shower, we had a couple different areas. We had the lounge, of course, with the kittens, but we wanted to spread it out so that not everybody was in with the kittens. So we had a photo booth, we had a Polaroid camera so people could take pictures, we had a kitten toy making area, we had a kitten naming area with a notebook and pens so people could just write down as many names as they could think of, and so we could present that to the kitten nursery, who definitely names a lot of kittens throughout kitten season. We also had a kitten puzzle. I was so excited to see all the friends and family that's kind of stepped up to do things, like someone asked if they could bake cupcakes. Someone sent decorations. My niece's Girl Scout troop, they made blankets for like carrier size blankets to donate as well. So all of these, kind of things, it was really fun to see people get as excited about the cause as me. And in turn, we were able to raise a bunch of donations, have a lot of fun, and give those donations to to the rescue so that they could get through their kitten season. My advice would be to, it doesn't have to be as big as this, big of a scale. It could be a smaller, it could be just your family, it could be online only. You could send it out to your Facebook family and friends, create a list. Really, no donation is going to be too small. So they're going to appreciate any donation that they're given. So if you only have, collect 2 cases of food, they're going to be grateful. If you collect a big truck full of food, they're going to be grateful. So my advice is just to get out there and get creative and do something fun like this. And hopefully this gives you a few ideas.
Hi, I'm Megan Lynn Cott. I'm a watercolor artist and cat advocate. I was trying to get my cats to hang out with you, but clearly hurting cats. And you may remember me from cat camps in the past, but what you may not know is that every month I release an art donation print in which I give a portion of the proceeds to an animal advocacy or animal rescue that I care about. And I think it's a great way to raise a bit of money for causes that you're into, and it makes the customers feel good, and it makes you as the seller feel good, and creates a common ground for both of you to feel good about that purchase and to feel good about raising money for causes that you're into. In the past, I was able to sell these prints at in-person events like Cat Camp, which you'd usually find me in a booth next to Catman of West Oakland, and hopefully someday again soon. But for now, I sell them on my print-on-demand website, which is really easy for me because it keeps track of every print that I've sold and in what sizes. So it's easy for me to know the percentage to give to each organization at the end of the month. I usually just keep track or a list of organizations that I like. I'm also able to react to things in the current zeitgeist, and that's a great way to decide who to give. But for now, if you're an animal organization that digs my artwork, hit me up and we can maybe work something out. My current donation print goes to Feral Change in the East Bay, an organization that helps make the lives better of feral and stray cats in the area.
Hi, my name is Gary and I'm one of the humans behind the Stump Brigade, and these are 2 of our cats, Miso and that was Puff, who just left. We've been fostering cats and kittens for almost 10 years now, and we use our social media to showcase all the stories of our fosters, just to help them get adopted, to show how amazing they can be once they find loving homes, and to try and help educate people about what we've learned about cat care and pet care in general, just so that people can be better prepared for when they bring a cat or a kitten home to their family, so they know what they're getting into and they know what the cat needs to be happy and healthy in their home. We know that social media is really great because it can help showcase the kittens and cats to help them get adopted faster by showing their individual personalities and just how great they can be once they find loving forever families to bring them into their homes and make them part of their lives. Sharing all the rescue stories of our fosters helps get attention for them, but also helps with fundraising efforts because people can see the direct benefit that these cats have when they go into a foster or into a rescue situation all the fundraising efforts directly benefits all these cats, and you can see how much they progress over time and how much they grow and change when they get the love and support from rescues and fosters. We have personally fostered dozens of kittens over the last few years, including a litter that we rescued from an abandoned building and a litter that we are currently fostering from a hoarding situation, and we're hoping to get them better adjusted to living in a normal home environment so that they can ultimately go on and find families that will love and care for them the way they deserve. We hope that by sharing all these rescue stories and all these success stories that people can see just how amazing rescue cats and kittens can be and how they can be a really wonderful part of any family.
Oh my gosh, so many great ideas. But the best part is that the sky is the limit when it comes to making a difference. Whatever your talents might be, and however big or small your network, you can do so much to help. I hope that we've given you some ideas and inspiration to help cats in your community. And remember, when you're thinking someone should do something about that, you're someone, and you can help.
All right. Are you properly energized, properly motivated? You should be, campers. See, now you can do everything from getting and giving tattoos, which, and actually one of my tattoos was given by a tattoo artist during a fundraiser, basically, and I think this was in San Francisco. It had been a long time, but that all the tattooists in the area donated for a day any tattoo income that they had if it was a cat-too. Hi, cat-too. I know. Oh man, I mean, what an idea to be here at Kitten Rescue in Los Angeles. By the way, if you're just tuning in, that's where I am. Kitten Rescue in Los Angeles, the largest foster to adopt network in all of LA. And I'm here in their kitten room with clearly kittens and hanging tight with these guys. So first of all, I want to show you something here because Andrew absolutely motivated me because I led into his segment by saying, you know, I'm just terrible at taking cat pictures, that anybody seems to be able to take better pictures than me. Dig this. I don't know if you guys can see this, but dig that. That's a damn good picture, Jackson. His name is Coolidge. I think we're going to post that somewhere. But I was trying to get through to Andrew during his session. Like, do my picture, because I have one. I now have one. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, the bragging is done. So we're going to move on. I just want to remind you guys, first of all, the after party is coming up after a little bit. We're going to have nautical tales of cats. And if you've not seen Pool Codinaris talk, man, it is a treat. And he's just this encyclopedia of cat knowledge, and he tells these stories in a very colorful way. We'll also be having Catman Bingo, which I still think you can get your bingo cards. Maybe I'm talking in an uninformed way, but I think you can, and play bingo with us, the largest game of Catman Bingo ever. And so that's all coming up. We're still all hanging out in the chat with you guys. Don't forget, go to the store and do a little bit of shopping. Why don't you? You know, the holidays are right around. I couldn't do it with a straight face. The holidays are right around the corner. It's a large corner, but they're coming anyway. And I really think our spring collection, including this sort of Warhol-inspired cat camp shirt, I love this thing. Plus, you can get it on all types of, I think, does it come in a hoodie? I don't remember. But we have hoodies and we have t-shirts and we have hats and stickers and pins and stuff for your cats and stuff for you. Go on over to the store. It's over the video, right in the center, you'll see shop, and just go there. If you guys are watching from YouTube or Facebook, just go to catcamp.nyc and, you know, show some love to us. And, you know, it helps to spread the word. You could be, I was watching everybody come in from all over the world as Andrew was asking people to come in, and I saw like UAE and Norway and Brazil and Japan and Glendale, everywhere. And, you know, you can wear your Cat Camp apparel and show the world that you're a camper. And that's what matters at the moment. So anyway, let's get cracking here. I'm really, really excited about this. Hannah Shaw, Nikki Martinez, if you know kittens and you follow kitten people on the interwebs, then you know these two, right? And I really wanted to get these guys together just to talk, not a talk, to talk about their experiences throughout this journey. I'm really stoked about this. But anyway, if you don't know Hannah Shaw, the Kitten Lady, she's a kitten rescuer. She's a humane educator. She's a New York Times best-selling author who has dedicated her life to finding innovative ways to protect animals. Her project, Kitten Lady, strives to create global change in the way we perceive and treat the tiniest and the most vulnerable felines. Nikki Martinez works in feline welfare and rescue in Las Vegas, Nevada. She is Nevada. I never know, you know. Obviously, I'm a New Yorker. We don't know Nevada from Nevada. She is the foster mom behind at My Foster Kittens on Instagram and the founder of Fostering a Purpose, a company with the purpose of giving back to animal welfare organizations. So without further ado, Nikki and Hannah, are you there?
Hey,
we are here. Great, cool. Look at how technology works for us. Anyway, I'm really happy that we're all in a room together, so to speak. I wish that we were at that place right now where we were in an actual room. And I told you guys beforehand, like, you know, we would have like those big comfy red couches and just hanging out with cups of coffee or whatever, yerba mate. Anyway, doing something, but I'm really, what are you drinking there, Hannah?
I have a tea latte. I can't do coffee. I already seem like I've been drinking a lot of coffee every day, so no coffee for me, but I'm a tea drinker.
Yeah, I can't do without coffee. Sip. No, I can't do life without coffee. Nikki, do you feel left out?
I don't have anything. I only have
That's what I'm saying.
a Sphinx cat at my feet.
I know, and I wish I could show you guys. I've got, you know, I have kittens. I can't impress you guys though with kittens. I just realized that. Like, I can impress a lot of people saying I'm in a room full of kittens, but you guys sort of no.
You know, I would say I'm still always impressed by kittens. Every single kitten I meet, I'm like, wait, how is this the cutest kitten I've ever seen? Can't top that. And then another kitten walks in and I'm like, wait a minute. That's also the
this
cutest
is what I
kitten.
want. So from now on, every time you guys meet a kitten for the first time, I just want you to say, I'm impressed with you. That's just it. That's just sort of the end. Hello, Coolidge. I'm impressed with you. He's eating my cord. No. Anyhow, so today, I mean, I know that we're going into the world of the unscripted and the unknown and everything. And it was kind of a weird thing, I know, but I really wanted to get you guys together because I think obviously you guys have a lot in common. It's just, folks don't really know what it is that is your life and how you guys got into this. And I just wanted for us to talk a little bit because also, and knowing you guys enough, we all share the same sort of story, which is that we kind of backed into this world of rescue. It wasn't one of those like, you know, here we are like, you know, 8-year-olds sitting around going, I want to save cats, you know, and somehow we wound up doing it. So first, I wanted to go sort of one by one and just find out a little bit more about how you got here. And Nikki, I'll start with you because I know your story less. So Nikki, how did you wind up here?
I wonder that too. I don't know. I never owned a cat, never had a cat, didn't grow up with cats. I grew up with dogs since birth. And to make a very long story short, a little over 10 years ago, I found a kitten in the road, nursed it back to health. It came at a time in my life that I was recovering from a really major surgery, so I kind of needed that kitty as much as they needed me, and found her a wonderful home with my aunt and uncle. She's living the high life today, and I thought, this is amazing. I could do this. So I walked into the local shelter, didn't know there was such a thing as kitten season, and started fostering, and there have been hundreds since then. So hundreds of fosters. I used to keep a book and keep track. I don't anymore. And then about 6 years ago, I got involved in TNR, Trap Neuter Return, which is between fostering and TNR. I love them both, but my passion is TNR, stopping the suffering first. So, which I know Hannah does too. We talk a lot about it.
Yeah, it's true.
You would say the same thing, Hannah?
Yeah, well, I think that, I live and breathe kitten rescue, but I consider TNR to be a kitten program. I think it's like an essential part of kitten rescue. So to me, it's not even an either or. It's kind of just not even a both and. It just is. It's just the environment that we live in here. We are doing kitten rescue and we're doing kitten prevention at the same time.
And so now that I've got your story, it also, I remember the whole, there was a kitten. Had we fill everybody in on your backstory a little bit?
Yeah, so I was always an animal lover. I used to do animal advocacy, but on like farm animal issues. And when I went to school for psychology, I was working with children initially, and I was in a playground one day with some children, and I found a kitten in a tree, and it completely changed my world. That was about 12 years ago. About 10 years ago, I switched to working professionally in animal welfare, and that just always started veering more and more towards cats and kittens. And yeah, I mean, I think you find one kitten and then you find another kitten, and then someone else finds a kitten and calls you, and then someone's neighbor finds a kitten and they have your number through their friend's cousin's chiropractor. Like, it just kind of, everybody gets your number, and pretty soon you're the local kitten resource and you don't really have a choice. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I never worked with cats really. I've always, like, from the very beginning of my work with cats, worked with neonatal kittens, and found that was an area where there was a lot of help needed. So over the years, I started working with animal shelters. I started doing kind of consultation with shelters, and ended up founding my nonprofit about 6 years ago. It's Orphan Kitten Club. So now, I mean, I literally live and breathe this. I have a baby room right next to me. We have a separate clubhouse on my property that is just something that we're renovating for kitten rescue purposes. So yeah, I would say it's a slippery slope.
I have to back you all the way, all the way back, because there's got to be at least one person in this rather large audience right now who's like, wait, hold, you found a kitten in a tree? It was one thing for Nikki to be like, I found a kitten in the middle of the road, but to find a kitten in a tree?
That's what I thought, in a tree.
I've found multiple kittens in trees, if you can believe that.
No.
You just got to look up,
Just look up, there's kittens in the trees. What, really, were you just like walking by a tree and did the kitten just...
It was, I looked up, and I mean, it's my cat Coco. She's 12 now. And she's a black cat. So she was a little black kitten in like a tree. I could barely see her. I actually just noticed her eyes. And I was like, what's up there? And I was looking, and I was like, okay, that's a kitten. And, like I said, I was already an animal lover. I just had never had the opportunity shoved in my face of like, what are you going to do if an animal really needs your help and they're in front of you? And I think that's the thing that Nikki and I both really believe in, is when an opportunity to help is presented to you, even if you don't feel ready to help, there's something to be said for the spirit of just being like, okay, like, here we go. I don't know what I'm doing, but here we go. And if you're a resourceful person, you'll figure it out. You'll find the people to ask. And, 12 years later, you'll live in a kitten nursery like me, maybe.
It is so true because I get so many people asking me, how do I start? Or I want to trap cats in my neighborhood and get them spayed and neutered, but I don't know how to do it. I'm not trained like you are. Well, I was never trained. There was no Instagram when I started of cat resources and online blogs and YouTube videos. I just jumped in and learned the hard way. And I think it's, as long as you're willing to do it, as long as you want to help, just go for it. I always say on my Instagram that I love doers, and it's so true. If you have the heart to want to do the right thing, go for it, do it.
Well, you know,
and that's how we started.
And I think that, again, something that we all three share is that, you know, we didn't have quote unquote role models, right? We didn't have people to look up to and say, okay, I know where to go with this. And I think that if you had to think about what prevents thinkers from crossing that line into doers, a lot of times it's the fear of doing it wrong, or I have nobody to bounce this off of. Right? Did you guys both experience that kind of sort of desert of like, what am I doing here? You know, because you didn't have someone to bounce off of or someone to look up to.
I still experience it. I mean, I don't know about you, Hannah, but
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I say thank goodness for you, Nikki. We talk to each other all the time.
We do.
Yeah, I would say that, like, my experience is you're going to start knowing nobody you can call, and then you're going to find one person you can call, and then they're going to tell you where else you could find resources. And that still happens. Nikki and I will still contact each other and say, I'm dealing with this really strange specific thing. Do you know anybody who maybe has experience with that? You connect them, and then suddenly you have that contact. So it's sort of this,
absolutely.
It's so important to know that, like, there's no moment at which you're like, aha, now I'm ready. I have all the knowledge, and anything that comes to me, I can handle. I would say at least once a month, I see something I've never seen before, and I have to figure out where to find the information. And the thing that does get easier over time is you just have more contacts and you know more resources. Right. Maybe you have more books, you've found more learning opportunities online, you've attended more cat camps, but you're never done learning.
And
yeah, that is true. And when people ask me, I'm sure, no, I don't have any resources for maybe TNR or something in your area. Well, start by connecting with other cat lovers in your area. I know there's apps that you can connect with your neighbors. So connect with other cat lovers in your neighborhood and start there.
Hey, when did you guys meet? How long do you guys know each other?
Boy,
I'm trying to remember. You know what I remember? I think, did you have a kitten named, his name was Boomer?
Okay, yeah. So we had.
Do you know, like, how I remember all your kittens' names?
That's really creepy. No.
I'm just really, I can't remember like people's names, but I'm like, you had this little orange kitten named Boomer, right. And we went to like a vegan restaurant in
I think
Las
you
Vegas.
And Hannah, or you and Hannah, you are Hannah. You and Andrew started dating, and you were in Vegas, and I picked you guys up, and we went to eat. Now I remember we had talked before.
Yeah, for sure.
Social media a lot and shared information, and but we snuck Boomer in. He was bottle feeding. I brought him in, and I think you ended up naming some kittens after vegan donuts you had in Vegas.
Oh yeah, that was a long time ago, Nikki.
It was.
How long ago was it? How long ago was this?
That's like 5 years ago. Yeah. 5 years ago.
Yeah. Lots of kittens ago.
And thank goodness for Nikki, because, like, you know, there are tons of people who are doing amazing work with kittens, but there's not many people I know who do it as much as Nikki. And having somebody to call on who, you know, the more you do, the more kind of really strange things you're going to see with kittens.
Yes, I think it was not that long ago. We were on a phone call going through the same type of thing and bouncing ideas off each other. And that's really important, to have a person that does what you do to connect with on any level. Yeah. On any level. Mm-hmm.
What? There were kittens with donut names? Is that what you just said?
Okay, so
Someone
yeah,
had
I mean, there's really good donuts in Nevada or in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I flew home with donuts, and then I like immediately went and picked up kittens, so I named them after the donuts. But
Wait,
yeah.
what is it? Are we talking about what the hell was the name of that donut place?
Ronald's, man.
Oh
Classic.
yeah, Ronald's Donuts. Sorry, you guys. It's not every day that if you're vegan and the donuts, man. Ronald's Donuts, Las Vegas.
They're
Every
so
time we
good.
come back from Vegas, it's like with 12 boxes of donuts. And we're like, all right, we can freeze this. It's fine. You wind up giving it all away. Anyway, we're diverging into. I'm hungry. But I want to get back to, because the fact that you guys met each other and you met a lot of other people along the way, but was there a moment as you started crossing that line from being the person who found the kitten in the road or found the kitten in the tree and started just finding out stuff, but then there's that moment where others are asking you, now you start to become the resource, now you start to become the person that others are looking toward, that you just started to go, well, wait a minute, I'm not going to only talk from my perspective and the whole concept of imposter syndrome. And I didn't know, man. All I know is I was spending time with cats. I was solving problems. Yes, I would reach out when I could, but this is back in the Stone Age and we didn't even have social media and all that. But there is, to this day, there isn't a day that I wake up that I don't feel like I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm afraid that I'm going to be found out. I know, it's been a long time, but do you guys get that?
You're the expert. I know. We had kind of talked about that a few days ago, and I kept thinking about it, how you do feel like an imposter because I'm just a normal person doing what anyone who has a heart and a compassion towards animals would do. Just go out there and do it.
Yeah. I would say the time that people started asking me questions about kitten care came way before I felt confident even remotely about kitten care. And what can you do other than, I think the most important thing is to have the humility to admit what you don't know and to have the strength to share what you do know, and the willingness to share what you do know. And there are things that I feel like I know really well. There are things that I feel really shaky on. And if I feel shaky, I think an important skill of being a rescuer is realizing I don't feel really confident about this. I'm going to check in with someone else and make sure that I have the right information, that I'm doing this to the best of my ability. And that is how you learn,
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, sorry,
I'm
go
very,
ahead.
Oh no, I'm just saying I'm very quick to admit that there's things I don't know too. I don't know adult cat behavior. I refer them to you. I don't know adult cat illness and ailments. I don't really know that much. I know neonatal kittens because I've just done it a lot, and I know critical care kittens, but that's just very specialized. There's lots and lots of things I don't know.
Yeah, I feel the same way whenever somebody asks me, can you help me troubleshoot this situation with my adult cat? I'm like, honestly, my experience with adult cats is just having my adult cats. So that's really limited, working with community cats is an experience I have. But I think this is one of the really nice things about there being so many different lanes to choose from within cat welfare is you can choose your lane and get really, really specific in it. The cool thing about Nikki is her lane is really similar. We're driving right alongside each other so we can share a lot of our common experiences. And when you choose one thing and dedicate yourself to it, it does mean you have to have boundaries around all the other things you can't do, but then you'll become really confident at what you can do,
Right.
You both have sizable social media followers, if that's a good way of putting it. You have an audience, you have a community around you, you have people who know your kittens, they know a lot about you. Do you feel supported? Do you feel, I don't know. It's just hard, isn't it? I mean, is it a good thing? Is it a hard thing? I mean, it's obviously a choice that you
Both.
make, and I'm sure that you feel buoyed a lot by the people around you. But do you find challenges with that, especially when you're dealing with, you know, I mean, every day there's huge ups and downs with it. I just wanted to know how you interact with your audience, and if it's hard sometimes.
Nikki, do you want to go, or I can?
You know, there's so many things that go through my head when I think about this. So, you know, the good things are that I think I try to really instill the education about the importance of spay and neuter and TNR, and I hope that encourages and lights a fire under someone to get involved in their own community. But sometimes, you know, there's criticism that comes along with it. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I get my husband and I kind of joke about it. What are they gonna say when I show this really cute picture? Someone's gonna say something really negative. But for the most part, the majority of everyone is very caring and supportive.
Yeah, I have the same experience. I would say social media and just the support of this cat community it has transformed my ability to do any of the things that I do. And not just that, but like to force me to imagine even greater things that we could be doing. You know, when I started my nonprofit, I just was hoping to get enough donations that I could, you know, get medical care for my kittens I was fostering. And that has turned into this huge nonprofit organization, Orphan Kitten Club, that we have grant programs, we have our Full Circle program, we have satellite nursery, we have a building now. And none of that would be possible if it weren't for sharing what I'm doing every day and then people believing in that. And it means so much to me that can be transformed into real action. That's extremely positive. I think there are definitely some difficulties of having a lot of people looking at what you're doing, because there's always going to be people who don't really understand where you're coming from, or you know, I always say social media is like real life. Like, most people are so lovely and you'd be happy to have them as a guest in your home. But you know, every once in a while there's someone who's not so lovely and you don't want them to be a guest in your home. And you know, it can be, it's hard not to take some of those things to heart, because I know Nikki and I both, like, we are so passionate about the work we do. We put our every waking moment and our full hearts into this work. And so I hope that comes across and people can see that.
Well, of course, I mean, and really, by and large, it's an incredibly supportive world that you guys live in. I think, I guess I only ask this because I'm afraid. I mean, just like Nikki, you were saying just now, like, okay, if I hold up this kitten right now and show a picture, is someone gonna get upset about the way I'm holding him? You know what I mean?
Oh, I get it. I mean, if I give them a bath, if I don't give them a bath, if I don't pick them up, if I hold them too much, you know, sometimes you don't win. But all in all, if the majority understand that, you know, I just literally crawled through a gutter to rescue this kitten myself. So there is nothing that I'm going to do to put them in harm's way. And if you scroll back, you'll see, you know, that's what I do. I'm here to make their life better. So most people understand that.
I mean, I think it is, when you think about it, if we're talking about it, it exists, which is this notion of the perception of perfection, that those who follow any of us would think that because we are putting ourselves out there as educators in a larger way, that we do everything perfect. And that's what I'm saying, is I get scared when I mean, at this point you would assume I wouldn't, but I just don't want, you know, I guess I fear judgment in a way, and it's hard when you're living your life in a sort of social media feedback, that it's hard when you have that that fear. Do you guys feel like you have thick skin? I mean, because I
No.
don't feel like my
No.
Oh, good. Thank God. Thank God.
No, and I
Yeah.
think
No,
people
I
who
wish
do
I
this
did.
work are people who do this work are really tender-hearted people, and you know, I definitely feel that way. Like I worry sometimes because the truth is on social media, you want to put your best face forward. You want to share the cutest thing you have going on. I don't enjoy sharing the things that feel sad or scary or uncertain at all. But I do experience them all the time. And sometimes I'm in a place where I feel like I can share about that and I can handle it. Sometimes I feel like I'm in a place where I'm like, I just need to get through this. And I don't have the capacity to like share this thing that's going on with me right now because it's tender for me, you know? And if I do get somebody being nasty, like this is like a tender thing for me right now, you know? So I think, I'm really big on like trying to protect your peace and protect yourself so that you can continue doing the work. And sometimes for me, that means not sharing something that's going on because I just like I can't like deal with talking to strangers about it if it is something that is like a sad or scary thing for me. Sometimes it's different. Honestly, you guys know I've had like kind of a difficult couple weeks here. We lost 2 kittens this month, and that doesn't happen for me like very often, but it's something that does happen when you're working with really vulnerable population, which, you know, we do. It's something that happens sometimes, and it's hard to like publicly grieving is really, really hard for me. I would say that's one of the harder things about social media because I just want to curl up into a ball and not hear anybody's perspective on how I should be reacting to it.
Is that what you do? Is that what you do? Do you just sort of go away?
Curl up
for
into a
minute?
ball?
Yeah.
No, actually, well, sometimes I don't have time to curl up into a ball, honestly. Sometimes I don't have time. I try to like give myself a moment to just have that like cathartic cry and experience and like give myself space to process what just happened. For me, after I lose a kitten, I really only like to talk to like the very, very closest people in my life. So my veterinarian, my partner, my rescue partner, Sonia, and those are the 3 people I talk to. And other than that, I really because I like to use that time to try to learn as much as I can from the experience. For me, that's like a really healing thing to know that I'm taking something away that might help somebody else in the future. But it's difficult to process that online.
It's difficult, and it's a balance from wanting to be encouraging and motivating because we need the help in the feline world. We need the help. Anyone who's just willing to do it, regardless of their resources or background, we need that help. But at the same time, there's reality too that we would like to share without being discouraging. So it's that balance that you try to keep.
Yeah, you know, sometimes like lately I've been feeling like I'm always like, anybody can foster, like anybody can do it. And then I'm like, gosh, some of the cases I take on, people must be like, oh, I don't know if I could do that.
I can't do that.
Yeah, and the truth is there are some things that if it's your first case, you might not have the skills to be able to do. And that's why it's important to have people with different experience levels being able to take on different things so that, you know, you learn as you go. I never want to tell somebody you can do anything and fill their head with false hope. I do think anybody can help kittens. I think it's just there's different types of populations. You and I both work with critical cases a lot, and there is challenge involved in that. It's a challenge that I think a lot of us are up for, and it is hard, isn't it, Nikki? To like
it is, and
like a balance.
I tell people you don't have to do what I do. I like it, but you don't have to do what I do. Sometimes when I'm not really into taking, you know, the train wrecks, I call them, I'll take a mom and babies and I just set it not too long ago that I feel like I'm a cheater foster when I take mom and babies because mom does all the work. But that's kind of how I back off a little bit. You know, that's how I back off and take a little bit of a break. I let mama come in and do the work. But I just had a foster in our program tell me I can't take newborn kittens because I don't have an incubator. And my heart almost broke. I mean, you do not need an incubator to foster kittens. You don't need an incubator to foster kittens.
And that's the thing I worry about sometimes too. Like Nikki and I both have shared that, like, both of us moved into new homes this year, and we have like kitten rooms in our homes, and it's special to be able to share that. But I also worry sometimes that people then think like, oh, if you don't like buy a house with a kitten room in it and fill it with incubators, then you can't help. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, I didn't have an incubator for the first like 6 years I was doing kitten rescue, and you could never have one and do a great job with kitten rescue.
Absolutely.
I used to foster out of a like bathroom, and I don't mean like a big bathroom. I mean like a tiny little bathroom where it was like, there's the toilet, there's a litter box, and you have like a little bit of space to hang out and turn around. But I made it work. And I mean, that can make a big difference for a litter of kittens.
It's so true. We didn't have anything when we started. I didn't even own a cat. I didn't even know what cats played with. I had nothing. I had a cardboard box, and I took my husband's old t-shirt and he made it a puppet show. So we had the puppet show forever, and the kittens would peek out and, you know, of the curtains, and we had the puppet show. And then we have the step ladder, which I have right here. And I had no toys, so I put a piece of string with a paper clip on it, and the kittens batted around at that. And, you know, all these years later and hundreds of kittens later, and I still have the step ladder and the string.
Is that the actual thing right there?
That's the actual one.
I love
that. Oh my God, Nikki.
To the step ladder.
Oh,
so
that's
you don't need a lot, right?
You need to make like a necklace out of that.
I know.
Yeah,
It's
totally.
so gross and raggedy.
But think
No,
of
but that
how
is
many kittens' lives you've improved with that disgusting raggedy piece
Don't
of
need
string.
a room. You don't need an incubator.
You need a string and a
You need
paper
a puppet
clip.
show, and you need the paper clip.
That's
And
right.
you need the right
there.
attitude, right? You need the attitude that says like, okay, if I don't know how I'm going to do this, I'm going to find a way. Like, I am going to find a way to make this happen. And
Yeah, I
that's-
know
that's
someone
the
who
difference.
works full time. She has a large dog. She rents a studio, a little studio on someone's property, and she fosters kittens. So it can be done, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be, and I imagine that this is because I can hear it when you both talk about it, and you can tell that you're passionate about this side of it too, which is that, you know, just making sure that when you're putting stuff out on social media, that you've got that other side saying, but don't think just because I'm doing it this way, or that so-and-so over here has an incubator, or so-and-so here has a, you know, that I have now a kitten room, that means you have to also. Do you find yourself really constantly just making sure folks understand that?
Nobody is born with a kitten nursery in their home and a bunch of knowledge about how to care for kittens.
I grew
so
up
I
with
think
an
it's
incubator in my spare bath. No, I'm kidding.
I actually was an incubator baby myself,
were?
and now I raise incubator babies.
Oh,
Yeah, I was. So that explains a
sweet.
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
it's
yeah.
important to me. It is important to me to make sure that people know, like, the place that I am is after 12 years of, and when people go, what hobbies do you have? I'm like, I don't really have hobbies. Like, and
This
that's
is my
just true. I
hobby.
wish, yeah, like I don't have, but you don't have to be me and Nikki. Even if you foster, listen, my thing that I tell people, even if you foster one litter of kittens every summer, and it's like a fun thing that your family does once a year, like, hey, every July we foster a little litter of kittens, that makes a huge difference. You don't
Or
have to do
spay
a
a
lot.
cat.
Or spay a cat, spay the cat, spay and neuter the cats in your
Spay the
community.
cat prevents 2 to 3 litters being born every year. So
And it lightens our load, so we appreciate
Oh,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, and I just love how you just ended that, Hannah. And we appreciate you. You do this one thing. We honestly, we're not just paying lip service here. We appreciate you, and I mean, that is true, right? For you guys, I mean, that family that does one litter or just goes and spays or neuters or something, they are truly appreciated because it does have a direct impact not just on you guys, but in sort of the sort of heavier load foster parents out there, for lack of a better way of saying it, higher traffic foster parents. There's a direct cause and effect, right?
Absolutely. So I am a trapper with an organization here in Las Vegas called C5. I'm also on their board. So we have tracked the statistics since the inception of C5 in 2009. Since C5 started in 2009, we've trapped almost 42,000 stray and unknown cats. And the euthanasia rate at our municipal shelter has gone down 90%. So because of spaying and neutering cats, stray cats, that means less kittens born on the street, less kittens entering the shelter. So you can see, you know, it like Hannah said, foster a litter of kittens every summer, or spay a cat or neuter a cat in your neighborhood. How about that?
It all is so connected. And I think Las Vegas is a really good example of that. The organization Nikki's involved with, C5, is like just one of the most impactful TNR organizations in the country, like such a model organization. And you can see, I mean, a direct correlation in communities that do and that don't have TNR programs. You have way more kittens coming into shelters in communities that are not sterilizing the cats on the street. So, you know, there should be no controversy around that. It's an important thing to do. Anybody who loves cats should be throwing their support behind it, if not directly getting out there and trapping, which is fun also, by the way. I wish Nikki and I lived in the same place, because sometimes I'm jealous.
You know, we should do that. We should do a TNR day today, TNR date.
Yeah. Well, I always think it's a great date. Andrew and our third date was, I took him trapping because he had never trapped a cat before. And I was like, I can't date someone who's never trapped a cat. We got to go trapping. But I think it's a really fun date night activity, and you are always doing it with your husband. I love watching you guys.
We have date nights. We put the live on. We bring our dinner, kick our feet up. He's got the string ready to pull the.
Oh my God, he's great. I love the two of you together.
Great, yeah. He's our ER nurse by day and our kitten trapper at night. Yeah.
You know what's amazing just watching you two talk is that it's so clear that you have, to a large degree, avoided the very common pitfall of compassion fatigue, where we've lost a lot of great people over the years because they just couldn't keep their feet. And whether it's, you know, you talking about your partners or even joking about date night, I mean, do you feel like your passion is still stronger than, and your sense of sort of wonder around this whole thing, and as you were saying before, Hannah, just the sense of keeping yourself a student in this whole thing, stronger than any looming sense of I'm tired or anything like that?
For me, it comes in waves. If I can feel that I'm getting tired, I think one of the things, I was just talking to somebody about this earlier today, like a superpower that I want to have and that I can actually feel myself. You know, when you can feel yourself growing and you're like, oh, I'm growing. Like a thing for me this year is like getting really good at communicating boundaries. And that used to be really hard for me because I want to say yes to everything. But I know that I need to prioritize my time because I don't have a lot of it and I want to use it really effectively. So when I can feel myself getting like really overwhelmed, which honestly I've had quite a month over here, I'm finding that I'm like starting to be able to flex that muscle a little bit better of saying like when I just need to say no to something to protect myself and my energy and protect my peace so that I can keep doing it, because this is not a this is not a 15-year project for me. This is like, I want to be doing this when Nikki and I are like gray-haired ladies, which I mean, at this rate, I'm going to be gray-haired pretty soon because I'm working really hard. But, you know, I want to be doing this for a long time. And so, and that's what I tell people too. Nikki and I both have had this experience of talking to people who say like, oh, I have 30 foster kittens, and say it.
Oh, I just
brag.
Yeah.
And then they ask me, how many foster kittens do you have? And I'll say 3. And it's anybody who looks at that and says, oh, you're not doing enough, doesn't understand the long game. The long game is do what you're doing well, and do what you're doing in a way that doesn't burn you out, because I'd rather somebody do 1 litter of kittens a year for the rest of their life than take in 30 litters of kittens one time and burn out, you know?
And let's be honest, having 30 kittens in your house, I mean, you can't, it's not hygienic. It's not, you can't give them the attention that they deserve. You can't I mean, I've been there, not with 30, but many. And I've been there before, like you had mentioned earlier, Hannah, that you feel like you have to say yes to everything, but really it becomes a detriment to the kittens in your care and to yourself.
Yeah.
So that's just not
I think that there's an old sort of, and I'm not going to call it, there was just this undercurrent, I think, in rescue that I think we're all trying to sort of communicate at this point against, which is that you're not in it unless you're knocking the hell out of yourself 23 hours a day and flaming out. And I would hope at this point that more people do not realize that it doesn't have to be this thing that consumes you.
You don't have to be miserable to be a good animal rescuer. And listen, I mean, I don't know how much time we have. I forgot what time we started.
We can talk for a long time.
But when I started, I'll tell you who, and I'm not, how do I want to say this? When I started, the people that I did know who did animal rescue, there was a lot of behavior that modeled for me how I didn't want to be, because it was a lot of kind of, I always call it like martyr syndrome, where it's like, you feel like you have to be just destroying your happiness in service of the animals. And I think you can have both. I think you can have happiness and also serve animals. And I think you're going to do it longer and better if you do preserve your happiness. And it's not selfish to do that. It's certainly, like, I think much more effective, but it's hard because I still encounter people who have this sort of like level of energy where it's like everything is like urgent and sad and all caps in red text, in a way where I think that I'm really happy that animal welfare is moving towards a place where we understand that like people have limits. We don't have to be operating in this really emergency, everybody has to be doing everything right now kind of way. The more people we can attract, which by the way, you attract people by showing that like anybody can do it and it doesn't have, you don't have to be miserable, then the less of an emergency this all becomes, right? So I'm happy that animal welfare is moving more towards like awareness of just personal limitation. And, you know, some people could definitely do a lot more and some people could stand to do a little bit less, I think.
Well put. I mean, let me ask you guys a question. Do you feel like, and I mentioned this word before, but it after I said it, I was like, huh. So, do you guys still feel like you have a sense of wonder about the animals that you work with? I mean, that because you've worked with so many, do you have those moments where you just stop and you're just in wonder of this specific cat, this what's going on with you and that kitten in that moment, or piglet, or puppy, or whatever? That's my question.
I had it this morning. I have it with every foster. They're all so different. They all have their different personalities, but I have one crabapple, little spicy thing that we started fostering. And this morning, for the first time, she jumped up in bed with me and let me pet her. I mean, I almost fainted. I just woke up and I went to grab my phone to get this. I couldn't even believe it myself. I FaceTimed my husband downstairs. You have this, you know. So yeah, we have it all the time. And that's the beauty of fostering, is that they're all different. They all have their individual personalities. We get, as foster parents, we get to know those personalities and spend time with them so that they can be matched in the right home for them, which is really important part of fostering.
Yeah, 100%. I'm in the same boat. I mean, like, there's not, if you could see my camera roll, it's ridiculous. 'Cause I'm always like, oh, look at what you're doing. You are spectacular.
Let's get 45 pictures of that same angle.
I know. And I'm always like, Andrew, come in here. And he's like, what? And I'm like, look how cute she is. But I mean, it's not even just being in awe of like how cute a kitten is. Like, I'm in awe of how strong a lot of the kittens are, and the things that they can survive, and the will to get through some of the things that they've gone through. I mean, we have kittens who have been through some really difficult things, and the perseverance is so inspiring. You can't help but feel inspired by them. So
there she is, my number one sickest. The girl had Pan Luke, SIBO, C. diff. I mean, shall we go on? She was on death's door, and now her new parents just posted on Instagram that she's in Colorado as a little kitten that went 2 days ago, I think, and she's training other police officers how to handle kittens when they find cats on jobs. And she was at the training. I mean, so that is just spectacular to see where these kittens get to go because we give them a chance. That's all.
Yeah, Nikki, I love that concept that the wonder of watching these guys break through fear, break through trauma. And it's inspiring, right? I mean, by the way, just please take a break. Take a break.
They're so cute.
They're so cute.
But I mean, I think it's inspiring for humans to be able to see these animals say, I listen, I know the back of my head says I shouldn't do this because I'm scared, because of the work that you guys put in and the patience and the allowance to cross challenges, that day happens, like you said, with the spicy kitten. And all of a sudden, like, she's up in bed with you guys, and there's that moment of like, what is that? On a personal level, that must feel pretty damn good.
It's amazing. And I always think to myself and say to myself that I'm busy growing someone's new best friend, right? So, that it's so true, is that we're just helping them blossom so they can be someone's cherished, beloved best friend, really. And so many people ask, how could you do it? How could you give them away? I mean, there's a lot of reasons why we give them away. First of all, how could I deny their new family the love and companionship of this wonderful baby? And there's others waiting for me that if I don't say yes, they might not have a chance. So
yeah, absolutely. I always tell people goodbye is the goal of fostering. The entire point is to say goodbye. And I don't know if you have this experience, Nikki, like, I love my kittens from the moment they're born and come here to the moment that they go, but right around 7
That's so true. Fosters don't talk about it.
I'm looking at that. This is just real talk. This is real talk.
This is real talk.
I'm looking at them going like,
because this is real talk. I go like this. TikTok, time to go.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, so what's your plan here?
Yeah,
you can't stay here. Like, I got other things I have to do, and like, it's been real, and I love you, but like, you know, you gotta go. Like, and then you find a place to go. And honestly, you know, because I really only intake like kittens who are 0 to 4 weeks, and then I get them to 8 weeks. You know, an 8-week-old kitten, somebody else is going to be like, this is the best thing ever. And for me, I'm like, oh my gosh, you're bouncing off the walls.
You're old,
and I have a lot of other things that I'm doing, like usually caring for the next litter of kittens. So I'm like, they leave and I'm like, okay, like that was emotional, but also kind of like, Whew, okay, moving on.
Yeah, you get the wild child now.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, it's so true. And the more you do it, the more you realize it. I mean, the first set of kittens I had, I cried for 2 full weeks. I cried at their spay and neuter appointment. I remember asking the foster next to me, how could you do this? How could they were born in my house? At 2 weeks. And then they found, their homes, and then I kept doing it. And then the crying sessions got less and less and less. And then now you're right, Hannah. I look at them and
I feel bad. I don't know if I've ever talked about that publicly, but it's true.
I don't think so. And people don't know that they're little traitors too. You think they'll only love you
yeah.
No, they're little traitors. They love.
Can we talk about this for a second? Because this happens all the time. People are like, but they love you so much. And I'm like, I know that everybody, and honestly, okay, it's like a trick of the trade to make people feel like, oh, this kitten really loves you specifically, and that's it. But honestly, they're going to love
If you did
anyone.
your job as a foster parent, they'll love anybody. Within, as soon as they get there,
within hours,
they don't know me.
And they don't want to come back. I think it's so true. And I would say, people like me and you, obviously, we're great cat guardians, but one of my kittens, their best life is probably not to be adopted by me because I got a lot of stuff going on and I already have 3 cats.
Yes.
So it actually is a really great opportunity for them to do the training wheels here and then go and be the star of the show at somebody else's house.
Of the show. That is so
I
good.
already have.
How do they feel about you when you go back and visit? When you go back and see those kittens?
I've had them hiss at me.
They don't even know you.
Because they're like, that's the lady that poked me with the needle. I don't want to go back to her house. I'm the star of the show here.
Exactly. I'm telling you, they're traitors.
And now we know, Tiny Little Traitors. There's the name of your next book right there. So I wanted to circle back because obviously all I want to do is listen to you guys talk. But I also want to talk about, because look, kitten season is upon us. You could also live in a place like Las Vegas where it's never not kitten season because of the heat. But we need, as you guys were saying, we need more people to jump on board. And I wanted to bring back, and we don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to bring back the concept of this myth of perfection. The idea that I will not do this unless I can do it perfectly. And I know that we've each taken our turn making sure that we're telling people, please don't do that. How do you want people to start? If they've never fostered a kitten before, and you were saying, well, listen, you don't have to have an incubator or anything like that. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of people sitting on their hands right now because they're afraid of doing it wrong, of not raising the perfect kitten, of not doing some part of it perfectly. I mean, if you had a chance to shout people out right now, as kitten season is starting, as we got to kick up our TNR game out there, let's talk to them right now.
First of all, start with easy kittens and talk to your foster coordinator and let them know what your schedule is like, what you have availability to do, what you want to learn, what you'd like to do. If you want easy, tell them you want easy. And guess what? It's just as life-saving to take the easy kittens, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think finding the organization that is a good fit for you, sign up to foster for your local shelter. And then if you want to try next signing up to foster for a rescue, if it didn't feel like a good, so many different organizations wherever you live, you're going to find the one that is the right fit for you and your lifestyle, that has need that you're able to fill. But my biggest advice is just don't wait until you're perfect to start, because you're never going to be perfect. You're never going to have the perfect situation. So just start. Start with what you have. And the beautiful thing about this community is it is a community. People want you to succeed. People are going to help you get things off your Amazon wish list. People are going to help you need to know. It really is an open arms kind of community, whether that's like the online cat space or your local rescue, your local shelter. Guarantee you, if you go to your local shelter or rescue and say, I don't know anything about this, but I think I'd like to help. Here's what my lifestyle is. They're doing something you can do, and they're going to teach you how to do it.
They will. They'll be happy about it too.
They'll be really
If you guys have checked out I've seen you both in chat all day long today, but how overwhelmingly positive it is in there right now, and that sense of just sort of, someone asks a question, someone else answers it. The community is hitting that sort of what's the word I'm looking at? Whatever that sort of newfangled word, whether it's like tipping point or like critical mass or whatever. We're getting to that point now where there's a payoff when it comes to a virtual community. And I'm pretty sure that the last year where we've all been sort of shut down physically has also helped build up this virtual community. And so, I'm amazed at how positive it really is. Now, of course, there's always going to be elements, but yeah, man, listen, you guys out there, join up, get involved in this. You're going to meet people like these two, and which means that your life is going to be better for it. And I think that's reason enough. Besides cute kittens, I mean, even if they're
it's a no-brainer.
Right?
Oh, I thought you were calling when you were kittens a no-brainer.
No,
No.
it's a no-brainer. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's something,
Snuggle kittens.
an impactful thing you can do by just like babysitting some fluffy kittens for a couple weeks. Like, why wouldn't you want to do that?
And one of the things I was just telling somebody about before, that first time that you get a letter or a picture or an email with a picture and showing you that you helped complete a family. Do you guys, I know we don't have time at all, but I just got to ask you this last question. Do you guys remember the first time? Do you guys remember the first time that you got that picture or that cat that might have been, even if it wasn't the first time, the cat who was really difficult that you had to help bring into that place of adoptability, and then they found a home? Or if not the first, just any.
It's our paycheck. What we do, we don't get paid for, and seeing them thrive in their forever home and so loved and cherished, it's our paycheck. It's what we do, why we do it.
Yeah, my specific story that just popped into my mind was like a very long time ago, before I had social media. Before social media even existed. I think this was 11 years ago or something. I had a little kitten and his mama. He was the only survivor of his litter. I raised him and his mom, and they got adopted together. And I always thought about them, but I didn't keep in touch with the person, didn't know whatever happened, she adopted so long ago, and Instagram didn't even exist. And then a few years ago, I was working for an animal welfare organization, and an email blast went out with like my picture at the bottom of it and the signature. And the adopter was on their email list, and she wrote to the organization and said, I adopted some cats like many years ago from that person, and can you just forward this to her? And it was a picture of them together, and I cried so hard because I always wondered like what happened to them, and it was just so rewarding to know. And that's the thing, is like sometimes sometimes you don't know, but like I love imagining all of the, I'm emotional now because I'm a big emotional baby, but like it is such a payoff to imagine all of those babies that you loved getting to complete homes and be loved of like 20 years of life that is given to them by just extending your home to them for a couple weeks of your time. There's nothing like it.
Amen, you guys. All right, like I said, I can make this go on for another hour. It's been such a Absolute pleasure hanging out with you two. Unfortunately, we can't do it in person quite yet, but hopefully we will soon. In the meantime, everyone who's been hanging out here, Hannah Shaw, Nikki Martinez, both absolute kitten superstars. You guys, thank you so much for being counselors again, and hopefully you'll be back again because we'll do this
Thank
again.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I always love any chance to hang out with the two of you.
Yay.
Let's do it again. And let's plan that trap date. I think we
Oh
should.
yeah, we could at least do like a virtual,
We should.
A virtual trap date.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we both like order similar food and eat it in our cars while like.
There it is.
I'll
there it
send
is.
you Ronald's.
Oh.
Wait.
Exactly. Like I want to
Wait,
get in
wait.
on this too.
I was gonna say if there's donuts involved, I'm in. I'm in. I'll go
Okay,
trapping.
So is that's a great campaign idea. Trap a cat, you get a donut. So it's like
You got me. You got me.
incentive for people. Maybe we
wait,
need
we're-
to get a giant human-sized trap and put a donut in it, and then we catch you and take you trapping with us.
Yes, you're right. But I was gonna say, is
I'm an
that
idea person.
one cat, one donut? So does that mean that if I were to let's just say get a dozen cats, I get a dozen donuts?
Well,
this is a great idea.
A dozen Ronald's donuts.
I think you're
Okay, we're in.
Yeah.
You know I am. I'm onto donuts. All right. Anyway, getting on to donuts. Thanks, guys, and keep on doing what you're doing.
Thank
well,
you.
You don't need me to say that.
Bye.
All right, bye, guys. Well. All right, you guys. What a heck of a way to end this cat camp, don't you think? Those two superstars, and really, I do want to bring this back around because we've been talking about leveling up all day long, and I just want to just re-hit the point, if I haven't hit it enough times during the day, that leveling up can go from 0 to 1. 0 to 1 is a serious level up. You know what I mean? That maybe you just tuned in today and maybe you don't even have any cats in your life, which is totally cool. But maybe you also want to figure out how you dip your toes in the water. Fantastic. That's what we're here for. Maybe you want to go from someone who thought about fostering but hadn't done it yet. And maybe today may have helped you get to that place. Or you said, I don't even know what TNR is, but maybe you do now. But if you can't even do that stuff, that's cool. Find another way to bring yourself to the game. You know, we saw a lot of stories today about how folks brought their superpower to the game, whatever that power is, to just, what can I bring here? And it doesn't necessarily mean going out and trapping for donuts, but it could mean, you know, just like we talked about before. You know, I met somebody she was a designer of windows in department stores, which is totally a thing. And she actually volunteered. I'm trying to remember what city it was in. I think it was Kansas City. So she said, well, I can bring that to the game. And she went to the shelter and helped them just sort of design the way people saw their adoptable animals when they walked into the shelter. That's huge. And folks who work in the shelters will tell you, that is huge. And that's just as good for us. So, you know, Nikki, actually, we were talking the other day, and Nikki said, you know, if you're not doing something, and you're sitting on the sidelines and you're scared and you might be making an excuse and you might have, you know, paralysis by analysis. This is that moment to level up. You know, you're in good company. There's plenty of folks. As you were just listening to the three of us talk, I mean, I am plagued a lot of the times with this feeling like maybe I'm doing something wrong, and maybe I'm not the person. We can all let ourselves get all tangled up about it, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of cats out there that are waiting for our love and support and our superpowers. And so what are you waiting for? Hopefully nothing. All right, so that's my soapbox and I'm getting the heck off it. So let me remind you of a few things. First of all, we have webinars happening tomorrow. One is with me, and that is Not like I'm clearing my throat for something important. Like, wait, cat behavior. Oh, yes, we're going to be doing a little cat behavior talk tomorrow. Basically just general, well, not general, but behavior issues that you might be dealing with at home, how to approach and deal with those. If you sign up and get in, which I still think we have room, but you just have to go to the webinar tab and just get in because I don't know how many more spaces we have. But you can get in and there's a chance that I will answer your question. Also, don't forget, well, now I'll tell you that in a second. The second class is with Hannah Shaw, the kitten lady you just met, and with Rachel Wallach, a wonderful veterinarian, resourceful and just smart and brave. And she's a great person. Two of them are going to be together talking about the first 24 hours with a kitten, which I think is a really important webinar. And that's also happening tomorrow. Again, not entirely sure how many spaces are left, so do check that out very soon, okay? We also will be sending out links to sign up post-event for anyone who is registered for this one. The email will include information on how you can learn more about our amazing Cat Camp counselors. Also, like I said before, we have links to the book, Laura Moss's book, for instance. We have website links and resources. Just sign up, and that's the way to do it, okay? Don't forget, you guys, everything that we've talked about today is available to you in a way that, and I don't want to sound like an old person. Back in my day, let me tell you something. We didn't have this, you kids in your interwebs. It was amazing. We didn't have Google. We didn't. When you had to find answers, you had to really look things up. And I was never all that good at that kind of thing. Now, honestly, during the chat today, this is what makes me happy, to see guys like you all over the world. And I mean guys, I mean people like you all over the world, answering questions for each other, giving encouragement to one another, building and strengthening this community. This is what we're here for. And that is the truth. It's why Christina started this thing. It's why I jumped on. We're here for that. And to see it come to fruition here, every time we do one of these cat camps, man, is just remarkable. We've had some great counselors join us this time. And, we have counselors who come back after a while, and we will have them again. The only way, of course, to find out is keep yourself signed up. So again, a little message to you Facebookers and you YouTubers. The only way that you can find out about the next round of events, classes that might have already sold out, we send it out to our email list first and foremost. So make sure to sign up. Now, also remember the store. The store is still going strong. Again, I will show off this. I love this shirt. Don't you? Anyway, there's plenty of other stuff over there, including, whether, like I said before, shirts and hats and stickers and pins and masks and mask chains and stuff for your cats, stuff for everybody. Today, if you buy something, then you'll also be automatically entered to win another 30-minute consult with me, where I just hit you up on Zoom and I'm like, hey, I like your house. And you're like, hey, wow, you live like that? Anyway, I don't live in this room, FYI. That would be really weird. So anyhow, again, huge thanks to Petco Love for believing in the mission of Cat Camp from day one. Petco Love has floated our boat. Petco Love is why you guys are watching this for free, and you will continue to watch it for free. It's our goal for you guys to be able to join us because you want to join us, and Petco Love has made sure of that. And thank you to Petco Love for constantly innovating and helping us find the next place to go so that we can save more lives. Thank you guys. Thanks to Armor Cat. Thanks to Pet Ag for getting us along this far. Thanks, huge thanks to Jessica Martela and for Christina Ha. You guys are amazing and patient. Yes, patient and motivated. Huge thanks to the man that you cannot see over there, Brandon Morris, who honestly, no way it would happen. All of the folks at Be Live, you guys have helped to make this something that doesn't look like Wayne's World. And there you go. So let me actually announce our grand prize winner, the person who has won the consultation with me. And that winner is Mary Stricula. Mary Stricula. There you go. We'll be talking very soon, Mary. And if you didn't win a chance to meet me, there's another opportunity. Like I said, if you buy anything online in the shop today, you're entered into for a chance to win a consult with me again. So that's it, people. I'm going to stick around in the chat as we go into our next thing. What is our next thing? No, this doesn't end. No. This doesn't end. Now we're into the after party. So let's just, settle in a little bit. We can, go from this kind of posture. Oh, what's going on here? This is important information to, I think I'm enjoying myself. And you will enjoy yourself, because if you have not availed yourselves of the aesthetic mastery and the informational encyclopedical completeness of Paul Koudounaris, then that's coming up for you right away. True stories of nautical cats from the 7 seas. Yeah, man. That's coming up right now. And then right after that, our good friend Adam will be coming in to do a massive game of Catman Bingo. I think that you can still get a bingo card. Am I right about that? Maybe somebody can tell me, but I think you can still get a bingo card and play this massive game. Let me see if I'm right. Nobody's telling me. So we'll just say yes. Yes, you can get a bingo card and play Catman Bingo with Adam and a whole bunch of other people and win some really fun prizes. So anyways, that's it for me. It's been an amazing day. If you are signed up for the webinars tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow, because Cat Camp weekend doesn't end for you guys. And otherwise, stay tuned, sign up for our mailing list so that you'll know when the next Cat Camp is coming, because it is coming. Don't you fret, we're coming back, all right? So now, without any further Jackson vocabulary challenge to do, we're going over to Paul Koudounaris, and we're going to learn about nautical tales of cats, cats on the high seas, including Unsinkable Sam, which is what I wanted to find out about. So, Paul, take it away. Much love, everybody. Light, love, mojo. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Well, hello, everybody. I am so delighted to be back. And if you were with us last time, you might remember that I started out with the tale of a remarkable cat, a brave cat in upstate New York, who left on a heroic quest in 1949 to find her family, and in the process turned herself into a hero who would inspire America to really believe in how great cats could be. And I mentioned that this time because I'm gonna again start in 1949, a magical year in feline history. 1949, there was another cat who had just completed a very, very heroic mission, winds up in the United Kingdom, and will convince the entire world, not just America, about the amazing things that cats are capable of. His name was Simon. 1949 was also the year of his death. We're looking at his grave, but in August of that year, he became the first cat ever in all of history to win the Dickon Medal, which is for the UK. It's the animal equivalent of the Victoria's Cross, the highest medal that the British can give to an animal, the only cat to ever win it. He won it in August in 1949, a British naval cat who would make newspapers across the world in that year, his incredible heroism. A little cat who was discovered only 2 years before, a scrawny little kitten, discovered in 1947 on a dock in Hong Kong by sailors of a British gunboat called the HMS Amethyst. And these sailors discovered this little black and white cat, and they decided to they loved this guy. And they're like, yeah, we want him on our ship. And they smuggle him on board their ship. Well, the captain finds out, and the captain says, hey, I hear you snuck a cat on board my ship. Well, he can stay, but he's going to have duties, and he's going to have to prove, if he's going to be on this ship, he's going to have to prove he can catch rats. Well, it's a good thing the captain decided to let him stay, because let me tell you what happens with Simon and with that ship. He's on that ship for a couple years as their mascot and their ship's cat. In 1949, the Amethyst is sent up the Yangtze River. The communists are taking over China, and they're sent on a mission. This British naval gunboat is sent up the river in order to evacuate British citizens from Nanking, but they will never make it to Nanking. They're caught in a communist artillery barrage. Their ship is completely disabled. On the side of the Yangtze River, the captain himself is killed. There are heavy casualties, including little Simon, that dock cat from Hong Kong, who took shrapnel to his body. They are stuck and they're in big trouble. The British cannot evacuate them or rescue them without risking an international incident. And the Chinese are basically holding them hostage. Little Simon now will come to the rescue because something worse happens. They are invaded by rats from the shore. Rats are storming onto this ship, and this ship cannot move. It is disabled, and the rats are eating away at the crew's provisions. Now, the crew was not expecting this to be a lengthy mission. If the rats eat away at their provisions, this crew could sincerely starve. Little Simon, despite the shrapnel in his body, despite his own wounds, will descend into that cargo hold, and the first time out kills the king rat. The sailors said it was the biggest, meanest rat they had ever seen. And he will then take over that ship for the entire time they are stranded. Little Simon will kill every rat that dares come on that ship. And in the process, he's doing something more than saving the sailors' food. He's giving these fighting men who had lost their ability to fight, he's giving them a reason for hope because he's fighting back on their behalf. He's restoring their morale. And Simon, an incredibly intuitive cat, knew it. Simon starts roaming the decks every day as if it's his ship. And he will give every sailor a nuzzle or a headbutt, just some little sign of affection to let them know that it's going to be okay, that he, little Simon, is there to save them, just like they were once there to save him when he was a stray cat in Hong Kong. Now, you will ask, can a cat really save a naval ship, or is this just a flight of fancy? Let me tell you how long this ship is stranded on the Yangtze River. 3 months, not 3 days, not 3 weeks, 3 entire months. They are stranded without the ability to get resupplied. And Simon is on guard, protecting them and helping them and saving the morale every single minute of every hour of every day of those 3 months. You can really ask yourself if they would have survived without this cat. They repair their ship after 3 months, and under the cover of night, they will sail back down the Yangtze River under the enemy guns and to safety. When word gets out that this ship has survived and they are free, and the role of the ship's cat in their survival, little Simon becomes an international celebrity. He is, in truth, the first big international feline celebrity. He is given the Dickens Medal, as I said, in August of 1949, the highest award the British have for an animal, the only cat ever so honored. And he's also given his own official naval rank. He goes from being Simon to being given a title, Simon the Able Sea Cat. He is an official celebrity and an international sensation. As they are sailing back to Britain, every single port of call they stop at, there is a huge mailbag waiting with things sent from around the world, with cards from cat lovers saying, thank you for what you have done to show the world how wonderful cats can be, with letters from relatives of the sailors saying, thank you for your role in saving my boy, and with cat treats and toys and things sent from every corner of the globe. His press clippings are voluminous in this year. He is truly a hero. My favorite is that one up at the top that says letter to a hero. It's a fan letter from a female cat in Vancouver, Canada, who's in love with him and has this crush on him. And the local newspaper prints her letter to Simon, her love letter. When they get to the first British port of call, which is Malta, because remember, the British used to own Malta at one time, so it was considered a British port. When they get to the first British port, They are awarded this gigantic pie, but the pie isn't the story. The real story is who is front and center receiving that pie. Look at the newspaper photo. Little Simon, the heart and soul of that ship. Well, as I said, Simon had taken sincere wounds to his body, serious injuries. Simon himself was suffering, and he himself will not last past November of that year, but he dies as the most heroic cat to have ever graced the seven seas, and perhaps the most heroic cat ever to live. And he has one more gift to give, even as he is laid in the ground in Ilford in the east of London. The grave I showed you is not Simon's original grave. It was placed there later after the original one rotted away because it was made of wood. You can see it on your screen. That grave was made from wood pulled from the deck of the ship itself by the sailors, every single one of which came back to bury Simon with full military honors, a sailor's burial under a Union Jack, buried under a gravestone, a grave marker that was made of pieces of the ship's deck, because in truth, Simon was that ship. He was the heart and soul of that ship, and it becomes a pilgrimage site for cat lovers from around the world who descend on London to offer flowers and offer prayers and offer thanks to this little cat who showed the world, who did not believe in 1949, who showed the world how truly loving and heroic and brave a feline can be. And people who were just astounded by the story of Simon, his memoirs written by one of the crew members sell out almost immediately. People were astounded by this story, but what they didn't understand at the time, and what I really want to get into now, is that Simon was only one of many who had graced decks of ships traveling the seven seas, only one of many who for millennia had served heroically and lovingly on ships with sailors. The history of cats at sea is one of the most important chapters in feline history, and it started in the ancient world. It was on ships that cats wound up migrating to Europe. It was on ships that they wind up in the Americas, and then even later, as we'll see, winding up in Australia. Now, you may ask yourself, well, okay, but why were cats on ships in the first place? Heck, we've heard cats are afraid of water. Why would they want to sail? Well, your first guess, and most people's first guess, is as the captain had told Simon, you have to catch rats or mice. That's part of it. On all these old ships, since they were made of wood and since the provisions were packed in wooden crates, it was easy pickings for rats and mice. And so there were a lot of vermin aboard those ships, and it was vital that you have a ship's cat on board in order to keep it rat-free, in order to protect the sailors' food, because it's hard to replenish your stuffs while you're out at sea. But there were other reasons as well. As the crew of the Amethyst found, there are many important reasons to have a cat on a ship. I'll give you some others. Some of these will seem laughable to you, but think about it, because for a lot of sailors, it was the truth. A lot of sailors back in the old days believed that cats could predict the weather. Now, hold on a second. This sounds a little hokey, but think about it. This was before the era of modern meteorological equipment. A cat has a much better sensitivity to changes in barometric pressure than a human. And so sailors believed that if you could read your cat, and you could read your cat's, you understood your cat well enough to know the way it behaved when the barometric pressure was changing, you might be able to predict storms. This is a quote from a sailor who's talking about their ship's cat. And he says, if the tail is carried straight up, the weather for the next 40 hours will be fair. If the tail sags, then look out for squalls. A lot of sailors also believed that their cats were natural navigators. Again, this sounds a little weird, but hold on. Cats have an incredible sense of direction. When the cat gets out of the house, it's the human who panics, not the cat, because the cat is perfectly convinced of its ability to get home. And even at sea, a lot of sailors believed that cats had a great ability to navigate naturally. Don't believe it? Take a look at this story. This is an old story written up in old 19th century newspapers. Happened off of Scotland. An American cargo ship called the Lake Ellicoe sent a crew to the shore with their ship's cat named Tabby. sent a crew to the shore in one of the lifeboats, 9 men, 1 cat. As they're sailing back to the ship, they got caught in an unexpected storm. The lifeboat capsizes. The men are thrown into the water, as is Tabby the cat. Suddenly they hear a mewing sound. Tabby starts swimming in the storm and motioning and calling for the men to follow. Of those 9 men, 7 followed Tabby the cat. All those 7 made it back to the ship alive. Tabby did know where she was going. The 2 who decided to set out on their own and didn't follow the cat through the storm, down to the bottom, dead in Davy Jones's locker. And a lot of sailors just simply believed that their cats had lucky powers, that there was something special about them, that they had some kind of almost magical ability, a kind of charm to protect the ship. And I know that sounds really hokey, but when you listen to some of the stories I'm going to tell you in a minute, you might believe, including this story of this little cat right here and these kittens. This cat, Keisha, was the ship's cat of a World War II Polish battle cruiser called the Berza. After Poland got taken over by the Germans, the Berza started fighting still with a Polish crew for the British. And they had this female cat, Keisha, on their ship. This cat had given birth to a litter of kittens, and all those kittens were in a drawer on one side of the ship in the fore part of the ship. One night, in the middle of a torrential storm, this cat starts picking up those kittens and walking across this heaving deck and depositing them all the way on the other side of the ship. And the sailors thought, oh, Keisha's gone crazy. Why is Keisha not only moving her kittens from this nice warm drawer, why is she moving them in the middle of this storm and getting pelted with rain? Why? A day later, they go into combat. The first shell that's fired at the Berza hits the exact quarters where Keisha had her kittens, destroys it. If Keisha hadn't moved her kittens, they all would have been dead. The sailors after that said, Keisha's got a little bit better radar than our ship does. And they started looking at her to tell them when trouble was brewing. Sailors loved these cats. I'll show you a couple pictures of ship's cats throughout history. They would make little hammocks for them to sleep in. Lovely little ship's cat from World War II and the HMS Eagle. Here are some World War I sailors with their cats on deck. Sailors called cats pier jumpers or sea rovers because a lot of these cats literally lived at sea. They stayed on port, on dock, only long enough to jump on the next ship going out. Here are a couple different quotes from sailors, again, about cats. One of them says that the ship's cats are as different from, land felines. He says, as a seafaring man is different from his landlubber brothers and sisters. Another one of these quotes, at the end, he says, I have heard of them quitting a ship in one port and rejoining it on the other side of the globe. Now, that's got to be exaggeration, right? A cat's not going to leave a ship in one port and find it somewhere else across open ocean. Or would a cat do that? Remember, they're great natural navigators. Maybe they do know where they're going. Let's hear a couple real-life stories, including that of a ship's cat named Minnie, of a liner called the Fort St. George that was based in New York City. Now, Minnie was a ship's cat of this liner, and 15 times the captain tried to evict Minnie from the ship, and Minnie kept finding her way back onto the ship. And you may ask yourself, why in the world is this nasty captain trying to get rid of his cat? I thought cats were supposed to be good luck. There was one problem with ship's cats because ship's cats were sailors, and as sailors, they do certain things when they get to port, if you know what I mean, screwing around. And Minnie, being a female cat, kept getting knocked up when they get into a port. I know it's a different day and they're not fixing them. 15 times, Minnie had litters of kittens on deck, and the captain was just like, I can't keep having kittens on my ship. I can't keep having kittens running around. So he said, we've got to get rid of this cat because she keeps having kittens on the ship. So one day in New York, the captain sends Minnie with a sailor, and he tells the sailor, take her someplace she can't find the ship. The sailor takes her to Broadway and 72nd Street and says goodbye, jumps in a cab, heads back to the port, and the Fort St. George sails for Bermuda. 3 days later, while they're in Bermuda, who do you think walks on deck? 774 miles over open ocean, Minnie had found another ship headed to Bermuda, snuck on board, and found her ship. And by the way, after this time, the captain let her stay. The captain decided, you know what? She's kind of a better sailor than me. Another remarkable story from World War II. A ship's cat by the name of Puss, who sailed with a Norwegian cargo ship called the Halmar vessel. Now, the Halmar vessel was in the port of Algiers in northern Africa. They loved this cat. The crew loved the cat, but they couldn't find her and they couldn't wait. It turned out Puss had been mauled by a dog and was sitting somewhere in the port of Algiers, injured and unable to get back to the ship. Poor cat, injured, poor crew sailing without their beloved feline, and the ship takes off. Eventually, Puss is well enough to make her way back to the dock, and her ship is gone. She scans the open horizon. Where is my ship? Where are my sailing men, my buddies? Her sailing men were on the way to Bari, Italy, on the other side of the Mediterranean, and Puss will get on a ship, stow away on another ship to try to find them. How amazed are you going to be if I tell you that Puss makes it to Bari and finds that ship? That's not what happened, because what I'm going to tell you is even more amazing. The Halmar vessel didn't go to Bari. Bari winds up getting bombed by the Allies, and that ship is redirected to Barletta. And when they get to Barletta, Puss is there waiting for them in the port, having traveled 1,200 miles from Algiers, not to the port they thought they were going to, but the port they actually made it to. And now you can see why some of these sailors really sincerely believed their cats had magical or quasi-special or psychic powers. The longest distance I ever found in my research of a cat traveling to find her ship was a cat named Trixie, who left from near Sydney, Australia, who was late to port, didn't make it on the ship. Ship sailed without her from Sydney, Australia, all the way to London. She stowed away on another ship and perhaps a series of ships, and winds up finding her ship again in London, 11,000 miles on the other side of the globe. Amazing. Of all these cats who traveled the seven seas, the most famous, the greatest navigator in feline history is a cat by the name of Trim. In this world, there are at least 4 statues that I photographed of Trim. That's how famous this guy is. 4 statues of this 19th century cat. This one is outside the National Library in Sydney, Australia. This one is Trim. You can see Trim down there at the feet of her captain, Matthew Flinders. And there are 2 more. There's another one in London, and there's at least 1 more in Australia. There are some human heroes who don't rate 4 statues. Trim was the ship cat. As I said, her captain was Matthew Flinders. He was the ship cat of Matthew Flinders, and is credited as the first cat to circumnavigate Australia, helping Flinders as he mapped the Australian coast, and then credited with being the first cat to ever circumnavigate the globe as they went around the Cape of Good Hope back to England. Trim was born in 1799 on the open ocean. I already told you, some of these cats never even really set a foot on land except on a port dock. Born on the open ocean on the HMS Reliance in 1799, and considered a natural as a nautical cat, because there was an incident when Trim was just a kitten. Trim was rolling around on the deck playing, and he fell overboard into the Indian Ocean. And the crew's like, oh my God, cat overboard. We have to rescue this little kitten. They didn't need to. This little kitten kitten swam back to the ship and climbed up the side of the ship, saved himself and all the young officers of the Reliance. They all wanted this cat for their own. They're all, all the young officers of the Reliance said, hey, I want that cat to be my ship's cat when I get a command. He's won by Matthew Flinders. He becomes Flinders' cat. Flinders calls him the finest animal I've ever seen and wrote a book about his life. Probably the first biography ever written of a cat, in fact, is Trim's. It was not published while Trim was still alive. It was published later, and it is available in editions from Australia. These illustrations are from Trim's biography, but Trim's biography written by his own captain. Now, Trim was both a cat and a sailor, so there's going to be some good, and boy, there's going to be some bad. Flinders acknowledged Trim's great qualities: skilled navigator, great mouser, morale booster from the ship, excels at all ship cat duties. He also admitted that as both a cat and a sailor, Trim was vain and destructive. He said Trim was in fact a thief. He would steal the food right off your fork. And if there were any dogs traveling on board a ship, he said Trim would really give them hell. He would absolutely torment them and fight them and probably beat them up if possible. As I said, he helps map Australia, becomes the first cat credited with circumnavigating the Cape of Good Hope and the entire globe as they wind up back in England. Flinders wanted to retire from sailing. And in fact, he tries to take Trim with him to London. And he sets Trim up with a friend of his, and it's a lady friend, and Trim's going to live in London with this lady while Flinders is getting his affairs in order to retire from sailing. And Trim is basically tearing apart this lady's entire home. And she eventually sends Flinders a message saying, it's like, well, you have two choices. You can either retire from sailing and get rid of this cat because he cannot live on land, or you can send him away on another ship. So Flinders decides to continue sailing. And in 1803, he tries to sail back to Australia. It is then that he is arrested by the French on the island of Mauritius. They accused him of piracy, which was not true, but back in those days, in 1803, if you were British, the French considered you a pirate, and if you were French, the British considered you a pirate. So they arrest him, they put him in jail. Trim is confiscated, and horror of horrors, the greatest indignity possible, the French decide to try to turn Trim into a pet, and they give him to a little girl. He is never seen again. Flinders never sees his cat he loves again. That's why he writes the book, just to tell the world about this cat he loves. He was afraid that Trim may have been killed or eaten. I don't think it's true. I think, remember, pier jumpers and sea rovers, I think Trim, realizing that his real master was not Captain Matthew Flinders, his real master was the sea, I think Trim found the next ship at the dock that was heading out and continued to sail those 7 seas. And who knows, maybe someday we'll find a sailor's journal that will tell us what happened to Trim after the island of Mauritius. So we have a cat that's traveled the entire globe on the ship. How far can these cats actually go? The first 2 cats to ever go all the way to the South Pole, yes, cats have gone all the way to the South Pole on ships. Blackwall and Poplar went with Robert Scott in 1901 on the Discovery. And the all-time mileage leader was a cat who lived on a merchant ship called the SS Sagamore. Princess Trubin Tao Tai logged over 500,000 miles at sea. And that is such a vast number that I had to look it up. And it turns out that it's the distance between the Earth and Moon and back twice. So this cat logged over 500,000 miles at sea. So many that eventually the British company that owned the Sagamore sold it. And they sold it to an Italian merchant company. And they wrote in, then they had a quandary. What are we supposed to do about the ship's cat? Because we're selling the ship to the Italians. They wrote in the contract that the Italian freight company had to take the ship with the cat, and the cat had to be allowed to live out the rest of its natural life as the ship's cat. This was written in the contract because in truth, that ship belongs to this cat as much as it belongs to any human agency. Ship cats were kind of a secret known mostly by sailors until the 19-teens, until World War I, and then they kind of become public celebrities. What does World War I have to do with ship's cats, and why would they become public celebrities? The reason is World War I was kind of the first modern war. It was the first war not just fought with modern technology, but also fought in the modern media, with newspapers and radios and so forth. And what some of the sailors will start doing is taking photographs of their ship's cats, turning them into postcards and mailing them home. And a lot of these postcards will get reprinted in the newspapers. Now, of course, if you're a sailor, you've got relatives at home, what would you rather send them? A picture of some grizzled old captain smoking a pipe with a cauliflower ear? Or would you rather send them a picture of this attractive cat sitting in a hammock? Your family wants to see the cat. Your family doesn't want to see that captain. And so these ship cat postcards become really, really popular as keepsakes for sailors to send home. There was a British tradition called black cat postcards, and they weren't photographs. It started with drawings, but black cats in England used to be considered good luck, not bad luck. And people would send like a lucky cat postcard, but it was a drawing, not a picture. And so this kind of fits into that tradition. So especially if you had a cat that was black and you served on a ship, you would make sure to print up postcards of it and send them back to your family as a good luck totem that not only showed your handsome ship's cat, but also, it was a way of saying, good luck to all of you back home. This cat over on the right, Side Boy of the HMS Neptune, he does become a minor media star because his is the first photograph ever taken of a cat in a hammock that the crew had made to him. And the newspapers started printing that up everywhere because the newspapers couldn't get enough of that photo. It's just wonderful. And that photo was originally one of these postcards. Another cat who becomes a celebrity and a bigger celebrity in World War I in England is named Jimmy, and he was the ship's cat to two ships, a battleship called the HMS King George V, and then he was later transferred to the HMS Renown. Jimmy becomes a celebrity because he is authentically wounded in action. He was wounded at the Battle of Jutland. The ship was struck by a cannon and shrapnel flew, and shrapnel was flying right at this cat. The cat ducked out of the way just in time, and it cut off just the tip of his ear. So he loses his ear tip, but he has a legitimate war wound. So they give him a medal, and he becomes a veteran cat, much celebrated as this, naval cat who was actually wounded in the line of duty. And so after the war, he winds up becoming kind of like an ambassador for London area animal shelters. He takes up residence at the Chelsea Animal Shelter, and he will go around to Veterans Day celebrations, and they'll make a big deal of him. And it's a way of raising money by sending Jimmy out as a celebrity veteran cat, a way of raising money for animals in need in these shelters. This tradition continues through World War II. Yes, the cats were still sailing even in the 1940s, even in World War II. Interesting fact, and you probably would not get this. You probably would not guess this. The most decorated animal in World War II for the United States was not a dog, because everyone thinks of the dogs of war. The most decorated animal with 4 commendations, 3 service ribbons, and 4 battle stars was in fact a U.S. Navy cat by the name of Pooley. He was born in Honolulu, wound up serving on a troop transport, and gets 7 decorations during the war. She winds up also becoming the last surviving service animal from World War II. And that's what these photos are for, this press clipping in this photo. Every year on her birthday, since she was the very last animal to survive from World War II, every year on her birthday, she would put on her old naval uniform, and the Pentagon would send her a letter. That's what's in front of you, on what's in front of her on the chair. A telegram from the Pentagon saying, happy birthday, Pooley, and we wish you many more, and thank you for the service you have given this country, and for the service so many animals gave this country as well, you being the very last of them. You may wonder, because that's a lot of commendations. What did Pooley win all of these medals for? The answer, sleeping. Now, so now you think this is a joke, right? The sailors said this. The sailors who served with her said this, that when the going got bad, Pooley would go down to the mailroom and fall asleep on a mailbag, which is not cowardice, because the sailors said when the going got bad and we didn't know if we'd make it, we didn't know if we'd get blown out of the water, we'd send someone down to check on the ship's cat. And if the ship's cat was still asleep, we knew it couldn't be that bad. So Pooley, in fact, they said, Pooley was sleeping to steal our courage and morale. So Pooley gets 7 commendations for stealing her comrades' morale by heroically sleeping through battle. An incredible history, sailing cats, and the last great ship's cat, the last truly great one, was named Fred One Pound, a British naval cat with the HMS Hecate. He is named Fred 1 Pound because he was purchased in 1966 by the crew of the ship from an animal shelter in Plymouth for the cost of £1. This £1 investment will eventually sail over 250,000 miles of the open ocean with this crew and receive, as you can see, 2 good conduct badges. So Fred 1 Pound, even though he is not in battle, receives 2 medals of his own. Also, he is written up for 1 demerit. It was not written up exactly what happened, but in the ship's log, it said that crewman 1 Pound is officially given a demerit for disgraceful conduct due to what it said was a, quote, fish market incident, unquote, in Brixham. But the captain did not say what Fred had done in the fish market because he did not want to sully his reputation too much. Although looking at that face, I could see him stealing a fish or 2 at least. Fred 1 Pound also had one further distinction. He was written up as an official crew member. And so when ballots for an election were sent through the Navy for the crew to send back to England, Fred 1 Pound becomes the only cat ever given an official British ballot as a voting citizen. He is, I called him the last great ship cat, and it's not because there were no great cats who wanted to sail afterwards. He was retired in 1975, and in fact, in the 1970s, all the cats were retired from all the merchant companies and all the navies across the globe. It happened in the 70s just because by that time, there were modern methods of pest control, right? So they don't really need them to exterminate the rats. And the landlubbers and the bureaucrats in the offices, they don't really understand the symbolic value, I think, of having a cat on ship. And so they just said no more animals are allowed on merchant and naval ships. And they all wind up going to shore. And a great chapter of history winds up being closed, except for a few sailors out there on their own who continue to sail with cats. A great history from the ancient world all the way up through the modern world, at least through 1975. So I will stop there with a picture of my own cat, Baba, dressed in a sailor's outfit. Except I will add this on as a PS because there is one very famous story, and people always want to know, is it true or is it not? Was there ever a cursed ship's cat? When I got asked to do this talk as part of Cat Camp, the message came back even from Jackson asking if I knew whether this story is true or not of a cat by the name of Oscar, Unsinkable Sam, who had been the ship's cat of the German battleship Bismarck. I'll tell you the story, and then you can decide if you think it's true or not, and then I'll tell you what I know. The story is this, that this cat, black and white, was originally named Oscar, and he had been the official ship's cat of the German battleship Bismarck. The Bismarck is sunk by the British, and he is picked up by a British ship called the Cossack. The Cossack is then sunk. He is picked up again by a British aircraft carrier called the Ark Royal, and then the Ark Royal is sunk, and he is again picked up, floating on debris by a British destroyer. The British at that point in time took the cat to shore and said, we don't want him on any more ships because he's making them sink. And they called up the German Navy and said, we have your ship's cat. We'd like to give him back. And the Germans said, no, we're ahead 2 ships to 1. You keep him. So the British retire him to a sailor's home in Plymouth and change his name from Oscar to Sam, hence Unsinkable Sam, because the ships kept sinking, but he kept surviving. Do you think it's true? Entirely? Not at all, or in part. I'll tell you what I know. It's probably more true than you're inclined to think. There are actually legitimate press clippings from 1941 that narrate the story of Oscar, the Nazi cat who was on 2 or 3, depending on what you were reading, sinking ships. So there really was a cat by the name of Oscar. There really was an Oscar who had apparently been on the Bismarck, who had been on at least the Bismarck and the Ark Royal, and at least had been transported on the Cossack. One part of the story that is untrue, we find in this press clipping over on the right. Oscar was not sent to Plymouth to become Unsinkable Sam. Oscar actually lived out his life in Belfast, North Ireland. He was sent to a sailor's home there. All righty, well, ahoy, and have a nice voyage for the rest of your day.
What's up, cat campers? How amazing was Paul's presentation? That guy knows so much about so many amazing cats. It's kind of insane. If you don't know who I am, I'm the Cat Man of West Oakland. I have been to, I think, every camp that we've had so far. Christina and Simon have become some of my closest friends. Jackson and Hannah and the whole camp team is just like a really amazing group of people, and I feel super lucky to get to be a part of it. And what I do in Oakland is I do TNR. I know we learned a little bit about that earlier. We didn't see the basics of it, so I'm gonna show you how easy it is, because it's really freaking easy. Booty is trying to get out. First, you take your trap, and I don't know if you can see it in there, but it's got that little plate that's way back there. You set your food down here on one end of the trap. You set a little bit of food at the plate, and then you set some food at the front of the trap. Then you've got your cat friend who comes in, sees the food, wants to get to all the food that's here at the back of the trap, but can't. So they come around to the front, eat this bit of the food, get a little bit further in, eat that bit of the food. Then let me line it up. When they get all the way into the trap, sorry, Garfield, did you know that cats can fly? Oh, they get trapped. And it's safe, it's humane. It is a little bit smoother than that, but you get the idea. And really, trapping is, it's really easy. While we were here at camp today, one of our friends here in the East Bay has a spay-neuter appointment for tomorrow. She knows she's not going to be able to fill all her spots, so she told us about it. We set a trap outside in our front yard. And then while we were here at camp, we trapped a cat. And if you want to share my share screen, everybody can meet Puff. That's Puff. He's been around our block maybe for a month or two. Kind of elusive. Anytime I would see him, though, we'd run inside, grab some treats, grab some food, take it outside, try to get him to stick around and be friendly with us. Or just learn that we're friendly to him. And then this morning, yeah, we were able to set the trap. It was like, I think camp started at 10. We set the trap at like 10:15. And then he got in while we were like drinking coffee, attending the first talk today. It was amazing. So trapping is not super difficult. It's sometimes a little scary, but again, reach out to the members in your community. Really Google TNR in insert your city here, and you'll find someone in your area who's doing some of this work already and going to be more than happy to teach you, because we need more people to get involved in order for this to really take hold and really make an impact. But it's been amazing seeing camp grow and seeing all the people who are learning from all of the awesome information that our counselors can share, and just the fact that you're here and you're wanting to learn and want to get involved is amazing. And that's like the first step. But another thing I like to do in the cat world is remind us to have fun, because like Jackson and them were saying, Jackson, Hannah, and Nikki were saying, burnout is real. And so you have to be able to like get your people together in moments that aren't just like moments of need. So it's nice to get together before these camp, or before we could have camp all in one room together, and it was a really nice way to like see each other, and the internet kind of comes alive. And with this last year, we're having to adapt that, but I feel like these virtual camps have been almost even more amazing than the in-person ones, because the reach is just so far. Like, we're literally worldwide. There's people all over the world who are about to play Catman Bingo with us. Never in a million years would I thought I would say that those words would come out of my mouth. So it's kind of ridiculous. But with that, I'm going to explain. You're all here because you want to play Catman Bingo. And let me show you a couple of things here. First, I'm sure lots of you know bingo, but this is not your grandma's bingo. This is Cat Camp Bingo. You should have at least one card, and on that card, we're going to have 4 chances to win. Some of you have more than one card, and so you still are playing for all 4 chances on each of those cards. We're going to have a winner for the C shape you see up there in the corner, the A shape, the M shape, and that P shape. And so we've got a bunch of awesome prizes. Hang on one second. Let me pull up my notes. Our C winner is going to get a Cat Camp vendor pack. We've got awesome pins from Megan Lincott, some awesome greeting cards, Stray Cat Social Club. Our A winner is going to get our camp counselors, Hannah and Andrew, their books. So if you want to learn how to take care of kittens, or you want to learn how to take awesome photos of your cats, you can win those. We've got M is going to win a book from Paul, his book, A Cat's Tale. You're going to get many tales of many cats. And then, of course, the P winner is going to get to party with the Cat Daddy himself. You get a 15-minute virtual meet and greet with Jackson himself. On top of that, all of our grand prize winners are going to get a cat mask of their choosing from thecatnipdispensary.com. We've got these awesome cat prints. They're super cute. Some of them are super cute. Or if you're going out there in the world and you want people to stay away from you, get this one with the hissing cat. This is what I wear outside a lot.
We sell these here in Oakland.
Yeah.
They're handmade by us.
But you're going to get a mask of your choosing. All of our prize winners are going to get a Catman's Catnip, Catman Bingo prize pack. We got catnip for your cat. Where'd they go? I rolled a bunch of catnip joints.
For your cat, not you.
For your cat, not for you. Everyone's going to get one of these awesome. I went to Catman Bingo and all I got was this lousy pin. And then we've also got our awesome Catman's Home for Haggard Hood Cats stickers. So you got a lot of fun stuff you can win. And like I said, we're going to be playing all 4 rounds on your one card. So it's not like we're going to play for a shape and then reset. We're playing for all of it. I hope y'all understand that. In order to share that you're winning, or that you've won, you're going to want to make sure that you're on the catcamp.com chat room. That's the only chat room that we're going to be monitoring for bingo winners. So if you're on Facebook or if you're on YouTube, get off of it and come to catcamp.com. That's the only way. That's the only place. We've got Erica's over here watching the chat. I know Simon and Christina are watching the chat. If you happen to get the C, A, M, or P shape, you want to type in the chat, meow, 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 and then give me your bingo ID card number. In olden days, we used to get to gather together, and then if someone got a bingo, we'd meow, 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 and then it was ridiculous. So now we're going to be doing that virtually here in the chat. If there is a little bit of lag, so that's why I've got some help keeping track of the chat. And just to make sure everybody understands, can I get everybody to give me a meow, meow, meow in the chat right now? Give me a meow, meow, meow.
Practice meows.
Practice meows. Because if you meow, meow, meow and you didn't get a bingo, then you're going to have like 1,000 people hissing at you, and you definitely don't want that. But
Question. They do not have to get these in order, right?
answer, you do not have to get these in order.
The P winner could be the first
The
winner.
P winner could be the first winner. You could, the C, if we're playing for that C shape, that M, A shape, M, and P all at once. Give me 2 seconds. Let me scroll down in the chat and make sure everything's looking good.
It's a lot of meows.
Oh shit, yeah. Oh.
Watch your mouth.
There is no free space on your cards on my little template here. There is a free space, but there's no free space in today's Cat Camp at Home bingo. We need all of those spaces. Every space is valuable. Wow, yeah, that is a lot of meows. So this is amazing. I like where we're going. With that, I'm gonna set us up. I hope. I'm assuming with all those meows in the chat, it looks like we're gonna be good to go. So I'm gonna get rolling on our first round, well, on our only round of Catman Bingo at Cat Camp at Home. Give me 1 second. I got a lot of stuff here, and I'm scatterbrained. All right, Garfield, are you ready? I'm ready. Let's play Catman Bingo. All right, y'all. Here we go. That is totally what Garfield sounds like. All right, our first letter number combination is going to be N38. Letter N, number 38. Catman Bingo at Cat Camp is super great. N38. Where are all my cats? Oh, they're all up in the tree over here. I think I'm. Oh wait, yeah, you can see them. They're still great. Awesome. Our next is G51. Sorry, it is G51. Alrighty here. Next up, we're gonna have I30. Letter I, number 30. I'm pretty sure Andrew is only one away right now. Oh, is Mama Maya here? I'm not sure if Instagrammy's here. Wow, I still feel like my chat is just catching up with all the meow meow meows. Sorry, Be Live, I broke your chat. N34 is going to be our next number. Letter N, number 34. N34. Booty's pawing at the door with letter N, number 34. It's been a minute since I've done bingo, so maybe we'll find some good new rhymes. Next up is going to be B12, letter B, number 12. B12. Booty, come here. You want some MeTube? Next up, we're going to have G46, letter G, number 46. Booty sure would love if I gave him 46 MeTubes. Booty, up here. I was really inspired by Samantha's the clicker training bit segment. That was really amazing. We've been working with Booty trying to do something similar where we teach him to take a seat and then he gets a treat. So Booty. Oh yeah, you know what's up. Booty, can you take a seat? Good boy. Get a treat. Oh, good boy. Oh, Tommy sees this and he's like, is that MeTube? I want some. All right, Booty, can we try, if I give you more MeTube, will you give me your paw? Do we have a deal? Do we have a deal? Oh, no, you're just leaning forward. Do we have a deal? Good job. We're getting there on the do we have a deal. But Booty's a smart little fella, so I'm hoping that we can. I'm gonna go back and rewatch Sam's segment again and see if we can get you to do some cool stuff. You do plenty of cool stuff just by existing. All right, our next letter number is going to be G58. Letter G, number 58. I'm still just seeing yum yum yums. If you need B3, if you got B3, give me some purrs in the chat. B3 is our next number. B3. Give me a purr if you got if B3 was on your card and it's helping you. B3. Oh, that's Tommy's little baby call. Then we got G53. Tommy, come here. Oh yeah, I don't see any chat anymore. So now, Christina, hit me in the private chat if you once we start seeing winners. Then we got G54, letter G, number 54. Tommy got up off the floor when he heard G54. Actually, he heard me too, because he doesn't care about bingo. Next call is going to be I-26. Letter I, number 26. I-26. I was not joking when I said the chat room seems to have died for me. So. But Erica is got it, and we're going to be fine. Next up is N40. Letter N, number 40. Booty. Oh, no, we don't grab. We don't grab. We give the paw, give a shake, get some meat steak. Next up, we're going to have N37. Letter N, number 37. N37. If you've got O62, you know what to do. Mark your bingo card. O62. Oh, Booty says, I don't like to share. Give me the Me Too back. Doesn't rhyme, doesn't have to. Bud and Tuffy are both, they don't quite understand the Me Too. But that's okay. Neither do I. Next up, we got N31. Letter N, number 31. N31. Then we got B10. Letter B, number 10. Oh, good job, guys. Ow, ow. Next up, we're going to have N41.
Real quick, we have somebody.
We have a Brenda.
We have somebody saying they have a bingo, but I think we're too early in the game to have a letter. I think
Quite
this is
possibly.
a traditional 5-space bingo.
Quite possibly. Let's see. Her number's 310.
Yep.
Okay. 310. I'm sorry, 310. You don't even have a regular bingo, so drop some hisses in the chat. Give us that hiss. Sorry, Brenda. I don't have any control of that. So, our next letter number combination is going to be B1. You want to be one with your cat. B1. Then we got I-18. I-18. Let me look over here. Oh, yeah, here we go. Nope. Just trying to see if I can. Okay. Oh, the boys are back there fighting. Our next letter number is going to be, they're okay, B4. I remember life before cats, and I got really involved in cat rescue, and I think my life is much better because of it. I don't know, getting involved in your community, doing something to help other lives, whether they're cats or people or dogs or it just helps make you feel good in sometimes real dark times. It's a weird world we live in right now. Next up is going to be B15. Letter B, 15. 1, 5. B, 1, 5. Then we got I-20. Letter I, number 20. I-20. Trying to find.
Doing something to help other lives.
That's gonna feedback. Oh, now I don't see the chat at all.
Will you go over how people win bingo again? It is on
sure.
the screen, but Adam will review the rules.
Yes. So to get a bingo, just to clarify for everyone, we're looking for these separate shapes. We're not playing regular bingo here.
So a 5 in a row is not going to win you anything, unfortunately.
Sorry, I'm having technical difficulty here. Here we go. So yeah, a 4 in a row is not going to get it for you. You're going to want to have like the C shape, which is 4 or 5 in a row, but you need 3 5 in a row.
He's pointing, but you guys can't see that.
Oh yeah, you guys can't see that. I'm pointing at the screen that you do not see. But you see that C shape. I'm wiggling it up here. We got that C shape, we got the A shape, we got the M shape, we got the P shape. Those are the 4 ways that we can win in Catman Bingo today.
If you do not have a bingo card from catmanbingo.com, it is too late to play along.
Yes, sorry about that.
But next time,
Next time.
follow Adam.
We
do
had
bingo
to cut
again
off
soon.
we had to cut off the bingo at around 2:30, just so I could make sure everybody got their card. So if you missed out, you can go to hoodcats.org and become a member of the Catman's Home for Haggard Hoodcats. We're actually going to play another bingo game on 420, my favorite day of the year. Or you can follow Catman of West Oakland on the Instagrams or the Facebooks. And our next letter number combination is going to be 073. Oh, we got a Joanna might have a card. What do we got? 388. No, definitely not. I'm looking at Joanna's card, and I'm showing Joanna's card, and it is not a bingo winner, unfortunately. So away we go. 073, and then 061. Our new virtual playground is oh so fun. 061. Hi, Tommy. You're being very good back there. Tuffy, come up here. Tuffy. Oh, Booty's coming back because he thinks they're getting treats. Let's see here. Next call is going to be B8. Letter B, number 8. B8. I'm just going to close that chat window since it's not uploading. Then we're going to have 075. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. That it double clicked. We have B6, then we have 075. B6 and 075. A 2-call pull. B6 and 075. And, oh, hi, guys. Oh, hi, boys. Then we're going to have 066. Letter O, number 66. 066. At cat camp today, I learned some pretty cool tricks. 066. Gotta try to keep it interesting. Otherwise, I'm just reading letters and numbers, right? No, just whatever. B2. There be 2 balls on Puff, but tomorrow there won't be 2 balls there in his coin purse anymore. B2.
His puff pouch.
His puff pouch. Yeah, his trouble puffs, I think is another name that I've seen out there on the internet. He will be ballless and flawless. And snipped and tipped. Next up is going to be I-24.
Letter I, number 24. I, 24. Letter I, number 24. Coin purse anymore. Okay, here we go. Now I got the chat room back. Okay. Next letter number combination in Catman Bingo at Cat Camp at Home is I-21. Letter I, number 21. Come here, Tuffy. Come up here. You know you like this stuff. You just don't understand how to eat it. Next, we got N35, keeping Catman Bingo alive with N35. How are we doing out there? I can see the chat again. So who's close on a letter? What letters are you playing for? I hope G48 is helpful for you. G48. Then we got benign. If your cat has a tumor, you hope it's benign. B9. You'll be able to watch the stream of all of Cat Camp here at catcamp.com or on Facebook once it's over. I think they'll start streaming it again tomorrow. All right, then we got O72, letter O, number 72. Tommy, if you want some meat tube, you know what to do. Get down here and come hang out. Tommy is also very rabby, and I have the scars on my hand to prove it. Next up is O71, letter O, number 71. No, you don't want it. I don't want to put this on my computer. Please get it off my hand. Then we got O70, everyone's least favorite number. O70. O70. Oh man, is Grammy here? Nice. Hi, Mom. Everyone, drop a hi, Cat Grammy in the chat. Say hi to my mom. Then we got, everyone's second favorite number, 68. 68. The universe, the bingo gods are just taunting us. They give us 70, they give us 68. What other number could they give us that we would all enjoy? 63, there it is, 63. That's the number for you and me, 63. Then we got I-19, letter I, number 19. I-19. Oh yeah, blowing up the Grammy. Nice. Then our next call is going to be I-29, letter I, number 29. Grammy, my mom, my cat Grammy, she has helped foster a bunch of cats here at the house. She helped raise Bud and helped get him healthy. Mr. Straybones, Captain. She's an awesome foster cat mom. Then we got G56, letter G, 56. Uh-oh, I see a meow, meow, meow. Andrea. Oh, we got a couple of bingos. Remember, you got to meow, 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 and then give us your bingo ID card number. So drop that in the chat. Yeah, that's how I can confirm your win. What do we got? Anyone got a? I see some meow meow meows, but I don't see your bingo card number. I can't confirm with Mary. I see Mary got a bingo. Mary, what's your bingo card number? Should say it on there. Andrea, and what shape? You got meow 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 and what? Andrea gave us one of these, but we need your bingo card number, not an emoji. Otherwise, I'm going to keep calling. Barb, shoot me an email later, and I'll make sure you get to join in on another game sometime. Oh, Andrea's bingo card 512, and Mary is 377. All right, there we go. Thank you. Give me. Let's see. I think Andrea was the first. Well, she was the first with the. Or no, Mary was the first with the number. So, I'm sorry, Mary. You also don't have bingo.
She has a traditional bingo, but again,
You do have a
folks,
traditional bingo, but we are looking for the little explainer earlier. We're looking for the C, A, M, or P shape. Now, give me 2 seconds and let me. That's fine. Sorry. And then we got 512, I think was the other. It was Andrea. Thank you, y'all in the chat, for helping out with that. Oh, snap! Andrea, meow, meow, meow. That is actually correct. You won the M, which is the Many Tales of Many Cats pack, which is Paul's book, A Cat's Tale. It's amazing. That guy is nuts and knows so much about cats and everything. But you won this book. You won one of our masks from the catnip dispensary. I'm going to save your...
I got it.
Oh, you got it? Awesome. Erica saved your bingo card number, and I'll be emailing you soon.
Go ahead and start browsing to pick out what mask you'd like.
Oh, yeah.
Thecatnipdispensary.com.
Thank you, lovely assistant Erica.
I'm basically Vanna White.
Yeah, but Hannah was Hannah White, so...
Sorry, my name doesn't rhyme.
All right, so we've got our M winner. So now we're still looking for winners for the C, the A, and the P shape. The C, the A, and the P. Got it? I believe in you all. Catman Bingo continues now. Next letter number is going to be B14. 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 All right. Still looking for winners for C, A, and P. Yeah, no free middle space. Every space is important in Catman Bingo, where it's, like Jackson said, it's the end of a long day and it's starting to get punchy. N39, I'm feline fine with N39. Drop a 39 in the chat if you just got N39. Samantha Bell, one of our counselors, was voted in high school most likely to replace Vanna White. That's amazing.
Dude, that'd be so awesome.
That would be incredible. We were watching it's like the Celebrity Wheel of Fortune, and the tension between Vanna and Pat is hot. It's hot. Like, I can't tell if they like each other or not. When Pat dies and Vanna takes over, you should give her a call. 074 was our last number. And our next number is going to be G60. G60. We had N39, 074, and G60. G60. That's, I saw your chat there. If you are having an issue, feel free to shoot me an email. catmanofwestoakland.com or at gmail.com, or catmanofwestoakland.com has my email. Next up, G49. G, it would be crazy to have 49 cats inside your home. G49. Actually, that's a great question for the chat. How many cats are at your house right meow? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Meow makes 5, and then Puff in the bathroom right now is 6. How many cats do you guys have? Put it in the comments, or in the chat. Whatever we're doing here. Then next up is G57. Letter G, number 57. Letter G, number 57. The Flufftons have 4 cats. Uh-oh, we got meow 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 on 261. All right. Let me look at that up. Meow meow meow. 261. Checking out your card. Oh snap, we have a C winner. Meow 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 meow. That was for, oh, where did she go? Lena. And her card number was 261. Awesome. You are the winner of the Cat Camp pack, which has got some pins, patches, greeting cards. We've got catnip, stickers, all sorts of fun stuff from the Stray Cat Social Club. They're an amazing group in New York that makes really cool stuff and then does TNR in, I guess it's Brooklyn. Really awesome folks. And then, of course, Megan Lincott, one of our favorite campers and all-around wonderful people. I've got a bunch of pins and some cards from her, and of course, you'll get a cat mask as well. That is awesome. Congratulations.
We have 2 more people that are saying bingo. Emma is card 164.
Okay.
And then once we're done with that, we have a couple more.
We got 164. Oh, 164 also is a C winner. You are going to get a... now, I only have what I have of the stuff for the grand prize winner, but you will still get a Catman prize pack, which is going to have catnip, some pins, a ton of fun stickers. If we have more than one winner on any of the letters at the same time, the first one who claims gets the grand prize. But no one's a loser at Catman Bingo. Everyone's a winner. Although you went to Catman Bingo and all you got was this lousy pin. But hopefully the cat drugs are also a good consolation prize.
That was Emma?
That was the first one, 164, yes.
Okay. Then we have Elizabeth. We're waiting on her number. I'm scrolling back through the chat.
Yeah.
Amy says she has bingo card number 1.
Oh.
And then we have, and they said it was a P, not a C.
On 161?
No. On Emma.
On that was 161?
164.
Or 164?
Check that one first, because then she wins the grand prize.
No,
close.
It's so close, but as you can see, you're missing the G59 and 67 to make the P. But you do have the C, but you do not have the P.
She can still keep playing.
You can still keep playing, though. That is true.
If she's the first person to get a P.
Right. Just because you've won one letter doesn't mean you can't win more letters. So you're only 2 away from P, but right now you've only got C. But then, let's see, our bingo card number 1, you said?
Yes.
Bingo card number 1. Oh, you're just barely missing the C. And we already had an M winner, and you don't have the A, and you don't have the P. You're so close for the P. You're I-23 away from the P.
Okay, Leah is card 505. It says they have the P.
All right, 505. Thank you guys all for your patience with this real quick. Oh, snap. We do have our P winner. Card number 505. What was her name? Elizabeth? No, Leah. Leah, you are our winner of, you'll get a mask as well and a Catman pack, but also the 15-minute party with Jackson Galaxy. Meow, 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 meow.
Well, virtual meet and greet.
Let's see. Wait, there's some, oh no. There's 261 was also saying they have a P.
I'm going from the top down to try to keep it in order.
Sure, sure. Yeah, we're definitely calling it in the order of the as the chat drops. But 261 also does have the P, so you will also get the runner-up prize. So make a note of that, please. Thank you.
And then we have Elizabeth finally got her number a couple minutes after her original call. It's 164.
164.
Oh, wait, no. Elizabeth is saying she has 164, but that was Emma that had 164. Somebody has 164, and that person is getting an email from Adam. They're
Young
the winner.
Elizabeth.
So it wasn't Emma. It's Elizabeth.
164. That's but we have their card number, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so far we're still looking for the A. No one out here has the A. My chat is.
Everyone's yelling about what letters things are. Did we get 254?
254.
Nicole's saying card 254.
254. Let's check it out.
P as well, so they won't get the grand prize. But
Right.
They may get
But you
prize
got it.
pack.
You will definitely get a prize pack. 254. Oh, Nicole. Awesome. Congrats. Nicole is amazing. You're in Indiana, I think, or I know you're real close to Illinois. At one of the Catman bingos we did at the Catcade, she came in with her fingernails painted with, I think it was 420 and then 069 on her fingers. It was wonderful. She's an excellent cat person.
We have one more. I'm a ways back. Stop commenting unless you're talking about your own bingo. We can't go through everything fast enough. 501.
501.
Elaine has 501.
501. Let's see. Oh yeah, 501 has the A, and 501 has the A. How about them apples? A for apples.
So that's.
And that gets you both Hannah and Andrew's books. And Hannah even. Wait. Oh wait, there it is. Says thanks for coming to Cat Camp. So that's amazing. So let's see.
So let's go through all these. We're not going to call any more numbers.
Yeah, we're not calling any more numbers.
But
Hang
if
on.
you have a C, A, M, or P,
You got 501 for
we'll double check
A.
everybody.
501 for A.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. I'm gonna look at 261 again, but I'm 90% sure that it's just a C. You guys can all.
It was a C earlier.
Oh, it was a C earlier, and then now you have the P.
No. Oh wait. It wasn't a C. That 44 is gone. Was that always a P?
No, there was.
The 44 is not there, so we had it marked down as a C.
Wait, hang on. What is you have C as 261?
Sorry guys, this got real
This
crazy.
got real crazy,
fast.
real fast.
Everybody came through all at once.
261 will get justice. Don't worry, I promise. 261. Where'd you go? Big Dog 37. Make sure you email me. We will make sure that it's all straight.
Hang on, I'm scrolling through to make sure we don't have anything else, and then we will go back through and see who has it first and confirm for sure. Tammy with number 432. Check on that one real quick.
432. 432 does not have anything.
Okay, sorry 432.
Sorry 432. You have a regular bingo, but you don't have C, A, M, or P.
Okay, so everyone is yelling and yelling.
Everyone
I'm
is
still
yelling.
5 minutes ago, so just
We realized
Take a
261 is
We're solving it.
potentially the original P winner. We will take care of it. You're kind of making our lives harder.
we just have to see who had it first.
And I can go back
Take care of
and
everybody.
look through and rewatch this to make sure that everybody who's right gets their right shit. I mean, Oh, we got a meow 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 for 32. Oh wait, that was what I just looked at. And that one is not a meow meow meow. That one's a sorry, give us.
Wow, folks are yelling at us in the chat about trying to read the chat, but that's making it harder for us to read the chat. You don't understand. We are paying attention. It's just really hard to keep up.
We are paying attention. I am one person. Erica is one person. When
and you are
800 people,
oh, excuse me, it's down to
600 people chatting.
We're trying to get you taken care of.
I appreciate everyone coming for justice for 261, and 261 definitely has a P. So don't you guys worry. We will make sure that everyone who is supposed to get their mini party with Jackson will get their mini party with Jackson. And if I mess something up, I'll talk to Jackson, see what we can do.
Okay, so I reached the bottom of the chat, and now I get to go back up, and I'm going to see what happened in order. Adam,
Actually,
why don't you tell them what you were going to do for music?
I just got the okay from the cat higher ups that both P's, you're gonna be fine. Don't you worry. Jess is gonna get you taken care of. Appreciate that, Jess.
So both Lena and Leah will get that.
You lucked the F out is I think what the kids would say.
That's wonderful news. And then as far as the C goes, shall we split that vendor pack between the two?
Oh yeah. Great. So that's Catman Bingo. We did it.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks for dealing with our small moment of technical difficulty. Like I like to equate doing these events is kind of like trapping or being in animal welfare. Like you have to be able to adapt and adjust and correct on the fly. So you just got some experience points with that. Thank you for tagging along on Catman Bingo at Cat Camp from Home. If you haven't yet, go to catcamp.com. Check out the store. They've got a bunch of awesome stuff for sale, and it helps make sure that we can keep doing this and keep bringing this to you again in the future. Where's the Bee Life crew? Let me unshare my screen here. Before we take off, I would love to just blow up the chat. Like, let's really just like crush the chat room with meows. Maybe we can break it. Maybe we can't. But if we could break it, that would be kind of neat.
That's a way to go out.
That's a way to end. Let's end the stream by breaking the chat, y'all. So normally we'd all get to sit in a room together and meow together. It's kind of ridiculous, but I hope you're at home. And if you're at home and you've got roommates or friends sitting around you and they're not paying attention to you, on 3, we're all gonna meow together, and then we're gonna blow up the chat with meows. So
out loud.
And yeah, you want to meow out loud, like out into the world, to make all of your roommates and your significant others and all those folks with you be like, what is going on over there? So 3, 2, 1. Meow! Thanks everybody for coming to Cat Camp. We'll see you next time. I think there's a goodbye video real quick, and thank you all for coming and supporting. This is always amazing. Jackson, Christina, Simon, Jess, Cat Camp team killed it. Can't wait to do it again. We'll see you again in the future, y'all.